virtual meeting of the Board of Education. This meeting is being televised live on AACPS TV and live streamed on the internet. If we are interrupted during the broadcast of tonight's meeting, the meeting will be stopped and we will take a short recess until we are able to continue. If for some reason we cannot continue timely, we will notify the public as soon as possible when a new meeting can be scheduled, at which time we will resume the agenda at the point of which we lost audio. Given the current circumstances, public comment will take place on agenda items only. Ms. Howell and Mr. Mosier will be reading any public testimony that was submitted timely to the board office in accordance with the instructions on www.aacps.org. Please pause now for the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. O God, we pray to administer that which is just in all educational policies, being ever mindful of your guidance. Stir us to action with love, wisdom, and understanding. And so now let's please rise and for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Item 2.03, approval of the meeting minutes. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any questions from board members or corrections or suggestions? Okay, seeing none, Ms. Howell, please call roll.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Ms. Alvey?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilden? Mr. Libe?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you. Item 2.04, the setting of the agenda. Do we have any comments of board members at this time? Seeing none, the agenda stands. Any deviation of consensus? Seeing none. Item 2.06 is the president's update.
President Corkadell, I'm sorry, I was fat fingering and wanted to cover the agenda item, if I could, please.
Yes, ma'am.
I am making a motion that we please move our discussion on diversity and inclusion for this month, since we are discussing the equity in education policy. I believe the information within that policy covers much of the concerns for diversity and inclusion.
As a point of clarification, are you suggesting that we not have that report and in lieu we'll be discussing the policy?
Yes, please, unless the superintendent has determined that he has something outside of the standard discussion to share with us.
Okay, are you proposing, one more question, just to make sure I have it, are you proposing to move the policy discussion to replace the report, or to have it actually to not have the report and then to move along to the policy as it is published now?
So I'm failing to understand the question. So my motion is that because those two items are closely related, that we discuss equity, diversity, and inclusion while we are covering our equity in education policy, because I believe whatever we decide on that policy, it will be closely related. And
Okay.
I remember the last time we brought up that particular policy, we did request the leadership that is in charge of diversity and inclusion to be part of the conversation. So I'm just trying to kill two birds with one stone.
That sounds good. So when we get to that agenda item, what we will do is remind the public of that, because we will have had our presentation prior to that. Thank you very much, Ms. Antwine. I don't believe we need to adjust the agenda. It sounds like we can handle that administratively. So with
Ms.
that,
Corkadell, may I?
yes.
Right.
Yes.
And certainly you and your fellow board members will decide on the agenda items in the appropriate order. But I know that Dr. Gillens has joined us this evening. She does have a short presentation regarding diversity inclusion. I don't believe that the brief point she's going to make tonight would dovetail specifically with the policy, because she'll be talking a little bit about the opportunity gap committees that have been meeting. I think she wanted to give the board a quick update on that. And so the two are while under the same umbrella, it's slightly different. So if with all due respect, I think Dr. Gillens would like to just to share her brief remarks during that time for 4.03.
Then in that case, Dr. Lotto, thank you. I'll withdraw the consideration, please.
Okay, consideration withdrawn. Thank you very much, Ms. Antwine. Thank you very much, Dr. Arlotto. Moving forward next with the president's update, I'm going to defer. I think that I know that my residents are continuing to demonstrate what it means to be a community in these tough times. So this time of the president's update is to give our individual board members an opportunity to say a couple words to the residents as it relates under these crisis circumstances. And we're going to do that in roll call order, starting with Ms. Hummer. If you're so inclined, it is not a requirement, but I do want to provide the opportunity. Ms. Hummer.
Yes, I don't have any comments at this time. Just another shout out to all the amazing staff that is putting together e-learning and giving out meals on a daily basis. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hummer. Ms. Alvey?
I just wanted to address quickly that, as you all know, school has been canceled for the rest of the year. So for the students out there, keep pushing, keep doing your work, stay as motivated as possible, and we will get through this soon, eventually. So yeah, keep working hard.
Thank you, Ms. Alvey. Ms. Ellis?
Thank you. I too want to give a shout out and a huge thank you to everyone in the school system and the community who are coming together to support our students through this really these trying times. I have to speak to everyone who has sent me emails over the last few weeks. It's been an extremely trying time for me as well, working with all of my students at home and trying really hard to move things along as a board member. So I just want to make a statement that I have read every one of your emails, and I am considering everything and passing things along as I need to. I will get back to all of you, but thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ellis. I believe we're all in that boat right now. So thank you for sharing that. I'll just do a soft echo on that. Mr. Grannon.
Thank you, President Corkville. In the interest of brevity and our 2 a.m. Adjournment time at last meeting, I'll just ask that Ms. Howell reincorporate the comments that I made last time in these minutes. Thanks.
I think that is absolutely doable. Thank you very much, Mr. Grannon. Ms. Schallheim.
Hi, yes, I just wanted to also state my gratitude for the food service staff, for our school health staff, who I understand have been reassigned to do contact tracing as part of the county's work. I think that's amazing, and so much respect from here. And to everyone listening or watching at home, I thank you all for continuing to share your concerns and your ideas with me, and please continue to do so. And that's all I really have to add right now. And just stay strong and and we'll get through this all together. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ms. Schalheim. I believe Mr. Gilliland has had to tend to something momentarily, and he will be joining us in progress as soon as he is able. Mr. Leib?
No, I have no comments at this time. Thank you, Madam President.
And then Ms. Antwine, did you have anything also to add? My apologies, I went slightly out of order there.
No worries. I just want to congratulate the class of 2020. You guys set the stage and made history. I also want to thank all of our staff members within the system who continuously go above and beyond to make this educational experience the best for our students. So thank you for that.
Very much so. I continue to share my support of our staff and our students. You know, everybody is faced with unique challenges, and as we continue to figure out what that means to us, what that means to our family and our communities and to our education system, I know that together we may not know what that future holds, but we will definitely be stronger together, and we'll be able to find that path to where we will be able to demonstrate that we were resilient and that we are able to overcome. So thank you all for your continued work. And with that stated, we are going to now go to item 2.06, which is the superintendent's update. Dr. Arlotto.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for a chance to address you and your colleagues and our public at large that are joining us this evening. Certainly the news of the day for us is that our state superintendent of schools, Dr. Karen Salmon, has announced, as she did earlier today in a press conference with Governor Hogan, that our school buildings will not reopen for the 2019-2020 school year. That doesn't mean that school is over, and I so much appreciate a board member, Alvi, reaching out and speaking directly to her colleagues in the schools, her fellow students, that the school year's not over. There's lots of good work, there's lots of hard work ahead of us to continue to engage as best we can in this new online environment through the end of the school year. While this is certainly disappointing, it's not surprising. Given the current circumstances and ongoing stay-at-home order and social distancing health guidelines still in place, closing schools for the remainder of the year is prudent and appropriate. This news does allow us, however, to focus on the task at hand, which is continuing to provide our students with robust e-learning activities through the end of the official school year. Likewise, we can focus more of our efforts on building sound learning recovery and school reopening plans for the future. Depending on when we are able to open schools and bring students and staff together, we will plan a variety of scenarios. We will most certainly be bound by some form of social distancing and health guidelines until a vaccine is available to everyone. That said, school may look very different in the fall, in that we may open with a limited number of students and alternating or shortened days. We will certainly follow the guidance of the Maryland State Department of Education, as well as the most up-to-date health and safety protocols in concert with the governor's three-phase approach for the reopening of Maryland. Our focus on health and safety remains our priority. With that, let me give you some updates on where we are and some things going on. Meals in particular, as you know, it's something that has been a focus for us in making sure that our students are well fed during these school closures. We will continue that into the future. To date, as of today, we have served over 900,000 meals to students in the past 7 weeks. And it is all thanks to the fabulous work of Ms. Jody Reese and her fabulous food and nutrition service staff. So I thank them, as always, as I know you do as board members. We had continued to distribute Chromebooks on an as-needed basis. As I discussed several weeks ago at our last board meeting, we had a number of large-scale Chromebook distribution sites. We have closed those large sites down as we've distributed over 10,000 Chromebooks, and now it's on an as-needed basis on a school-by-school, student-to-student as-needed basis. So families in need of a Chromebook, please contact your child's teacher, counselor, or principal, and they will begin the process for you. Likewise, families in need of internet access that we have not always already been in touch with and reached out to, please be sure to inform your child's teacher, counselor, or principal. A number of internet providers are working with our families to access the internet. We are working with Comcast and other business and community partners to get families connected. We've shared some data in the past about the number of students that have not yet logged on to their e-learning sites, their e-learning classrooms, their Google Classrooms with their teachers. This time last week, we were at roughly 3,300 students that had not logged on. As of Tuesday of this week, that's yesterday, excuse me, we are roughly 2,600 students that have not yet logged on. I do want to make sure that people understand that this number does not equate to the number of students without a Chromebook. It is the number of students that have not engaged in our e-learning site. And to be clear, this number of students who are not online may be engaged in another format. We have mailed roughly 800 Learning to Go packets directly to the homes of students that have not been able to access the internet thus far. This is a short-term stopgap measure in that our hope is to get all of our students connected, because we know the most robust learning in our continuity of learning plan can happen online and not with paper and pencil. So we are mailing roughly 800 packets. We know where those students are. The schools are in contact with them, and they have been mailed out. Again, that's a short-term fix until we can get them connected to their e-learning. The school teams are working diligently to reach every student and family. There are a few students there are very few students, let me say, that we've not been able to contact. The schools have done a fabulous job of reaching out to families, but there are some that have not yet responded despite our ongoing attempts. We know that some of those will not connect with us, as they have, for example, relocated the child with relatives out of state during this crisis. We know that has happened in several occasions. Some families have, in fact, informed us that they do not intend to engage with the e-learning, many of those at our youngest grades. And some students won't be able to connect to e-learning because of their physical, emotional, or cognitive challenges. We are in touch with them, and we are working with them and providing alternatives. So those numbers continue to come down, but we endeavor to connect all of our students on our e-learning site and their Google Classrooms with their teachers, because we know that's where the most robust learning can occur in this current situation. Our new adventure in learning continues, but as always, please continue to focus on family, health, and safety. And with that, I thank you, Madam President, for the time to address you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lotto. So with that stated, I don't know if any board members wanted to make comment. I see one person unmuted. So with that stated, Ms. Schallheim.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Lotto, for your update. I'm really grateful for the information. I know everyone out there listening and watching is grateful for it too. I had one question about the data, the 2,600 students that haven't yet engaged with e-learning. Can you tell us, please, roughly how many of those are seniors, and then more broadly, how many of those are high school students, and are they all, and of those numbers, which are diploma bound and which are not?
So no, I'm not able to provide that information to you at this time. I don't have a breakdown like that. I've got breakdown by cluster, but that's as far as we go. The individual schools know who those students are that have not connected, why they've not connected, what the issues are, and those students that we've not been able to reach in total, despite our attempts. So, but I don't have a breakdown of seniors and some of those other categories that you've asked.
Okay, I am requesting that information be compiled and given to the board, please, and thank you. I know last time we were at least given how many were in high school, how many were in middle school, elementary, and so on. So I'm requesting that as well. So thanks in advance for providing that to us. Much appreciated.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Schalheim. It appears that Ms. Antwine, you had a comment. Ms. Antwine.
Yes, thank you, thank you, President Corkadell. Dr. Arado, thank you very much for this briefing. It's good to hear that the numbers have gone down in less than a week for those who have not connected, but I'm still very concerned if they are not connected, how they are being assessed academically, if at all, please.
Yes, ma'am. We've had this conversation several times, and so I'll reiterate that this number of roughly 2,600 students doesn't mean that they are not engaged in some way, shape, or form. So it might not be where it is ideal if they're engaged in the Google Classroom with their teacher. As I said, there are there are a number of students that have not been able to gain access to the internet. So we're mailing those packets directly to them, and then they will complete that work in a week and then send it back in a self-addressed stamped envelope, and we'll get it to the teacher in time for some feedback for those students. But it does make I think your point is well made indirectly, that it does make the grading and reporting that much more difficult. We do have some other students that, because of physical disabilities and cognitive disabilities, won't engage in this format, and they're engaging in maybe an alternative format with their special ed instructor, as an example.
Excellent, thank you.
President
Thank you,
Corkadell, I don't know if you can tell because of the way that I'm patched in that I'm unmuted, so I'm waiting and ready whenever is appropriate.
It is appropriate right now, sir. Please proceed, Mr. Grannon.
Dr. Lotto, thank you for your report, which is certainly encouraging news. If I was doing the math right, 2,600 minus 800 is about 1,800, and I know that e-learning is not the only way that students can engage, but that's a pretty big delta there. So I guess I would ask that at your next public report, hopefully that number will be smaller, but I think everybody to keep in mind these are unprecedented times, but we have compulsory education in this country. So, families can't just decide to check their students out of school. So however they're going to have to be modified, the normal social worker and even legal interventions will have to occur if students are not engaging in the written learning. We can't make people do e-learning, but if they're not engaging in the written work, you can't just simply, voluntarily take a student out of school, certainly not at young ages, without legal implications. So I think that we're going to have to start talking as a school system about how we're going to enforce that.
Yes, sir, Mr. Grant, if you don't mind, you make a great point. You're 100% correct. What I can and share with you, and I've shared with board members and the public in the past, is that our PPWs, those are the folks that are out there, pupil personnel workers, normally that are knocking on doors and talking with families to get students to their focus is attendance. Their focus is truancy. And so their job descriptions haven't changed. They're still doing that work. They're having to do it from a distance. They're having to do it in this virtual environment, but they are really doing a yeoman's job, a Herculean effort in locating families and touching base, and then getting those families in touch with social workers and counselors and others to help solve problems if it is in fact connectivity and other problems that's keeping students from engaging. But you're 100% correct. Those laws haven't changed, and the work of the PPWs on truancy and attendance continues to this day and will continue through the future of the school year.
Mr. Grannon, did you have any other questions or comments?
Well, no, that's good to hear. But I guess just if you could be prepared, sir, at the next public meeting to address those so that the public can understand. And this is a public forum, and I'm sure the audience participation is not what it was pre-COVID, but there are people listening, and folks should understand that they can't just have their kids not participate in education in some format without the normal consequences being invoked. And so if you could, incorporate that into your report next time, and again, hopefully the numbers will be smaller, but folks should just be aware that, they just can't check their kids out of school.
Thank you very much, Mr. Grannon, for your comments. I'm just going to roll down and make sure I'm not seeing any further comments. Thank you so very much, Dr. Alato, to you and your team for your continued work. I'm happy to declare we're actually running a couple minutes ahead of our agenda. That doesn't happen often, and I'm very confident that we're going to be catching up that time. So with that stated, yes, ma'am.
I'm very sorry. I did have a question that was asked to me that I forgot to ask Dr. Arlato.
Sure.
Is that okay?
That should be fine.
I'm sorry, and my camera was off. Dr. Arlato, I know a lot of people now that they've heard that the school buildings will be closed for the remainder of the school year. There have been a number of people who have concerns about having belongings in the school. Do you know how that can be addressed?
So the short answer is no. I don't yet have the authority, but we are beginning to plan for how we can get both students and staff into the buildings, if necessary, in small groups, wearing masks, in applying social distancing guidelines, gloves, and all the proper health procedures, no more than 10 at a time, those kinds of things based on what we know publicly. But I have to get permission from the state superintendent of schools. So now that she made that announcement, it was we all watched it together. It was news to all of us at 11 o'clock or 3 o'clock this afternoon when she made the announcement with the governor. So I suspect that will come up again as the superintendents and I meet with her regularly by conference call. I'm sure that will come up on our next call because my colleagues have been all asking the same thing when we can get folks into the building. So I think now that schools are closed for the remainder of the year, that I'm hoping she'll relax that rule and allow us on a case-by-case basis and a school-by-school basis to produce a plan to get folks into the building to retrieve their belongings. That's necessary and appropriate.
Right. And thank you for that answer. I certainly didn't expect you to have the plan or the answer this evening, but I know it's helpful for the public to hear that is being considered. Thank you so much.
Great. Okay, last call. Okay, seeing none. We are going to proceed now with item 3.01, the administrative regulation II, in grading. And we received a large number of public comments on this. And so I want to make sure that we have an opportunity to hear the presentation information and then be able to interact with them. Our public has this evening on this item and possibly others throughout the evening have submitted testimony based on the agenda that was published and the information contained therein. So we're going to start our agenda items that have public comment with the public comment portion, and we're going to have Ms. Howell and Mr. Mosier are going to be reading into the record all of those public comments associated with item 3.01. So we're going to get I believe, a backdrop screen, and they're going to get started. So we're going to give this just a couple of seconds so they can proceed. So I'm going to go ahead and mute and give them the table. Thank you very much for doing this. And so Ms. Howell, Ms. Money, and Mr. Mosier, you are on.
Thank you, Ms. Corkadell. We opened public comments to be submitted into the record last Friday when the agenda was posted, and that continued through noon today. We've received 128 public comments as it relates to administrative regulation II-RA grading. Any other comments that were received after noon today, we have and we will forward to all board members for their review and consideration. From Carol Green, I'm writing to express my support for option 2 for calculating grades for high school credit courses for the second semester. Clearly, option 2 and 3 are more economical options, as it would be unnecessary use of funds to spend $328,750 to implement option 1. Option 2 allows students and families to have some flexibility and selects the best option of either a grade, letter grade, or an SU. Knowing this would take a lot of pressure off students who may be unnecessarily stressed about their grades and GPA during this challenging time of distance learning. Students shouldn't earn a lower grade than they would have normally due to the changes brought about by a global pandemic. Option 2 would also reward students who have been diligently completing excellent work through this time with the good letter grade that they earned. This option is fair and equitable to all students, regardless of their home situation or level of support. From Aaron Cook. I'm writing to give my opinion on the 3 grading options laid out by Dr. Alato in the May 1st, 2020 AACPS press release. My vote and the vote of my daughter, who is a 9th grader at South River High School, is option number 3. Since the Board of Education will not adopt satisfactory or unsatisfactory for everyone, as Dr. Alato recommended, option 3 is the only equitable and feasible option for all high schoolers. It is the least expensive and isn't computer automated with no choice. From Vicki Kozad. I'm an AACPS resident, nurse, and full-time faculty member at a local university where I teach a course on community health. As an educator and community health expert, while I prefer the position of pass incomplete suggested by the Arundel Equity Team and support student member Rita Alvey's editorial in favor of pass-fail, I support option 3 proposed by the superintendent. I believe it does the least amount of harm to the most disadvantaged students, and I have seen firsthand what this disease has done to families in our area, and believe that the lasting negative impacts have yet to be fully understood. In addition to worries about physical health, many students and families are now forced to consider economic stability while balancing childcare, working from home, and risking exposure to themselves and their loved ones as essential workers. Resources are being stretched beyond capacity, including many of those necessary for maintaining the academic standards of graded courses. As an educator, I've seen the increased stress of students trying to learn in distracting environments with less than ideal technologies. Giving grades at a time like this sends the message that schoolwork is the most important thing. She does go on, but she has reached the capacity of 250 words, so we will be forwarding this email to board members. From Rami Pittman. As a teacher at Annapolis High School who is passionate about equity for underserved students, I agonize about the quarter 4 grading dilemma. If we create a pass-fail or no-harm structure for this quarter, we'll lose many of our vulnerable students. They will stop engaging, feeling that they don't have to do the work to pass or get a good grade, and losing precious weeks of learning. The devil's bargain our society has struck with high school students, especially struggling learners, using grades as punishment and enticements, threatening and cajoling them to work in exchange for grades. We forget that behind grades and credits are young people becoming critical thinkers, empowered citizens, and skilled professionals. That's the real reason why the educational gaps are opportunity gaps. So what should we do with this online grading dilemma? Keep our students motivated with the grades that they have come to see as the reason they do the work of learning. Before grades are finalized, teachers can easily adjust individual grades manually, accounting for the ways we know students struggled. We could create an appeals process to ensure no one was unfairly treated. And then when we return to normal school, we must rethink how we motivate students, shifting away from grades as carrots and sticks and instead investing in real reasons for education, inspiring all of our students to care about learning, to set goals for themselves, and see the connection between a skilled and informed mind and a successful, well-lived life. From Dana Connett, I commend the county for quickly launching e-learning and enabling our students to resume their academic school year. I have a freshman son at Broadneck High and a 6th grade daughter at Magathie River Middle. My children are very fortunate in that they consistently earn high grades and do well in school. That said, e-learning has been a challenge both in understanding their lessons and in retaining motivation, even with my husband and me helping them. But they are completing assignments and getting through. It makes me think of many students in our county that have fewer resources available to them. How can they keep up with the rigors of online learning? The challenges of not being taught in a classroom, not having peers to interact with, or having access to faculty and student services make for a whole new way of learning. So how can the county expect to keep grading the same way? I believe option 2 or option 3 are both excellent, cost-effective solutions that provide relief to the stress that students and families are feeling in these uncertain times. Any revised grading policy should extend to both high school and middle school. From Melissa Llewellyn, I urge you all students to take into account when considering the choices put before you and choose option 3. Option 3 is the best and most equitable choice for our students. By choosing option 3, the board will show compassion by taking into consideration all the different circumstances students in Anne Arundel County are facing while e-learning at home, and at the same time provide all students with the same measurements of success during a global pandemic. There will never be a need for students to explain why they chose S over a letter grade. Choosing any other option is a costly disservice to the students of Anne Arundel County. Thank you for your consideration, and when the time comes, choose option 3. From Shannon Ledbetter, please support option 3. My 8th grader is taking high school algebra. He has earned an A for the first semester and an 88 in the third. He does all the work, tunes into all the scheduled meets, asks for help from his teacher, who I communicate with regularly via email. And with all that effort, it took him 3 weeks to earn the same type of grade he was earning in the classroom. Plugging into everything the school and the teacher offered, with his first 2 graded assignments were C's. His third was finally an A. What about the kids who don't have the means or opportunity to plug in like he does? He will at least earn a B through his own monumental effort this marking period. And someday colleges will look at his B, compare it to less advantaged students' pass, and that college will know that what the pass really stands for. All that choice provides is the opportunity for those with means to choose to stand on the backs of those without means. My son could have done so much better in his class online, but my son will be okay and is okay. I worry about those kids who won't be, those kids who aren't. Choice is an illusion only available to those with means and utterly unavailable to those without. Option 3 is the only option that eliminates the illusion of choice. Please support all of our students and support option 3. From Mary Hansen, I'm writing this letter to ask you to please do not choose either option 1 or option 2. Please vote for option 3. If you go with option 1 or 2, neither of these options allow for the children that were having a difficult time keeping their grades up, especially the ones that have ADD or ADHD. This has been a very difficult year for a lot of children. Ever since the pandemic outbreak, my daughter and I am sure of a lot of children have been able to bring up their grades due to the fact that there are no distractions at home. This would be very unfair for them not to have their report cards reflect all of their hard work. Since the pandemic started, I have been able to see all of her work and help her when she needs it. If I wasn't available to help, then we could reach out to her teachers for help. Even though my daughter still has 3 years to go before she graduates, she is still very proud of the fact that she has been able to bring her grade up from a high D to an A. That is all because of the hard work that she's been putting into it every day. If you choose option 3, then those children will be able to get the grade that they have worked so hard for and deserve. Please vote for option 3. Otherwise, a lot of children will get grades that don't reflect all the hard work that they have done. Thank you for taking the time to read this email. From Heidi Evans, please allow our high school students to earn grades for the academic achievement in second semester of 2020. Changing the existing grading system would dismiss efforts of individual students and would likely create an atmosphere even less motivating to engage and perform through e-learning. My child is in 11th grade at Severna Park High School, and student achievement in the third marking period pre-shutdown cannot be a moot point. The final outcome of this year is a crucial marker in the competitive college admissions process. There will be existing challenges to that process in the wake of this pandemic, including abbreviated AP exam prep plus exams and loss of SAT and ACT exam opportunities, loss of extracurriculars plus athletic seasons, and other educational experiences. While there are recognized challenges, do not further short this class of students the last chance opportunities to better their GPA or place limits on any high school students working hard and applying themselves daily from home. If going to a SU type policy is a necessity, the most reasonable of approaches presented would be option 3, receiving a fourth marking period grade equivalent to or higher than third marking period based on performance, and students can still receive a letter grade to count towards GPA. It also provides opportunity to reward for efforts, but not penalize for challenges symptomatic of e-learning. Option 2 would be a runner-up. Those two options also appear to be most time plus cost effective in what is hopefully a short-term scenario. From Michelle Cole, as a college educator of 20 years and the parent of 2 AACPS high school students, I am writing in favor of option 3, provided in the recent news release. While option 1 provides the most flexibility, clearly the resources it will command is prohibitive. Option 3 would motivate students who are engaged to achieve and benefit from an improved GPA and avoid hurting those who are struggling due to circumstances beyond their control. In addition, it will avoid the implications that come with an SU on students' records. I think this is a reasonable solution, although I would be interested in what the teachers think. Regardless of the outcome, I would also like to note that it is the board's vote that resulted in this creative option. I commend the board for asking Dr. Arlotto for more information on this subject, despite the criticism they knew was coming. Bravo.
From Jonathan Hawk and Johanna Ricker. Option 2 has real civil liberties concerns and concerns about the autonomy of our students and teachers. A real education in a democracy should aim to make students free arbiters of their fate and not beholden to the whims of a state-run supercomputer. This is even true if that computer would make ostensibly better decisions than we believe individuals would make for themselves. The influence of big data technologies in the classroom is already pernicious. We should not use this crisis to further embed their influence in what should be a fundamentally human endeavor. It might be argued that right now the crisis is so large, such stopgap measures need to be taken to ensure that students get the best possible GPA. It must be commented that it seems to undermine the educational mission of public schools to focus our primary efforts on maximizing GPAs in order to maintain a false meritocracy. We are fundamentally a democratic institution, and education for democratic citizenship is our overriding goal. We should instead be focusing on developing an engaged citizenry that learns authentically and questions received wisdom, an education for liberty and equality. We should be thinking about what we owe each other as citizens and what role education plays in civic responsibility. This pandemic is a crisis, but crises give us opportunities to reevaluate our core beliefs. Entrenching a system that values arbitrary letter grades over real authentic learning in the Socratic tradition is what option 2 would do. From Joanna Bach-Tobin. I am Joanna Bach-Tobin, a parent at Annapolis High, vice president of the PTSA there, an educator and candidate for the Board of Education, District 6. I ask you to reconsider the decision to give a choice between a letter grade or pass-fail for high school classes second semester, and vote for a universal policy of pass-fail. If you will not reconsider this policy, please vote for option 3. Board policy shapes the context in which colleges and employers review a student's transcript to determine their abilities and work ethic. Your decision to offer a choice indicates that all students in this district could do strong work during this time, and therefore it was just a personal choice whether to take a letter grade or pass-fail. It also rests on the premise that a letter grade is better than a pass. This puts students who don't have the necessary access to online learning or who are in family circumstances that make doing their work, let alone doing it well, difficult or impossible, at a grave disadvantage. For them, there is no real choice. Option 3 will record third quarter grades, distinguishing work done before school shut down, but it will still enable students in supportive circumstances to raise their GPAs. Those who aren't in such circumstances can only look forward to not having their GPAs lowered. That is not equitable. From Ginny French, I'm sending this email to submit my input on today's board meeting agenda. I am in favor of option number 3 in regards to a grading system for semester grades in our schools. I am against extending our school year through 6/19/2020. Tara Conti, voting option 3. Sarah Vandergrift, I vote for option 3. Veronica Cole, I'm a proud member of the AACPS family, an English teacher at North County High School, a mother of 2 teenagers attending AACPS, one of the 1,600 stakeholders who signed the petition in favor of Dr. Arlotto presenting a universal pass incomplete option, or option 3, that equitably gives grading solutions to student populations otherwise described as marginalized. Recently, my son, Geronimo Clark, a student at Crofton Middle School, received a 64% in science for the third quarter. I attempted several emails that I would be most willing to share if you were all interested from his science teacher and the principal of Crofton Middle School, Mr. Christopher Morenzi. Specifically, I presented the following issues which were not addressed by the administration or teacher. I'm in the process, and this is the text of the email, I'm in the process of figuring out next steps for my students who are in Geronimo's predicament, students who have less than satisfactory or failing grades in the third quarter. How can these children, through no fault of their own, obtain an opportunity to improve their existing grades before the state-mandated emergency school closure 3 weeks ago? If, in fact, the school's policy or district policy is for students to retain the current grades, whether passing or failing, from the time of school closures prior to March 16th, then students like Geronimo, who are failing or in danger of failing, will face direct negative impact, specifically the academic gap, the learning gap, and the opportunity gap. Effectively, students lost 3 weeks of academics, learning, and other opportunities to improve, repair, and restore their position. If we, the teachers and leaders, cannot figure out and implement a way that these children are less impacted by this policy, then the students will be harmed in this way. There is more here. That's the 250-word limit. From Kelly Lay, I would like to vote for option number 3 for the grading protocol for the 4th semester. I also think we should not extend the school year until the 19th. From Patty Cassidy, after reading your options regarding the remainder of the school year, my family would prefer option 3. I would also like to add that there should be consideration to ending the school year sooner. From Heather Mallett, as a parent and teacher in AACPS, I oppose option 1 as a waste of money and time. Among the viable options 2 and 3, I have come to the conclusion that number 3 is the best course of action. Although the intellectual part of me wants number 2, number 3 is the most reasonable and compassionate choice. I say this because I have students suffering and not engaging in the online learning process. A majority of these students would have passed in regular school settings. I also have seen my own high school's honor students struggle, and I actually found that surprising, but I am guessing it is not uncommon. While I wouldn't make the decision now for next year, this year's grading policy must be compassionate to these very unusual and anxiety-ridden times. Option 3 allows students that are capable and willing to engage, involved and learning, and those who can't or won't, for myriad reasons, family, health, tech, etc., to not be punished because of the circumstances. David Krebs, Severna Park. My opinion is this board should not spend 1 penny on a software change that promotes inequity and instead adopt Dr. Arlotto's original proposal of satisfactory, unsatisfactory for the 3rd and 4th marking period for AACPS students. It's Teacher Appreciation Week. Why put them in a position to defend a letter grade when they're also learning to teach an entirely different and new platform, the e-learning system? Do the right thing for students, teachers, administrators, and taxpayers, and adopt Dr. Arlotto's original motion of pass-fail only.
From Brendan Bailey. My name is Brendan Bailey, and I am an alumni of Arundel High. It has come to my attention that we as a county are experiencing hardships as a whole in regards to teaching, grading, and existing as a whole due to the COVID-19 outbreak. I stand with the pass-fail initiative brought forward by Rita Alvey, though I still believe pass incomplete would be a more equitable choice, and here's why. As a graduate from Anne Arundel County, born and raised, the stress that has come with trying to finish a school year well weighs down on a student as is. With the COVID-19 outbreak, the last thing that is on a student's mind is keeping up their grades. It's if they'll be able to survive and to see the next school year. I can only imagine how teachers feel during this time, not only unable to physically see their students, but unable to properly communicate grades, lesson plans, and more with the lack of face-to-face classes. It would be a less stressful option across the board for all people, students, parents, and teachers alike, to switch to a pass-fail option for grading for the remainder of the year. From Patricia D. Stefano. I'm an AACPS English teacher at Arundel High and a member of the equity team that circulated a petition with over 1,600 signatures. While we prefer our petition's original position of a pass incomplete, we support student member Rita Alvey's editorial in favor of a pass-fail. We will support Superintendent Arlotto's option 3 as it does the least amount of harm to our most marginalized students. I believe the May 1st, 2020 proposed third option grading possibility is the most equitable and least harmful for our most vulnerable students. I've seen a noticeable strain on family structure due to the health, economic, and e-learning concerns surrounding the COVID-19 pandemic. Take, for example, the reality of facing one of my students who told me that he would benefit from pass incomplete grade because I have a lot of things, such as taking care of my brothers and my mom, who isn't completely healthy at the moment. And I can't seem to focus on my work that much. I can still do it. I just have a lot less time, and the work wouldn't be as high quality. Clearly, this impacts on the family structure due to the pandemic have made our students vulnerable to educational inequalities, especially in a new e-learning environment. Option 3 allows students to focus on assisting their families throughout this crisis while completing their e-learning assignments. From Trish Schilling, I have an 8th grader at MRMS and at BHS, 11th grader. I'm asking for option 3. There's no way that kids should be accountable for grades right now. They have online classes with little to no instruction happening. Unless a student has a parent available to spend hours each day per kid filling in the gap of a live teacher, they will struggle. My 8th grader has had straight A's all through his school career and currently has C's and D's and depression and anxiety. Please hear that this system of e-learning is not going to work for many, many kids in our district. Make a decision and get the word out to ease the panic that these kids and parents are feeling. From Elizabeth DePriest. I'm an AACPS parent, English teacher at Arundel High School, and part of the equity team that circulated a petition with over 1,600 signatures. While we prefer our petition's original position of pass incomplete and we support student member Rita Alvey's editorial in favor of pass-fail, we will support Dr. Arlotto's option 3 as it does the least amount of harm to our most marginalized students. The equity policy will be reviewed during this meeting currently indicates that for any program, practice, decision, or action, the impact of each student is addressed, with strategic focus on marginalized student groups. Option 1 and option 2 fail to incomplete the strategic focus. Instead, they are devised to ensure GPA consistency for students interested in admission and/or funding to attend competitive four-year universities. These options most benefit the small percentage of students privileged enough to be able to improve their grades outside of school during a global pandemic. A pass incomplete policy would alleviate stress for all students, and it incorporates an equity lens by affording the greatest benefits to our most marginalized students, the ones who face the most obstacles to learning online outside of school buildings. Option 3 would simply ensure that students earn credit primarily for the work they have completed in the school setting. Further, option 3 prevents the obstacles students face during online learning from having a profoundly negative impact on their grades and their potential to earn credit. From Jamie Solano. As a parent of a Chesapeake High School junior, I'm urging you to select option 3 for second semester grading for high school students. This would only be fair and efficient since students like my daughter are having an extremely difficult time with the online learning. There is not any instruction being delivered. She is on her own in her AP and honors classes. She is on the laptop doing these assignments day in and day out every day of the week, and she sometimes does not finish them by the deadline of the Sundays at the end of the week. She's a very conscientious National Honor Society student who is already worried about her transcripts and GPA since she will be applying to many colleges across the country in August. Since marking period 3 was mostly instructor-led, it would be fair to bump up the grades for marking period 3 if the students have satisfactory performance in marking period 4 to use as a second semester grade on transcripts. This would also eliminate any extra work to put on teachers and staff. And it would also prevent technical errors that could arise from option 2. From Paula Wolf, I'm the parent of a 6th grader at CBMS and a 4th grader at Pasadena Elementary. I want to give feedback regarding this suggested grading policy for 4th quarter. The impact of COVID-19 has been devastating for everyone. My husband and I are both essential employees and have continued to work during this crisis. It has been challenging for our family to keep up with the required graded assignments. I have watched both of my children struggle to keep up. I've witnessed an increase in anxiety, anger, depression, and sleep problems in both children. My 6th grader has been on principal's honor roll for 3 semesters and has been on the computer 6 to 7 hours a day trying to keep up. She cries daily and begs for the system to be pass-fail. My son has a 504 plan for anxiety and ADHD and has struggled to keep up with assignments. It is challenging for me to work as a frontline medical health provider and then have to come home and try and help a 9-year-old complete assignments. Getting an ADHD child to focus in the evening is beyond difficult and is having a negative impact on his mental health. The current grading policy does not work for anyone. Teachers, students, and parents are being pushed to their limits. COVID-19 is an unexpected crisis that we were not prepared for. The grading policy needs to be changed to pass-fail for all grades. High school is the only level where GPA matters. They are the only ones that need a choice. Yes, it is not fair that some kids will get credit for doing minimal work. Right now, fair does not matter. We need to take care of kids, teachers, and families. Please make the grading policy pass-fail. It is the only practical solution. Thank you. From Jamie Adkins, I'm writing with regard to the question of grading, letter grades versus pass-fail. I am normally a huge advocate of letter grades as it informs parents and students of a child's mastery of material and classroom performance. This is based on the theory that students are expected to learn material that is being taught. Having had e-learning in place for several weeks, I am confident in reporting that almost nothing is being actively taught. My 2 students are directed to websites to teach themselves. I sadly report that my middle schooler has not had a single live session in many classes at all since March. So instead of grades measuring a student's subject mastery, they are being graded on how well they self-teach with limited materials and minimal support. If parents are not teachers, and we're not, students are even less so. Assigning letter grades is an artificial attempt to use a normal learning measure for an environment that is less so. Assigning letter grades is an artificial attempt to use a normal learning measure for an environment that is anything but normal and can only with great generosity be described as teaching. Grades follow students their entire academic career. You are damaging students' opportunities even as quickly as their eligibility for programs next year if you allow an inappropriate and artificial measure to become part of their long-term learning records. I implore you to acknowledge the lack of teaching and therefore the lack of learning and make grades pass-fail. From Rebecca Kotraba, thank you for your service to our school community of students, families, teachers, support staff, and community partners. The crisis we have as a country and the world has been facing these past few months has put our students into uncharted and unequitable territory. We cannot fairly assess what should be expected for students' outcomes amongst any student. This is especially true for the thousands of students with special needs, including autism, hearing and sight challenges, developmental delays, and emotional disabilities. There are also students that have now developed severe anxiety due to this crisis. Our students' IEPs are unable to be met. For students with depression or anxiety, simply staying alive, staying calm enough to get through the day is the most we can ask some days. I see no way to give students grades for third or fourth semester. If a student wants a letter grade, ask for them to select as an option through a simple survey sent out by each teacher for each class by dividing the work and using a simple yes or no data sheet. The state students' name column for is if they want a letter grade, can be turned in by teachers to the team leaders to administrators, or however the system. Should students have to pass and complete work if they are capable, the letter grade is more pressure during a very rough time. Thank you. From Julie Lancaster. When voting this week, I believe you should choose option 3. Thank you. From Millie Johnson. I really like having input with the school system and the grading and whatever else. I have worked with a little online with the kids and a few others I've helped, and also have a son who's graduating this year. I've seen how the system is working for Sam and others who are not grasping how do you use the online system, but it's happening. So I am for option 3. My choice, it's because of the teacher and all of the online things they are already doing, and also because of the parents and how you would have to help them in these areas from option 1 and 2. I just think it's a great idea for option 3. I've actually been praying about how we would get their grades and even expecting that I would be fair to them. I think this is really a fair way. Thank you.
From Julia Knott. I am submitting this testimony as a parent of 3 Anne Arundel County students in regard to the grading options outlined in the May 1st email. Our family reviewed all the options and we unanimously agree that option 3 is the most reasonable and acceptable course to adopt. Option 3 is our vote. Second, I disagree with Dr. Arlotto's recommendation to extend the school year to 6/19/20. I'll read that one when we get to that point. I'm Emmanuel Carr, teacher at Glen Burnie High School and Board of Director member of TAC. First and foremost, I want to thank you for working so hard to ensure the best e-learning opportunities for our students. Then, I would like to share my opinion about the grading policy on the agenda today. Like many teachers around the county, I do not favor option 1. Even though I like the thought behind it as far as this giving as an option to students who are excelling, I believe there is still some sense of inequity for the ones who would do great in regular circumstances, but who may be impacted by the lack of device, internet, or family constraints. Issue that is actually across all the options. I personally think that for the sake of students, teachers, and staff, option 2 would be better. It is in my mind the most reflective of what students can do, since it would use their 3rd marking period grade, allowing the better performing ones to still work on their GPAs. It would also be less work for us, educators, who may feel overwhelmed with the amount of work required and constant changes. My concern for option 3 is that some students do the bare minimum in general. A mandatory 60% for all 3rd marking period means they could finish the semester with a C. It is not representative of what their abilities are. Overall, my hope is that whatever decision you make, you will consider guiding us on what satisfactory means to you. I have students who just click on, turn in with no attachment, thinking that by doing so, they would be passing. Therefore, there needs to be a clear expectation about what they would be held accountable for. Thank you very much for taking the time to read my testimony. From Carrie Petz. I watched the last meeting. I have read the new options and read people's online comments. I have students on both ends of the spectrum of concern. It should be noted that the board's concern started out of care and concern of our very large and diverse student population, which is wonderful. I do believe that in unprecedented times, the uncertainty, the right decision is pass-fail for all as originally requested. The weeks of delay for students and families, the amount of time taken behind the scenes to get these options were unnecessary and added stressors for all. Spending any money in a time of crisis for what we are calling choice is irresponsible. Part of learning in a time like this is that we all have to roll with some punches, and the whole world is aware of the situation and will act accordingly when it all pans out. For those still high achieving and for those barely getting by, pass-fail will serve its purpose of equity, which is so frequently spoken about. If staying with one of the new choice options, I like 2. You get what you earned or pass fail. Bumping up some grades seems unearned and a way to pacify a small number of people. I would wonder if I was a college admissions person and didn't see pass fail, what is the rigor or validity of those actual grades during this crisis time? My name is Paige Hawkins and I am a special educator at Arundel High School. I recently signed a petition with over 1,600 signatures that was created by the equity team at my school. While I prefer the petition's original position of pass incomplete, and I support student member Rita Alvey's editorial in favor of pass fail, I will support Superintendent Arlotto's option 3 as it does the least amount of harm to our most marginalized students. The students I teach have many disabilities, including, but not limited to, vision impairment, deafness, intellectual disabilities, and autism. The students I teach can be categorized as an underrepresented group. The first question we should ask ourselves when looking through the equity lens, according to MABE, is who are the underrepresented groups affected by this policy, program, practice, decision, or action? What are the potential impacts on these groups? Option 1 and option 2 fail to incorporate the strategic focus on underrepresented groups, in which students with disabilities can be categorized, and the potential impacts on these groups would be profound. Options 1 and 2 most benefit the small percentage of students privileged enough to be able to improve their grades outside of school during a global pandemic. Option 3, a pass incomplete policy, would alleviate stress for all students and parents, and it incorporates an equity lens by affording the greatest benefits to our most marginalized students, the ones who face the most obstacles to learning online outside of school buildings. From Amy Adams. I am respectfully submitting my opinion regarding the options for the second semester grading policy that is before the board. After reviewing the options submitted, option C is the most equitable resolution given the current situation. A student's third quarter grade should hold the most weight in this situation because the student was fully supported within a school environment, whether they have or utilized an IEP, 504, guidance counselor, nest hour, peer support, etc. What about students who have little to no support at home? It is not their fault, but at least with option C, this situation could be a balancing factor for them. And for students who do have support at home, under option A, the SU option, the third quarter grades when kids were in school will not count. Another downside for option A is that the overall cost and time to manually override each grade for each course would be overwhelming during a time that is already overtaxing to many. Please adopt option C. Leave third quarter grades intact because it's the best indicator and baseline grades for when kids were supported at school. From Diane Bates, we vote option 3 in our house. And ending school early is too much added stress on families during this trying time. From Sarah Parkinson, first, I would like to thank the board for your work on tackling these tough decisions in uncharted territory. I would like to express my opposition to option 1. At a time when our economy is in crisis and when teachers and administrators are facing the unprecedented situation of trying to finish a school year via e-learning, I cannot support an option which costs in excess of $300,000 and creates what is likely to be an administrative nightmare for our teachers. Can you imagine what the teachers would go through to make sure every family of each of their students had made a choice? Is that how we want them to spend their time? If we have $300,000 extra in our school budget, please use these funds to directly assist our school staff. From Jennifer Bell. I am a parent of a current AACPS high schooler, a freshman at South River High School. I'm writing in support of the board's decision to vote against Dr. Arlotto's proposed unsatisfactory proposal, the pass-fail option, as well as to note my support for the board's decision to allow students to select either the pass-fail option or to retain the grades that they earn in the second semester, the graded option, and to advocate that the board select either option 1 or option 2 of the 3 grading options proposed by Dr. Arlotto and his team. First, it goes without saying that this spring has been an unprecedented time for our families, teachers, and students in Anne Arundel County and throughout our state and nation. I commend all of our public school and private school educators who have worked so hard to adapt to online teaching and implement new ways of connecting with and motivating our children. I also understand that families and children throughout our county have different resources available to them and are under different constraints during this time. Given how critical a strong education is to future success and opportunity, that's particularly unfortunate, and I feel badly for any of our students who are in that situation, as it is simply not fair to them. That said, I firmly believe the solution here is not to simply implement the pass-fail option across the board. The pass-fail option is also unfair to many students. There is more here we will submit to the board. From Latika Hicks, with regard to the 3 possible options identified to allow for the implementation of the board's decision on a choice grading option, the Anne Arundel County NAACP supports option 3. Based on our understanding of option 3, as described in the press release issued by AACPS on May 1, 2020, it appears the best compromise and most equitable. Option 1 is not only expensive, but it also requires the most time and resources, and it does not consider the grading inequities. Option 2 does not require as much staff involvement to process. However, it also does not offer any grace or consideration to students impacted by the pandemic. None of these options is preferred. They all focus on grades and assume that every student in the school system is on a level playing field. Several issues around equity must be acknowledged. For example, the issue of access. Many students, especially in our most economically stressed areas, do not have access to technology or to the internet to engage in e-learning fully. Other students are lacking the academic and family support system at home due to economic, health, or specialized needs. At school, there were personnel to meet the educational, emotional, and physical needs. Outside of school, those supports are uncertain, and there is no way for the school system to determine the impact on the students' educational outcomes. Many students, especially those who live in areas hit hardest by COVID-19, may be dealing with the sickness or loss of a family member and mental or emotional toll this pandemic has had on us all. Therefore, the school system and Board of Education, as the representatives of the community, must consider all factors and take action using an equity lens to minimize harm, not compound it. Although we would prefer the emphasis to be placed more on engagement, learning, compassion, and mental health of our students over letter grades, we recognize the importance it holds to some, even during this unprecedented time. From Kimberly Edwards, I wanted to take this opportunity to discuss the grading options presented by the board. I feel that option 2 is the best option not only for students, but for our AACPS community as a whole. Current funds and resources should be directed to obtaining technology and support services for our students and families, not on changing the entire grading system during a pandemic. These challenging times are already putting added stress on families, teachers, administration, and students. A simple, easy to understand, familiar system would be best. Let's not waste any more precious time on this subject. Adding to the struggles and stress of our AACPS community is not what we as teachers want. Good teachers work smarter, not harder. Please open your minds and listen to what teachers and families are saying. Keep things simple. I appreciate all of the hard work our Board of Education team has put into making e-learning transition as smooth as possible. Keep up the great work.
From Patty Kaufman, when voting this week, I believe you should choose option 3. Thank you. From Christy Robertson, I am writing in response to the grading system choices. My son, who is a 10th grader, has worked incredibly hard this year and is trying to end his year with a 4.5 GPA or higher. He has taken classes that have challenged him beyond his comfort at times and has lost sleep due to his studying and homework. During the 2 weeks out, he was given 2 weeks worth of schoolwork and he did every bit of it. Then, when school kicked in, he has spent 7 hours a day to do his work. To give him a satisfactory and not account for the time and effort he has put into this is a shame. I would propose that children still receive a letter grade that they have earned during this grading period. From Kristen Caminetti, I'm saddened that throughout this process, the goal of Dr. Arlotto's initial proposal has been lost. He was seeking to do what would be least stressful for all students. The world is facing a crisis. People are dying every day. Kids and adults are worried that they will get sick. Families don't know how they will pay for necessities. Teen suicide rates are up, and rates of lethal child abuse are higher than ever. Yet our Board of Ed is telling kids they should be focused on GPAs. Now is the time to communicate to kids that they shouldn't be worried about their GPA, but should focus on their health. Yes, we must continue to help them learn and grow, but not with the stress of trying to achieve a certain grade. Now is the time to teach our children that school is about gaining knowledge and growing as a person so that they are so much more than a grade. It is time to reassure them that their future is bright and that if a college doesn't accept them because they had all passing grades during a pandemic, then they deserve a better college. Shame on the 5 Board of Ed members who don't understand the nature of this crisis, its impact on our kids, and the teachable moment that we as a community squandered. I ask that you reconsider an across-the-board pass-incomplete system. Bearing that, I hope that you adopt option 3, which for many reasons is most equitable. From Mary Burke Huffmeyer, I read that there are 3 options for consideration. I think this one is the best, option 3. A student's final second semester grade in a course would be equivalent to or 1 grade higher than the third marking period letter grade. A student who engages in e-learning and earns a satisfactory designation in fourth marking period would have their third marking period grade raised by 1 letter grade. A student who earns an unsatisfactory designation in the fourth marking period would receive the third marking period grade as the final grade for the semester. Letter grades would be calculated into a student's GPA as they would in any other semester. I think this method gives grace to the students struggling to complete e-learning assignments while not penalizing our high achievers who will be competing for scholarships based on GPA. Thank you for your hard work in these uncertain times. From Stephen Russell. First, I would like to commend Dr. Arlotto and the board for their hard work during these unprecedented times in education. However, on the topic of grades, AACPS has lost its way. The decision to allow students the option of letter grades at a time when the county cannot confirm that the schoolwork turned in is the work of the student in question is a vote for grade inflation and against grade integrity. A competent analysis of graded work in second semester high school courses would expose a circus departure from first semester performance and high school performance overall. If letter grades are adopted during this period of completely unproctored assessments, while I can appreciate that AACPS is trying to maintain as much of a normal educational conventions and calendar as possible, it is time to look around and understand that neighboring counties and states are taking much different paths forward, and for good reason. A plan that is unintentionally rewards unscrupulous behavior has no place in education. Let us question who will benefit the most. As tax dollars are appropriated for absurd software customizations that will never be used again, and whether the ends justify the means. College and university admission offices would do well to disregard second semester letter grades from our graduating seniors. I hope that AACPS has plans for more rigorous approach to student assessment if we remain buoyed to e-learning for the fall 2020 semester. From Kevin Phillips, I would like my testimony read on the issue of second semester grading possibilities. As a parent of a high school National Honor Society sophomore who scored a GPA of 4.37 for the third marking period, I'm a proponent of option 3. I don't think graded assignments during the fourth marking period are fair for the students, as my student has initially struggled with e-learning assignments during the first part of the fourth marking period due to teachers not doing any instruction. It is not fair for students to have assignments graded by teachers who are not doing any instruction, but instead are passing out work with no Google Meet or recorded videos instructing on materials, because as we have been told by his administration, that teachers are not yet comfortable with instructing via Google Meet or recording themselves on video instructing. Teachers had a week given to them by the board to get set up to speed on this technology, then another week to prepare themselves and their virtual classrooms. And if they aren't comfortable instructing at this time via the technology, then the students shouldn't be penalized for poor scores on assignments, which will affect their GPA and college admissions. It would be best, at least for my student to have his final semester grade be equivalent to his third marking period grade. As it appears, teachers were not ready to instruct to the capacity to have students achieve their best scores. From Greg Wyman. I am writing concerning the proposed changes to the fourth marking period grading. My son's course load is AP and honors courses. His goal is to attend a major university in the fall of 2021. His cumulative GPA is a 4.3 and is looking to raise his GPA. In his third marking period, he earned a 4.44 GPA. He is currently putting more than 50 hours weekly online into his studies. To ensure his hard work is rewarded, we encourage the board to use the proposed option 3, which would make a student's final second semester grade equivalent or a grade higher than the third marking period letter grade. This seems the most equitable to all students, the easiest and quickest to implement, and the most cost-effective option. Thank you. From Carla Walker. As the parent of 2 high school students in Anne Arundel County, I would like to weigh in on the possible gradebook systems presented by Dr. Arlotto. I prefer option 3. I like this option for the following reasons. It is cost-effective. With all of the impacts of COVID-19, I believe we should be fiscally responsible, as we will probably need funding in many other areas. It is timely. The ability to complete in a week allows for families and staff to move on and start addressing other concerns of COVID-19. It is less labor intensive for teachers. Teachers are dealing with their workloads and balancing their own families. There's no need to add additional workload by having them do manual input if this cannot be automated. It provides some leniency as well as equity for students. Please know that I appreciate the efforts of the teachers, staff, Board of Education, and Dr. Arlotto and his team. As we seek to lessen the impacts of such an unprecedented time, it is apparent to me that Anne Arundel County community cares, and I have no doubt we will emerge stronger than before. Thank you for taking the time to listen. I pray everyone stays safe. From Tracy Willis. Thank you for continuing to work so hard for the children of Anne Arundel County Public Schools. This is my daughter's final year at AACPS. Seniors have been significantly impacted by COVID-19. As a parent, I want whatever will give my daughter and all of the seniors and students of Anne Arundel County Public Schools the best possible GPA outcome without significant expense to the school system. It seems that option 2 is the most likely to achieve that goal and is therefore my preferred option. From Susan Strong. I am not a letter writer. I am generally supportive of most of Anne Arundel County Public Schools Board of Education initiatives. I think you are all doing a good job even in this pandemic, but I feel like I have to provide more explanation as to the options of e-learning and extending the school year for my middle schooler. I have a 6th grader at Bates PVA and 7th grader at Crofton Middle. Let me start with the issue of extending the school year. Please, please, please do not. My 6th grader came downstairs in tears this morning in tears, asking how much longer this will go on. This is everything related to this crisis. E-learning, self-quarantine, not being able to see friends, not being able to dance on stage, and continue to have extended day work on top of everything else. My 7th grader is a high achiever. She has straight A's. She's had straight A's since 3rd grade. She's finding it very difficult to self-motivate and spends hours on the computer each day. She has to complete all work assigned regardless of whether it is required or optional. If it is assigned, she has to do it. She spends 4 hours Saturday completing all of her social studies work. Yesterday, she said, "Mom, I just wish I could get one more day off per week." This is so hard. It's so hard for teachers, parents, and students. Please don't prolong that. Second, the grading options. I just really think the third option makes the most sense. It is the most equitable across the board and makes the most fiscal sense. Some final thoughts on Crofton and Bates. Crofton Middle School teachers and staff made a video for students that really made us happy. I wish Bates could do it, but I understand they are more concerned with finding and supporting students in need.
From Sharon Sonati. I vote for option 3. I have 2 children with completely different learning styles, although they are both struggling with e-learning. I would also like to suggest possibly ending e-learning Memorial Day. 3 to 4 hours of screen time per day has not been the case. Honors and AP, especially teachers, think this rule does not apply to them. Both kids and parents are stressed to the max. Depression and anxiety are at an all-time high. Kids are unmotivated. Thank you for your consideration. From Eric Doolin. I have an opinion to share. I strongly adopt the topic of the satisfactory and unsatisfactory grading system for quarter 4. I also believe a satisfactory grade should increase the letter grade up from quarter 3. The reasons I think this because many students, such as myself, do not think ahead when it comes to their grades and may not put 100% effort into their work at all times. This means my grades for quarter 3 do not reflect my usual grades. Although my quarter 3 grades aren't as good as I would like, I was planning on trying very hard in quarter 4 to raise the semester grade as I always do. I think option 3 is the only fair option and would be the best of both worlds for teachers and students. From Jennifer Dinmore. Thank you for voting in place the framework that allows for choice with options to meet all students' needs. This plan recognizes that one size does not fit all. It's fair and equitable to allow students to earn their grades while also having pass-fail available for those struggling. I was greatly relieved when the vote on April 15th settled the matter with such a caring and equitable decision to respect the individual students and their unique circumstances. It is unclear why a manual process can't be implemented to allow classes to be pass-fail or with grades, since we have both of these options currently. It will take some administrative work to generate the new classes, but it seems possible. If that is something the county will implement, then I support option 2 with the modification that a student receive a grade if it maintains or improves their GPA, rather than just improves the GPA as proposed. Some students want to earn their grades at this time since it is helping them cope. Taking away a grade after they have worked hard all semester would be a slap in the face to their efforts. Also, the same GPA with more credits underneath it will help to bolster their GPA in the future. Finally, some students want to earn superintendent's honor roll for all 4 years. This is it for seniors. They earned this distinction. Option 2, as written, wouldn't give them any grades since they can't improve their GPA. Taking away their grades would be a slap in the face, since after 4 years of hard work, the class of 2020 shouldn't lose anything else. Implement option 2, where grades go into the GPA as long as they maintain or improve the current GPA. There's more here we'll submit to the board. From Katie Comfort, I believe option 3 is the best choice for our students. I have 2 students in school in AACPS, and they are working very hard from home and trying their best. They should not have to be stressed out over grades during this global health crisis. Children are not meant to learn in isolation and over a computer. We need to make a choice that is best for all students, and I feel that is option 3. From Jill Whitley, it is important for the board to remember that you represent all 80,000 students of AACPS. You should weigh all policies through the lens of equity and have a primary goal of giving all our students the same opportunity. In addressing the issue of student grading, I hope you will keep in mind the educational equity policy that you will be reviewing later this evening. While I hope the board will reconsider a pass incomplete option, in the event it does not, only one of the options set forth by Dr. Arlotto can be considered the lesser of the inequity evils, and that is option 3. Option 1, I assume you would agree, is not an option. Not only is it inequitable, but considering the wasted resources of both time and money, this option should not even be considered. Option 2 is not student choice, as your original amendment intended, but a computer's choice, and leaves a system where some children will be given a pass and have a label that tells everyone they did worse during the 4th marking period than 3rd, but we will not know why. Option 3, while optimal, allows children a chance to improve their grades or lets them keep their grade from 3rd marking period when most of class was in session. 4th marking period then will not harm any student. Please do what is equitable during a pandemic. These are not normal times. We must have compassion and consider the impact of decisions on all kids. From Tim Brozek, I am writing today in support of option 3 for grading choice for the 4th quarter. Because pass-fail may not be an option, because our students are working without the necessary support of their teachers and peers, as well as the undeniable fact that students are working in different environments that are not controlled or equitable, along with the incoherence that would show on college admissions transcripts, with SU grades coinciding with letter grades in the same semester, options 1 and 2. Option 3 is the only equitable choice for our students during this semester and pandemic. Option 3 will not allow for the inflation of grades unnecessarily or unfairly, since we are only raising the 3rd quarter grade by 1 letter grade. Finally, option 2 is not presenting any choice to our students. An automated computer analyzation is not a choice for our students in option 2. If choice was what was asked for by board members at the last board meeting, then option 2 does not provide that to our students, while option 1 is an expense we should not be spending with our budget, not being met due to the pandemic. Therefore, my support lies with option 3 that Dr. Arlotto will present Wednesday night at the board meeting. Please consider the financial and inconsistent grading aspects of option 1 and 2 and vote for option 3. From Donna Phipps, I want to vote for option 3. Online school is very difficult and our computer isn't the best. But he does try, my son, and he accidentally did the wrong paper and he was told he wasn't allowed to redo his work. His English teacher told him Dr. Arlotto would not allow it. Thank you. From Lemuel Buckley. My name is Lemuel Buckley and I am the father of a junior at Arundel High School. I am writing today to offer my support of option 3 as it relates to the grading in the second semester of the school year. As you are considering the options before you, it appears to me that option 3 does the least amount of harm to our marginalized students at the time of this global pandemic. Additionally, option 3 is a cost-efficient and quick option to implement according to the information provided in Friday's press release posted online. Personally, I know my son is currently struggling to get comfortable with this online environment. He was challenged to learn and perform on good days when he was physically present in school before this pandemic changed the course of life. His teachers, and for that matter, all teachers and staff involved in converting to online learning so quickly, have done Herculean work just to be able to continue the school year in a virtual environment. My son is fortunate, and we have the ability to provide him with the tools and environment he needs to do his work virtually. But I know others in our community and our county at large are not as fortunate. Option 3 offers the most fair solution for all students. Thank you for considering my opinion, and thank you for your service on the board. From Melissa McCard. I am an AACPS parent and a teacher. On April 19th, I created a petition asking the board to revisit the grading policy in favor of a more equitable policy that seeks to reduce the negative impact of learning obstacles. That petition has over 1,100 signatures. What I propose in the petition most closely resembles option 3. I have previously emailed it to all board members. Option 1 is fiscally irresponsible, especially since the county council has cut the county budget and teacher contract negotiations are still ongoing. Options 1 and 2 would only benefit students who are able to improve their grades during distance learning, but it harms those who are having difficulties beyond their control. For some students, this is not a quality learning experience. For others, they do not have appropriate or regular access to learning, and for some, they are just trying to survive. Our county needs a plan that does the least amount of harm to our marginalized students. As a county, we must take into account all the learning obstacles students are dealing with right now. Option 3 is the only choice that is the most equitable and does the least harm to students. It strives to reduce the negative impact learning obstacles could have on GPA. As your decision, please keep in mind all students and approve option 3 as the best option for all students. From Peter and Susanna Carr, option C would be the best and most fair option given the hardships of e-learning that the students were in no way prepared for. Thank you for your consideration.
From Michelle Selner. My daughter is not a self-starter. She has always received decent grades, but requires absolute structure. This quarter, she has 6 E's so far. Please don't let her fail. She's 16, a 10th grader at Meade High School, and last report card she had honor roll. She was accepted into the IB cohort upon entering 9th grade because she had worked so hard her whole life. I'm begging you to make the better choice for my daughter, and please do not let her fail because this is not her ideal learning environment. She's having a lot of issues with the computer and the new e-learning with added emotional issues, depression, and lack of friends to cheer her up. From Paul Brophy. I'm a teacher in my 27th year. This is an unprecedented situation we are in. I appreciate the options being offered in regards to grading. In a time like this, we need to remember we teach students and not subjects. We need to remember that people matter, not policies and procedures. I have emailed a number of people and heard back from none of them in regards to grading. I'm not sure why emails from schools and the Board of Ed say email with questions when no response will be made. That said, these grading options address my concerns. Students should not receive poor grades due to the many issues arising from online schooling, tech issues, confusion, communication, home stress, etc. I think option 2 and 3 are good. I think the third is the best both logically, cost-effectively, and giving the most grace in grading. I would not go with option 1 due to the cost and GPA being excluded. For myself, as I teach online, grace in grading is guiding me. I want students and parents feeling loved and valued through everything I do. My subject matters, but my students matter more, and if I need to boost grades to help people feel less stress and confusion, that's a win for me and the families I teach. Respectfully and gratefully submitted. From Heather Clark. I'm emailing to urge the Board of Education to vote for grading option 3 as proposed by the Superintendent George Arlotto on May 1st. Option 3 is the best choice at this time because it is the most fair and equitable plan for all students during these unprecedented period in public education in Anne Arundel County and across the nation. Moreover, option 3 requires the least amount of money to implement and does not involve computer automated decisions regarding students' grades. For these reasons, please vote option 3 at the Board of Education meeting on Wednesday, May 6th. From Melissa Clark. Regarding the grading options for fourth marking period and e-learning, I watch my almost straight A honors high schoolers spend each day at the computer completing assignments and struggling with certain classes, as they are not actually being taught but instead have assignments posted with a due date and no real instruction. Classes like Spanish 2, where he's maintained a solid A throughout the year, he is now struggling to maintain a C in the class. Classes like Honors Geometry, where he's maintained a solid B, he is struggling to hold on to a C. This child is doing all of the work, but without any actual instruction, these classes are very difficult for him to essentially teach himself, and unfortunately neither my husband nor I can provide him much assistance in either. In straightforward classes like Honors U.S. History, where it's simply reading and answering questions, or Honors Biology, where there are several videos to accompany the assignment, he continued to excel. To have his GPA negatively impacted by this unfortunate set of circumstances, which are far beyond anyone's control, is not fair to him or to any of the other children in this county, especially when I understand that other counties in our state are going to the pass-fail and going to give their students a 4.0 GPA for this marking period when they pass a class. That will impact our county students in the long run when these kids are applying for colleges. The other counties will be cut above. For these reasons and for the least costly impact to the county school system, I would prefer option 3 or option 2, where these kids' GPAs would not be negatively impacted by things that are out of their control. There is more that we will forward. From Laura Billett. Thanks for the thoughts that you've put into the options regarding the grading system for fourth quarter. At our house, we believe that option 3 most fairly represents the student's performance. While we appreciate all the effort that has gone into the last few weeks for e-learning, I'm sure you'll find the results are far from desirable and don't reflect equal opportunities for all students. Recognizing their efforts to participate through these unprecedented times with raising their grade one letter for fourth marking period seems like a way to acknowledge their work without punishing those without parents at home to help and assess the technology. I hope that the board will vote for this option. From Brandy Andress. In response to the 3 proposed options for second semester grades, I think option 3 would be the best option because it does not put more pressure on parents to make those choices. It does not give the teachers more work that they must do. Also, it does not penalize the kids if they do not do as well on the fourth quarter. My concerns with option 1 and 2 are that the wrong choices could be made and then the students could be penalized. Also, the kids and the teachers have never had to do this before. My son is in high school, got straight A's the first 3 quarters, and now he is struggling to maintain good grades in his Principles of Engineering class. My son in middle school got A's, B's, and was recommended to take advanced math next year. Now he is struggling to get a C in math. They both do better in class where they can get face-to-face instruction. Also, they only get 1 grade per week to maintain their grades. I'm very concerned on how much they are struggling in some of their classes. Please pick option 3. From Shannon Go, I feel the best option would be 3 for my child. From Elizabeth Fine, I'm hoping that one member will ask for a revote to vote on the most equitable option for our students pass-fail. If we cannot revote, then we must vote for option 3, which is the most equitable option that Dr. Alato has researched. For students that can access Google Classroom in their homes, we were able to provide a fair testing environment where students' grades certify their own personal work without the use of other privileged resources. As a teacher, I know we cannot. How is an A earned first semester? With actual live teacher instruction and support in a fair testing environment and with necessary peer interaction, not in social isolation, be worth the same grades earned through online learning without these privileges? This is why pass-fail would be the most equitable. How can we grade what is not being taught but rather learned on one's own, answered in an uncontrolled variable environment? How is this choice equitable when colleges will wonder why a certain student chose or was automatically given via option 2 pass-fail over a grade? Ms. Ellis stated one student's grading choice has no bearing on another student's choice, but I beg to differ if a college sees AACPS students had an option and a student chooses or was given pass-fail by the computer. It will absolutely reflect negatively. The same grading option must be given for all students across the county to provide equity, which is pass-fail or option 3. From Susan Strong, we prefer option 3. Successful e-learning means third semester grade plus 1. Unsuccessful e-learning means third semester grade. From Jennifer Finn, in determining how to deal with fourth quarter grades, the board should consider the likelihood that COVID-19 will be with us forever and could cause us to have more distance learning in the future. If we are lucky, we will have wide distribution of a vaccine in 12 to 24 months. Therefore, as the grading issue is one that will persist past this quarter, a piecemeal approach does not help anyone. Option 1, the investment to implement this option seems worthwhile, given that we will continue to deal with COVID-19 into the foreseeable future. Option 2, no comment. Option 3, unless you raise A grades by a full point in the GPA calculation, example, A's from third quarter are weighed as 5s and AP A's are weighed as 6. This is unfair to A students. If every B student now has A's and C students now have B's, simply by not failing a class, the A students' work is watered down. Why are students getting an increase in grades for no reason? That aside, if you cannot adjust everyone up by a point in the GPA under this system, it is not fair and should not be used. Here are 3 other options that are fair to more students. Option 4, quarter 4 is the average of quarter 1 through quarter 3 grades. Option 5, use satisfactory, unsatisfactory for quarter 4, but final semester grades are students' quarter 3 grades. Option 6, for quarter 4 students, begin with quarter 3 as the starting grade, and they can raise but not lower it. Note, however, that this could be unfair, like option 3, unless teachers raise grades only for those students who have put forth exceptional effort. She has more, but we will email that to you.
My name is Russell Leone, elementary teacher and president of TAC. Today, you consider the grading structure of satisfactory, unsatisfactory versus letter grades for high school credit. Since the 3 options have been made public, I have heard from hundreds of teachers. I have yet to find one in support of option 1, providing student choice. While we understand and applaud the efforts of our students to maintain high academic standards even in these difficult times, we must acknowledge learning has not been equal for all students. This option also does not provide for the fact that all students would have to declare whether to accept the SU or letter grade. There is no system for how to handle students who do not respond to this. With over 6,000 families who have never logged into PowerSchool, this work would fall on our counselors. How do we account for the students who remain unreachable? Other counties, including Montgomery, Prince George's, and Howard, have all adopted a pass incomplete type of reporting system when most of the learning has been virtual. While on the surface, providing student choice seems equitable, it only highlights the further gaps created in the digital divide. Students without adequate access to e-learning or family support will be forced to accept pass-fail simply because they did not have the resources of their peers. As one teacher stated, no option is great, but at least options 2 and 3 will do the least harm. From Danielle Varnell. I'm the parent of one current AACPS high schooler, a freshman at South River High School. I am writing in support of the board's decision to vote against Dr. Arlotto's proposed unsatisfactory proposal, the pass-fail option, as well as in support of the board's decision to allow students to select either the pass-fail option or to retain the grades that they earn in the second semester, and to advocate for the board to select either option 1 or option 2 of the 3 grading options proposed by Dr. Arlotto and his team. First, it goes without saying that this spring has been an unprecedented time for our families, teachers, and students in Anne Arundel County and throughout our state and nation. I commend all of our public school educators who have worked so hard to adapt to online teaching and implement new ways of connecting with and motivating our children. I also understand that families and children throughout our county have different resources available to them and under differing constraints during this time. It is disheartening to me that many students did not have the online resources such as Chromebooks and even internet access when this pandemic began. And hopefully in the future, this resource inadequacy will be remedied before we are faced with the challenge of having to adapt to online learning. It is now abundantly clear that internet and computer access is vital to our children's education. It is also clear that as a result of resource inadequacy or other challenges faced by some of our students during this time, such students may be precluded from putting the same level of effort into their education as they would like. Given how critical a strong education is to future success and opportunity, that is particularly unfortunate, and my heart goes out to any of our students who are in this situation, and is simply not fair to them. There is more we'll submit to the board. From Isabel Trella. I feel that we should not be harmed by the new grading policy, and that kids who are completing assignments and working hard should benefit from it. I feel as if the best option should allow for students who are doing well in a class to get the credit and allow the grade to benefit their GPA, and the grades that don't benefit their GPA, they should pass those classes. This also allows AP students who are doing really well to bring up their GPA. From Carla and Kevin DeWitt. On April 15, 2020, Superintendent George Arlotto informed the board of his intent, due to the coronavirus pandemic and onset of e-learning, to make changes to Administration Regulation II-RA. The changes will result in students receiving a satisfactory or unsatisfactory designation in both the third and the fourth marking periods as a final grade. Student grades would not factor into GPA. I supported Dr. Arlotto's plan. Unfortunately, the Board of Education did not. These options have now been brought forth. Given these options and the costs associated with them, I support option 3, as does my high school junior. From Zurmama Patel, as a graduate of AACPS and teacher with experience in 3 of the high schools in the AACPS system, I've been fortunate to hear thousands of stories from the students and families that reside in our wonderfully diverse county. My position on grading policy during e-learning is that it would be most equitable to move to a pass-fail incomplete model, as this would not penalize the hundreds of students who are still unable to access learning materials on a consistent basis. Students without devices fell behind in their coursework for weeks before they were able to borrow one from their school, and for some households, that single device is shared between 2 or more children. As an avid site coordinator, I understand the concern for GPA improvement, but also know its relevance in this policy primarily supports the college-bound student. This is not representative of the entire AACPS student body. Why shouldn't our students who plan to join the military, workforce, or trade school be considered with such exceptions? Colleges too are experiencing this pandemic and will be very aware of the impact on student performance for the spring 2020 semester, and thus attempting to align with previous admission criteria feels in poor taste. After review of the superintendent's recommendations, I support option 3 as the least disruptive to college admissions process, but with a knot in my stomach for all of the students whose post-secondary plans have been dismissed via omittance from this conversation. As a junior in high school, I feel compelled to urge you to allow student choice for grades for the second semester. I've seen many petitions pushing to eliminate student choice due to the technology gap. However, this gap has always existed, as 90% of my homework has always been online. Not having the opportunity for grades is unfair to students who have set goals for themselves to attend competitive colleges with the hope of merit scholarships, where every small increase in GPA matters. I am experiencing the hardship of COVID-19 directly. My brother-in-law is in charge of the COVID unit at his hospital, causing my sister and her 15-month twin babies to live with us. My dad was laid off of work, and my mother is at risk and she has multiple sclerosis. However, I refuse to compromise my goals. Suddenly hearing that my hard work might not be recognized appears to be a slap in the face after spending countless hours of schoolwork every day and night. I am asking that the county recognize the hard work of thousands of AACPS students by giving them the opportunity to keep grades they have earned. As I was taught in my AP government class, America is based on equal opportunity. But equal opportunity does not mean equal outcome. This is why every high schooler in AACPS deserves the opportunity to make this decision. The decisions and circumstances of one student should not impact or limit others. From Carly Kaczynski. I am an AACPS school counselor at Arundel High School. I am in favor of the pass-fail position for all students. It saddens me that I have to write this for some to recognize the damage that would happen if AACPS doesn't adopt the pass-fail option. I honestly do not know where to begin or how to relay to you the challenges that some of our students face. I will start by sharing some direct quotes from different students that have emailed me in the last 3 weeks. Not a lot of it, no, a lot of it. It's just learning the material online by myself. I'm so frustrated. Yes, I'm just having a really hard time following. It's a lot. I'm really struggling with the e-learning aspect, along with the change in lack of scheduling has greatly hurt both my performance in school and mental health. I'm unsure what to do about anything. My internet is not consistent. This is hard. I am giving up on school, but I hope you are well and I miss you. I could go on for pages, and these quotes do not even include my students in homeless shelters, living with a grandparent with no technology, working long hours themselves to pay the rent, and so on. As the student member of the board has shared multiple times, our students are really struggling. I do believe a pass-fail grading policy would best help students who need our help most. My name is Jorge Cordoba. I am an AACPS parent, ESOL teacher at Arundel High School, and member of the equity team that circulated a petition with over 1,600 signatures. While we prefer our petition's original position of passing complete, we support student member Rita Alvey's editorial in favor of pass-fail. We support Rita Alvey's editorial in favor of pass-fail. We will support Superintendent Arlotto's option 3 as it does the least amount of harm to our marginalized students. I teach some of these marginalized students. I want to mention 2 examples for you to see how difficult it is for some students to turn in work. Jorge, at the beginning of the pandemic, became the breadwinner of the family, now works in a concrete plant for more than 8 hours every day from Monday to Saturday. Doesn't have a phone, and on Sundays tries to get Wi-Fi in any place to do his schoolwork. Due to these circumstances, he has been unable to turn in most of his classwork. Andrea, who has a laptop at home, but her mother lost her job due to the pandemic and decided to cut all the non-basic utilities, including internet. They do not own a car, and she cannot get to a school to get Wi-Fi. She has been unable to do her classwork. Your decision should look for these marginalized students of color that are victims of the technological divide and the poverty that so many in our county choose to ignore. From Wendy Bright, my family believes option 2 is the most fair, unbiased option for everyone involved. We believe option 1 is not a good option because it would be too hard for AACPS to get a response from every family. We do not support option 3 because we believe it will result in grade inflation. Colleges still take class rank very seriously, and when they may not have SATs to look at, class rank is even more important. It is not fair for the students who in the 3rd quarter got an 89%, who will work hard to get an A 4th quarter, to have the same grade as a student who got 81% 3rd quarter and might let their grade slip to a C 4th quarter. The descriptions were a little unclear, but I think we prefer option 3. We would like to get letter grades on options to get letter grades applied to the GPA, but don't want to be penalized with no redo e-learning challenges if there's an unsatisfactory grade.
From Trina Hayes. I'm the proud parent of 1 middle school student and 1 high school student in our county. Moreover, thank you for your transparency in sharing the grading options with all stakeholders. The best option to consider would be option 3. Option 3 will highlight efforts on behalf of our students, provide an intentional choice of opportunity for all students, consider fairness for all socioeconomic backgrounds, and give both 3rd and 4th quarters the continuity to work together as one grade. Thank you for your time and consideration. From Kayla Warner, in reference to changing the grading system of AACPS for US and letter grades, I personally feel students should not be able to choose what grade they have. I believe the system change is definitely on the expensive side for something that we may only use for the last 2 months of school. I believe this would be a change across the board to reflect whether the kids have honestly put effort into their work. As noted by others in the last meeting, some students receive a lot of support on their work while others are completely dependent, which can honestly make a huge impact on whether they receive that A or a D. I have 3 children, 1 who has serious anxiety issues. This work definitely has triggered it to be much worse. But without ample support, she would submit a 1-sentence answer to something that with support would be much longer. I know not all children have the support that I'm able to provide my children, so they may very well be capable of an A with in-person instruction, but may have only received a C or worse in this instruction. If the motion is on the table still to go to a US across the board without a choice to have letters, I would second that motion, but not the option to choose between receiving a D or an S. As a final thought, I would say any student able to earn even a C on this online instruction deserves an A, in my opinion, for attempting the work and being able to put everything else to the side to attempt. From Natalie Williams. I have 2 students at Old Mill High School in grades 9 and 11. In addition, we have a 4-year-old special needs son in ECI. My husband and I work full-time at a local hospital. While we are working on front lines, our children are tasked with navigating their courses while teaching and watching our preschooler. Our junior is taking 7 rigorous online IB courses. Not even college students are required this load. She believes her perseverance and efforts to produce quality work and stay the course will be diminished by a US grading system. The others' grades have been improving, and she is determined to finish strong. They do this despite mental health issues stemming from the shelter-in-place order and online curriculum. They work hard despite the odds stacked against them. Option 3 is the one option limiting harm to GPAs while preserving and acknowledging their work. It is not automated, impersonal, and costly, like option 1, and limits faculty focus on grading, like option 2, which only will add more strain to the existing burden. The faculty is an extension of our family. Therefore, our children need the BOE to fully support option 3. It's less expensive, won't put further unnecessary strain on the faculty so they can focus on students and their own families, and will allow the hard work that is being done to have meaningful results, a letter grade. I do not support option 1 or 2. Thank you for allowing my testimony. From Chris Truman. I read the board meeting notes concerning grading options for the remainder of the year. I don't know if you're taking public comments, but in case you are, option 2 and 3 are preferable. The cost of option 1 is exorbitant, and given the media reports that the county hasn't been able to contact over 3,000 families, option 1 won't even work. From Catherine Truman. I'd like to make it known that I prefer option 2 or 3. There are over 3,000 students who have not been participating in online school according to new reports. Attempting to get feedback from all families and costs make option 1 inappropriate in my opinion. From Linda Seinkowitz. As a parent of a high school junior, I would like to voice my support for option 3, presented by the board. I think it fairly takes into account the effort students put forth in the 3rd marking period while acknowledging the disparities students are facing using e-learning. Unlike option 1, it will not create additional work for the teachers who have been tremendous during these trying times. And unlike option 2, it will only rely on arbitrary algorithms. Thank you for the opportunity to present my view. From Tangelia Terrell. I am not sure if the upcoming board meeting will specifically address this or not, but I wanted to speak towards it if so. If not, please let me know which upcoming board meeting will address this issue. I checked the agenda, but I can't tell if Administrative Regulation IIR grading will focus on this particular issue with distance learning. I think it is important for parents and students to have a chance to choose whether or not they receive a letter grade this last quarter or pass-fail grade. It is very important to my daughter to receive grades for this last quarter to potentially increase her GPA. She's an IB student who currently has a 4.6 GPA. She needs a full ride scholarship, and receiving a pass-fail would not help her GPA to increase by those 0.4 points. Please consider students, such as my daughter, who are aiming for greatness in their GPA for scholarships and admittance into college. Thank you and have a great day. From Monica Fish, I'm in favor of option 3, which includes taking grades from the 3rd marking period and using them as a 2nd semester grade if the student is unable to complete the work satisfactorily the last marking period, or taking the 3rd marking period and increasing it by 1 letter grade if the student is able to complete the last marking period satisfactorily. I know my high school students have been struggling with online learning, and I think this would be most fair to all. Thank you for your consideration. From Shannon Rudloff. As a parent of 2 middle schoolers and a high school junior, I feel that option 3 is best. While I try my best to assist my children during e-learning, they are not getting the grades that they would if schools were in session. My normal honor students are getting Ds. This is typically unheard. Even though the teachers and administrators are trying their best, you just can't teach properly through a computer, especially subjects like math and science, where they may almost have it, but make a small mistake that gives the wrong answer. A teacher may have given partial credit or guided the students to correct an answer. The current system is right and wrong only. My children are working to the best of their abilities and are extremely frustrated when the grades come in as C or D with no chance to retake or go over why the answer was wrong. It is unfair to the majority of the students who are trying their best but cannot seem to learn this new environment. From Laura Lynch. Good evening. When voting this week, I hope that you will vote on option 3 for fourth quarter grades. I am the parent of 2 AACPS children, grades 9 and 7. Thank you for your time.
From Bradley K. O'Neill. When making this decision, we must consider efficiency, cost, fairness, and timeliness. Option 1 gives everyone a choice as to whether they want a satisfactory, unsatisfactory, or a letter grade for each individual course. It will take approximately 4 weeks to activate, which is a shaky estimate at best given the time that we are in. This also does not allow very much time for beta testing, which is extremely important given the sensitivity of the information being stored within this system. Furthermore, this option requires many moving parts once the program has been initiated. Options 2 and 3 seem to be the most fitting during these times due to the timeliness and cost of instituting one of these programs. Option 3, however, seems to be the most viable option as it gives all e-learning students an equal ground when deciding the final results. This is because a student who is now struggling due to these times will not be penalized for the hard times we now face. Furthermore, this system transparently grades students from a satisfactory, unsatisfactory to a graded basis, while maintaining an integrant grading scale as well as a fair system of grading. From Judith Keeler, all means all. 3 simple but powerful words. This is not only a catchy hashtag, but is the backbone of AACPS's current strategic plan. Dr. Arlotto speaks passionately about our combined values of acceptance, inclusion, compassion, and increased empathy since 2015. I have seen firsthand his commitment to our diverse student population. During this unprecedented time of global crisis and pandemic, the Board of Education should take some of the attributes from what our students learn in their freshman global community citizenship class and apply it to a fourth quarter grading. Education, the superintendent has said, is a world of teachable moments. I agree. We should be recognizing and finding compassion and kindness for the families in our school district who are essential workers, who need their older children to look after siblings for their family survival, or who are socioeconomically challenged in the best of times and are currently facing enormous hardships. Further, there are students who are typically do well but are struggling with online learning, and now the anxiety of this for them is becoming overwhelming. They have 1 assignment per week with no redos. We are now 5 weeks into the fourth quarter, and students don't know how they will ultimately be graded. Our Board of Education needs to place the well-being of the 25,000 plus high school students above those whose weighted GPA may be off by 2/100ths of a percentage point. Option 3 does that. Do no harm. All means all. Good evening. I am Leanne Walker-Eilig, a parent of a junior and 8th grader enrolled in Algebra 1 and an elementary school student here in Anne Arundel County Schools. I prefer the board to move to a pass-fail system as recommended by Student Board Member Rita Alvey and the State Superintendent Karen Salmon. Option 3, while still having some bias towards GPA, is the closest option offered by Dr. Arlotto. I support this option out of compassion for those students with less than ideal circumstances. At the very least, this is stressful. I have high-achieving children with anxiety disorders, and these circumstances have brought those symptoms to a head as they attempt to navigate this new territory. My high schooler spends anywhere from 5 to 8+ hours daily doing schoolwork. We have increased medication dosages, purchased supportive resources, and increased therapy session frequency. They share Wi-Fi with their telecommuting father and occasionally have to log off and skip class needs and videos so their father does not lose his VPN access to work. I am a nurse and work night shift, so I am generally home during the day. I also care for COVID patients, so there is a worry. Even still, I believe we have close to ideal circumstances for this. I cannot imagine life in a household where there is financial worry, a sick relative, special needs, older teens caring for and assisting younger siblings, addiction, or abuse. These are not equitable times. Please offer students an equitable pass-fail system. From Jennifer Hardy. While I believe that option 3 is the best option of the 3, I do not understand why we cannot grade our students as we would as if they were in the classroom. Work done equals grade earned. I think there needs to be some of option 2 implemented to understand a student's history more than just the second and third marking period. My household has 3 students in it, 12th, 10th, and 8th grade. 2 of my students spend hours a day doing schoolwork, and I spend hours a week learning with them as well as what they need help with. My other student does nothing. It is reflected in his grades. His third quarter grades were the best he has ever gotten in 3 years in high school. This could have been the first time he would earn credit for all the classes on his schedule. However, he has done nothing in this 4th marking period, and his grades should reflect that, and he deserves to fail. Option 3 would pass him. This is unfair to all the students who are diligently working hard every day doing work. Please do not make their work for nothing. Please do not reward the students who are doing nothing. Look at their history, allow the teachers to do their jobs, and grade the students. There is already enough grace that if a student does nothing, they are given a 50% of the points earned. I feel it is an injustice to pass the children who are not capable of doing the work. Honestly, that is how my 10th grader, who was passed through all 3 years of middle school because he passed the 4th marking period only. Now he has never passed a high school core class in his high school career. Giving them grades and pushing them through is just setting them up to fail in the real world. Please give grades as grades are earned. From Jacqueline Olson. The Anne Arundel County branch of the NAACP fully supports the educational equity policy and educational equity regulation as written and submitted by the AACPS Office of Equity and Accelerated Student Achievement. This appears to be about a future item on the agenda, so I'll hold that. From Lisa and Elliot Horner. As parents of 2 high schools, one in STEM at North County and one in BEMA at Glen Burnie, although we are not thrilled with any of the options and feel that students should continue to work and be graded accordingly, as that is not an option, we are in favor of option 2. Option 2 is an automated option in which a customized program is developed in PowerSchool to examine every student's situation and determine course by course whether a letter grade or a satisfactory, unsatisfactory designation would best benefit the student's grade point average. Students who have letter grades as a final second semester grade would have that letter figured into their GPA. Students who have an S or a U as a final grade would not have that grade figured into their GPA. The cost estimate for customized calculation is $7,000. Students work very hard and are motivated to do better. By removing all options for them, we are showing them that even if they don't try, it won't matter. Unfortunately, in the times we are facing, the options seem to be limited. That being said, option 1 not only would be a great financial hardship on the county, but also a mental hardship on teachers and support staff. Option 3 rewards students for not working and gives them the ability to maintain their grades, but does not give students the opportunity to raise their grades if they complete all work and excel more than a single letter grade. This leaves option 2 as the only viable option for students who want to succeed and to continue to work as hard as they can and maintain their GPA. Thank you for your time and consideration. From Arian Lucas. Our family's opinion of the 3 proposed options is option 3. There are so many factors that influence a child's ability to succeed with online learning, and each child has different circumstances. It's hard to assign grades, but it is best to not punish the children who don't have the same technology access, tools for learning differences, or consistent parent support at home. I think the board should prepare to have additional help sessions for next year to help children who need to get caught up on the learning they did not fully comprehend. Rather than no child left behind, the approach should be all children should thrive. The least number of days in June the kids have to do online learning, the better. From Ashley Gale, please provide this testimony as support for option 3. A student's second semester grade in a course would be equivalent to 1, 2, or 1 grade higher than the 3rd marking period letter grade. A student who engages in e-learning and earns a satisfactory designation in the 4th marking period would have their 3rd marking period raised by 1 letter grade. From Susan Latour, I'm a parent of a current freshman at South River High School. I am writing in support of the school board's decision to vote against Dr. Arlotto's proposed satisfactory-unsatisfactory proposal, the pass-fail option, as well as to note my support for the board's decision to allow students to select either the pass-fail option or to retain the grades that they earn in second semester, the graded option, and to advocate that the board select either option 1 or option 2 of the 3 grading options proposed by Dr. Arlotto and his team. I fully support Danielle Varnell's position in her letter to the school board, which is attached here. From Lisa Angstrom, I am completing my 29th year as an AACPS teacher. After 19 years teaching in various high schools, I have been teaching at SPMS since 2009. I have been a nationally board certified teacher since 2003 and was the first secondary teacher AACPS sponsored for that certification. I do not consider my professional practice to rise to the level of master teacher, but I have consistently pursued research-based instructional strategies to maximize student learning. It is with the underpinning of this personal history and professional focus that I address you tonight. It is my position that the e-learning AACPS students are currently experiencing, while a valiant response to an emergency public health crisis, is not providing effective learning for students. This assertion is based not only on my own experiences, but also, and more significantly, on AACPS definition of best practices for teaching and learning. I implore you to review the AACPS documents that define these best practices, some of which are linked or attached to this testimony. I assert that AACPS learning does not and cannot meet the minimal standards of effective teaching in AACPS, and as such does foster effective student learning. We should not retain grades as the accepted measure of student learning and achievement under conditions that cannot maintain AACPS usually high standards for instruction and assessment. As such, I am making a clarion call that the BOE approve the conversion of grades for the 3rd and 4th marking period to pass incomplete.
From Ashley McClanahan, Tompkins. Previously, when I reached out to the board after April 15th's meeting, I was told that the option for grades would only be afforded to high school students. I am writing to request that this be extended to at least middle school students. If any of these options are approved and the money is allocated, then it would seem short-sighted to not only allow the technology to provide a similar opportunity to all students. If the technology is paid for and capable, why not afford the enhancement to all students who have a desire for letter grades? Without this, my son's 3rd quarter report card will reflect all A's, but when 4th quarter report cards are sent out, these will be overwritten with S. I realize the importance of equity, and I wish you good luck in your decision and eventual decision. From Carly Reitzes. The board should accept Dr. Arlotto's original proposal, i.e. satisfactory or unsatisfactory designation, not factored into the GPA, and reject the other 3 options being discussed. Concerning today's challenges, to express concern over students' GPA this semester is tone deaf and inequitable. While some students find themselves in a privileged position, able to approach their schoolwork with rigor and concentration, many of our students are not. The coronavirus pandemic magnifies the effect of social disparity on students' grades due to technology access, financial hardships, uncertainty, and disruption to routines and general worry. To think that all of our students are able to raise their GPA if they work hard this semester is just untrue. Plus, teachers can provide constructive feedback without grading. Ultimately, grades this semester won't even matter. College admissions will look upon letter grades this semester with skepticism. They will understand that given the challenges of distance learning during the pandemic, the grades are an inauthentic evaluation of students' abilities anyway. Therefore, it does not make sense to add more stressors to our families and teachers. Of the options presented, option 1 puts an additional burden on families and school staff to select their choice on parent portal. Option 3 is arbitrary, and we do not want to engage in grade inflation. Of the given options, option 2 is the best, and yet it requires teachers to spend time grading and entering students' work, only to have many students choose S or U in the end. What purpose does this serve? From Tracy Bochetta. As a parent of a 10th grader, we choose option 3. It makes sense. It's more cost effective, and AACPS does not need to spend an additional $321,000 per year on a grading program. That's crazy. And option 3 offers a better time frame, being only 1 week to implement. It's a no-brainer. Also, my opinion is not to extend school. That's, sorry, not relative.
Ms. Howe, does that complete the reading of the public testimony? Okay, we're going to give everybody a chance to go ahead and check in. And we'll get started here. So Dr. Arlotto, you have a presentation on some of the things that were discussed.
Yes, ma'am. Has that concluded all of the public testimony? Did we get a confirmation?
I'm getting verification right now. Please stand by.
I apologize. I'm sorry. Where did I leave off? Okay.
From Tiara Owen. I'm a very concerned parent. I read your article released on May 1, 2020 about adjusting our kids' grades, and I'm completely against this option of changing the grading system. I work hard daily to homeschool my 3 children, spending countless hours making sure they are doing the work, but more importantly, understanding the work. My kids deserve to receive a grade based on our current functioning grading system, not just a simple satisfactory or unsatisfactory. I also find it to be a slap in the face to me as a parent who is spending the time to make sure my children are learning and doing the work. There is so much more that I could say, but you have restricted such heard concerns at the hearing to 250 characters or less. So it is most important to me that you know I am against the conversation and act on changing the grading system for our children at this time. From Geraldine Deach. I wanted to provide my input on grading. I have 3 children in AACPS schools, 1 each in elementary, middle, and high school. I also work for AACPS preschoolers with preschoolers in community-based services across the entire county. I am well aware of the diversity of our county and the difficulty some of our students have accessing technology. I am also aware that even those with access to technology do not have the home support of many of our students need to be successful with distance education. I was pleased that the board did not approve Dr. Arlotto's plan to give students a satisfactory or unsatisfactory designation and to not factor grades into GPA. I am happy that Dr. Arlotto has come up with some possibilities to give students a choice in their grades and future. My children are all working very hard this semester, 2 due to intrinsic motivation, 1 due to outside motivation and structure from his parents, and deserve to have their work graded and not just given as satisfactory for their efforts. They care about their grades and are putting in the time and effort required to sustain their grades. Although they need varying levels of support from us, they are all working extremely hard. They have reached out to their teachers as needed to clarify assignments. They are working hard on each assignment, not just completing them. I recognize that many of our students are having difficulty with this learning platform for many reasons and may benefit from the SU option. I feel that option 2 is the best option for students. Although it does not directly give students a choice to receive a grade or an SU, it gives them the choice to work hard to achieve high grades or just complete the assignments at the level necessary to pass. Option 2 allows students who need the option of SU to benefit, but also allows those who have been working tirelessly this quarter to receive the grades they deserve. There's more that we will submit. From Kara McCandless. In light of the new options introduced by AACPS Superintendent regarding second semester grading, I would like to express my support for option 3, in which a student's final second semester grade in a course would be equivalent to or 1 grade higher than the 3rd marking period letter grade. I support this option because it is equitable and recognizes the work of students during the second semester. I believe that this option is compassionate towards those facing challenges with at-home learning, but does not negate the hard work of students in the second semester. This option would benefit juniors for whom it is important to have grades reported for their final semester of classes prior to applying to college. It also benefits students who had a difficult first semester, such as freshmen who were adjusting to the demands of high school, but adjusted their study habits to earn better grades in the second semester. I reviewed these options with my 3 high school students, and all of them preferred option 3 to option 2 or pass-fail for all. I originally supported the option that the board voted for, option 1, the choice option, but I understand that the cost and timeline associated with this option could be prohibitive at a time when funds are limited. I am grateful to the superintendent AACPS staff, and the board for thinking creatively to develop an option that considers the needs of all students in this difficult time. From Suzanne Trainer, I am writing today in support of option 3 for grading choice for the fourth quarter. Because pass-fail might not be an option, because our students are working without the necessary support of their teachers and peers, as well as the undeniable fact that students are working in different environments that are not controlled or equitable, along with the incoherence that would show on college admission transcripts with SU grades coinciding with letter grades in the same semester, option 3 is the only equitable choice for our students during this semester and pandemic. Option 3 will not allow for the inflation of grades unnecessarily or unfairly, since we are only raising the third quarter grade by 1 letter grade. Finally, option 2 is not presenting any choice to our students. An automated computer analyzation is not a choice for our students in option 2. If choice was what was asked for by the board members at our last board meeting, then option 2 does not provide that to our students, while option 1 is an expense that we should not be spending with our budget not being met due to the pandemic. Therefore, my support lies with option 3 that Dr. Arlotto will present Wednesday night at the board meeting. From Morgan Van Arsdal, thank you for attempting to do the best for our students in the midst of an unprecedented situation. That said, the focus seems like a tremendous waste of time and effort. I would much rather see time spent on focusing on ensuring the best possible education for all students now. What is currently going on is vastly different experiences depending on the individual school and teacher. After all, isn't school really supposed to be about learning and not grades? Third quarter was nearly complete when the shutdown happened. The report card should reflect whatever a child earned in the third quarter. For fourth quarter, this seems like much ado about nothing. College admissions offices around the world will know the fourth quarter 2020 grades were earned under very weird circumstances, regardless of what's on the actual report card. Spending over $300,000 on any grading option would be reprehensible. I hope option 1 is quickly dismissed as not at all reasonable, and I hope a decision is quickly made so that the drama and uncertainty surrounding the issues is ended. From Francis Rodenhausen, I recommend going with options 2 or 3 for the spring semester grades. I think options 2 or 3 would be best, given that many students are struggling to access the curriculum due to lack of resources and/or experience with computers, and many students are not able to learn as well as they were learning how to use the e-learning platform and apps at the same time. Additionally, it takes time for students to get comfortable reaching out to their teachers in this new way. I have 2 middle schoolers who typically have all A's or all A's and 1B. Prior to e-learning, they were less tech savvy than average middle school students, as they don't have cell phones and have limited access or interest in computers. They mainly use the computer for school. They had begun texting friends occasionally from my phone. With e-learning, there was an e-learning curve plus getting comfortable with Google Meets and some of the math apps, so they had some difficulty with assignments the first few weeks. Additionally, teachers were using PDF worksheets which could not be edited on our computer. Our students also had some difficulty figuring out how they were comfortable communicating with their teachers. They both have a significant decrease in their math grades, C and D, compared to A's third quarter. This is a household with 2 well-educated parents who are still working, but from home. We have computers for the kids to use, and we have computer experience and are available physically and emotionally to help our children. We are not stressed by financial or medical hardship thus far. There's more we'll submit to the board. From Nick Fine, I am writing today in support of option 3 for grading choice for the fourth quarter. Because pass-fail might not be an option, because I am working without being able to talk to my teachers and friends, because I am working harder than ever before, because I know there are students out there who don't have food to eat, or their parents are first responders, or their parents don't have jobs, option 3 is the only choice for us this semester. Option 3 will let me focus on my mental health and let me organize my thoughts more clearly to perform better on my schoolwork. I am normally a straight A/B student, who now, if I get a B or a C because I'm having a hard time working without my teachers and friends, will have a computer put on my transcript an S. That isn't fair. I worked hard all year, and with option 2, I won't even have a choice. I am a military student. None of my friends in other states are having to go through this. They are working for pass-fail. I think we should be focusing more on helping others right now. I think we should be focusing on our family time. I am a hard worker, but right now my brain doesn't even function like it should. This isn't my fault. Please understand that I want to earn my grades in the right place, school. Option 3 is the only option after pass-fail was eliminated. Please consider pass-fail or option 3. From Matt Fine, I am writing today in support of option 3 for grading choice for the fourth quarter. Because pass-fail might not be an option because our students are working without the necessary support of their teachers and peers, as well as the undeniable fact that students are working in different environments that are not controlled or equitable, along with incoherence that would show on college admissions transcripts, with SU grades coinciding with letter grades in the same semester. Option 3 is the only equitable choice for students during this semester and pandemic. Option 3 will not allow for the inflation of grades unnecessarily or unfairly, since we are only raising the third quarter grade by 1 letter grade. Finally, option 2 is not presenting any choice to our students. An automated computer analyzation is not a choice for our students in option 2. If choice was what was asked for by board members at the last board meeting, then option 2 does not provide that to our students, while option 1 is an expense we should not be spending with our budget not being met due to this pandemic. Therefore, my support lies with option 3 that Dr. Arlotta will present Wednesday night. Patrick and Sandra Walker. You presented the parents with 3 options. What do you think about none of the above? What the heck have I been doing for the past several weeks to ensure my student had the resources and attended the courses as mandated by the state? With my child being home, we probably forced him to take his schoolwork more seriously, and we were able to raise his GPA significantly. What happened to allowing students and parents that took this task seriously and did what needed to be done? Perpetuating this belief that a participation award will always be provided does nothing to prepare our children for the challenges that they will most certainly face in the future, and does society a great injustice, not to mention trivializing the accomplishment of those who actually perform well. I am for letting fourth quarter marking period grades stand as they are being performed or not performed. From Julia Howes. I agree with Superintendent Dr. Arlotta's recommendations due to the coronavirus pandemic and onset of e-learning. All students at all grade levels should receive a satisfactory or unsatisfactory designation in both the third and fourth marking periods as a final grade. Our school system is based on our most important stakeholders, the students. We need to be thinking of what is best for all of them, because in our system, all means all. We cannot think of any other option and allow some students and families to choose while others get left behind. Option 1 would be reckless and fiscally irresponsible. $321,000 plus on this program is not where I, as a parent, want the money spent. I don't want the additional burden on staff and teachers either. This option is not equitable. Option 2 doesn't have the financial burden, but still isn't equitable. This won't work for our students either. So that leaves option 3 as the only responsible and equitable option. I urge the board to vote in a responsible and equitable way for all of our students.
From Chip Langhart. At a time when the state budget is stretched to the breaking point, how could you even consider option 1? The final outcome of option 1 and option 2 would be exactly identical. However, option 2 costs 98% less money and can be implemented in a quarter of the time and requires no action by parents, students, or teachers, and still results in the best possible outcome for students. From Corey Barrett. I would like to express my very strong feelings against a move to a simple satisfactory unsatisfactory grading system for the second semester. My son has been working very hard all semester long, most recently under very difficult circumstances, to do everything he can to improve his GPA to better enable him to get into the colleges on his wish list. It is the spring of his junior year, a critical time for boosting his upcoming college applications. And taking this opportunity away from him is totally unfair. Further, the spring semester goes back now 3 months, with a little more than 6 weeks left in the semester. The semester is approximately 70% over. There is no way you can take away all that hard work and make this change so late in the schedule. If you want to get creative in allowing options to allow students to accept the satisfactory, unsatisfactory system, that may be acceptable. But to mandate it for all students is very short-sighted and unnecessary, punitive to the kids that have worked hard. These students already face limitations to demonstrate excellence on SAT scores. They've had greatly reduced opportunities to expand their clubs, activities lists, and in general, it is very hard to enhance their college applications during this critical time. Taking away his very good grades this semester would make this very difficult situation even worse. Please do not do this. From Terrell Johnson. Option 1 is too expensive. A 3-year contract is not necessary and should go through the standard bidding process. Time restraints to be considered. Option 2 creates a better playing field because it's the closest to standard grading. Slide scale grading without research may make it difficult when our kids compete against other counties. Option 3 is of no benefit to A students. Nor does the slide scale grading take sports eligibility into consideration, nor does it take under consideration the future of e-learning. Keeping grading close to standard will make it easier to tweak in the future. From Michael Clark and Gail Hewitt Clark. The proposed grading choices are fraught with possible issues of inequity and manipulation. Students may not have participated in learning at home because of lack of technology, and therefore students who have access to technology will have an unfair advantage over students who do not have access, thereby widening the digital divide. Giving students the option to determine which courses get U or S grades and which courses get letter grades opens the door to strategic manipulation of GPAs. Because semester 1 was completed before the pandemic, GPAs should be calculated through semester 1 of this academic year. GPAs for graduating seniors should be based on this calculation. Seniors should have their term 4 classes graded as SU to determine which graduation requirements have been met for identifying course completion. I would recommend that letter grades should be used for continuing students, but they should not be calculated right now. For continuing students, letter grades for semester 2 should be used in all courses, and then students should all have through the end of term 1 of the new academic year to complete any online work that was assigned for letter grade. The reported grade at this time can be SU with the numerical equivalent so students can make a choice on whether they should invest the time in completing work or not. This gives the school system the opportunity to ensure that all students have the access to technology to complete the work that schools will need to determine which students did not complete the work because of access and to put things in place so those students can participate in the future. Further, because the situation could arise at any time, curriculum development over the summer should focus on ensuring all courses can be effectively offered in online and face-to-face formats and stepped up to full online delivery should the situation demand it. From Andrea Patrick. Thank you for the opportunity to allow feedback from parents on this very sensitive subject. This is a situation we have never experienced, and I fear it won't be the last. I support the board's decision 100% as we cannot dismiss the hard work and grades earned 3rd and 4th marking period by our children. I have 3 kids who were brought up in the public school system, a son who graduated in 2017, and 2 daughters, a freshman and a junior, attending Arundel Senior High. Both work incredibly hard for their grades. My junior has excelled in her courses as she prepares for college admissions. She's been visiting and interviewing with colleges of choice for months, even in this viral environment. I appreciate the options given, as I know the board is working hard for a fair solution. I ask that you please keep our high school students at top of mind. If any student body needs the opportunity for a choice to receive a letter grade, it is them. I'm not by any means dismissing the hard work of our younger students, but there is no risk at stake for this population this semester. It is my hope that your final decision is fair, and regardless of the outcome, schools will work with teachers to accommodate those students who choose and need to have letter grades reflected in their GPA. Please allow for the choice and continue to support the need for choice. Thank you for the long hours dedicated to our students over the past weeks. I'm proud to be a part of the AACPS system and appreciate you taking my concerns into consideration. From Gia Scott, as the board would not agree to a satisfactory and unsatisfactory proposal from Dr. Arlotto, I'd like to add this comment as a parent for consideration. Please consider options 2 or 3. Satisfying their educational requirements should be enough. Their records should not be affected if they made the effort to turn in work. Grading is not as important as the emotional and intellectual impacts our kids are facing from this pandemic. As a full-time working parent at home, trying to assist 2 primary grade students with school and watching another 2 preschool age children, we help our kids complete assignments and turn them in as we are able. Teachers are doing their best, and we are doing our best. However, the level of teaching and teaching graded assignments are not equal to the learning that would have happened in the classroom. Our biggest success is getting them to complete and turn in assignments, but there are much more non-graded tasks and assignments that we cannot always complete. Believing that we are doing our best to help them understand and complete the graded assignments is not enough. The stress and the tension involved in completing work and balancing home life is very taxing on families, as we are all having to make sure we can provide care for our children and to keep our income. We cannot spend large amounts of time teaching our children if they are not able to understand assignments or lessons presented. Putting additional stress of grading on students only contributes to the stress of learning online at home and the stress of our stay-at-home order on our family structure at home. Children, younger and older, are all dealing with the impact of their emotional and intellectual development under the new reality they are living with under this pandemic. From Ashley Watson. I'm the parent of 2 students who attend AACPS schools. I'm writing this letter to weigh in on the grading options for the 3rd and 4th marking periods. I agree with option 3. The reason I agree with this option is because we have children who have different learning styles, needs, and others who present challenges that can't benefit from e-learning. E-learning is a new way of education for some individuals, and with no clear instruction of how to adapt to this, which can be very challenging for children. Children are used to being taught a lesson, shown examples, and then are given structured practice and then assessed on their progress. This format is not being done in the e-learning process. This platform has been a learning experience to all of us, and the children should not have to suffer for something beyond their control. Parents are required to now be home teachers instead of just helping with nightly homework. If parents are not on a certain intellectual level, this can become very frustrating to the child not being able to get help or complete the assignments to the best of their ability. The mental stability of children is different with having to adapt to this new way of life, learning, and to possibly deal with stressors in the home that they normally escape during the normal day and week. Please consider all the growth aspects of children when making these decisions. Thank you, a concerned parent, as well as an individual who works with Maryland's children. From the Jeffers clan. I have 4 children in the school system for elementary to middle and high. I have read the options and feel option 2 and 3 are the best for 2 reasons. 1, it takes the decision out of the child and family's hands. These kids have enough on their plate and they don't need to stress about choosing pass-fail. And 2, it costs less money to the county and the people in the county. Thank you for all you do. From Tasha Herner. Option 3 sounds to be the least time-intensive and least complicated, along with being one of the 2 cheaper options. From Courtney Delkey. I'm submitting a comment against option 1 for high school grading plan. Spending over $300,000 and many teacher hours on this is unacceptable. It should not even be on the table, with 2 perfectly fair options that cost much less.
From Carla Gaskins. I hope that we pick option 3 for final grading. I have a section 504 student and option 3 would work best as long as he is able to keep up with assignments. I sincerely hope that we are considering all of the special needs students. From Jason Anderson. My older brother is a teacher for Troy High School in Southern California, and I would like us to go with what their school is doing. It would become option 4 for us. As for the 3 options you listed, we do not want to do new software. There will be bugs, protests because of it, and the cost will expand a lot more than it started with. We need that money to pay the teachers next school year. If you won't consider what they are doing below in California, then I would go with option. Please take a serious read of what they are doing and consider it. We'll support that. We'll submit that to you. From Amy Kess. I believe option 3 is the best and fairest option for students during a global pandemic. There is no way to fairly grade in this new and experimental learning environment. There is no way to account for the variables and uncontrollable circumstances that the students are all facing. Everyone, students, teachers, and parents, deserve grace and compassion during this time, and option 3 comes closest to doing this. Madam President, that concludes the public comment on this item.
Thank you very much. I want to thank Ms. Howell and Mr. Mosier once again for reading that in. And so now we will ask Dr. Alato and his team to next present their findings on Administrative Regulation II-RA grading. Dr. Arlotto.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much, Madam President. And I also want to thank Mr. Mosier, Ms. Howell also for taking the time to read through all of those public comments. So with that, let me set the stage for the three options that we will present to you, members of the board, and the public in more detail than was shared in the press release and the agenda item on today's agenda. So just a reminder, and again, in setting the stage, in what was presented, what I had presented to the board for consideration or for information, I should add, I should correct myself, at the last board meeting, was that students would receive a satisfactory or unsatisfactory for courses in the third and fourth marking periods, and that those grades would not be configured into the grade point average for any student. And the teachers would go about their normal grading processes, and that the grade book, we'd be able to structure the grade book such that it was something that would be done automatically and across the board for all students. The purpose behind doing that, of course, was because of the situation that we're in, right? We're having this conversation now about grading because of the COVID-19 virus and because of the crisis that we find ourselves in. We find ourselves in a very, very different teaching modality for our teachers, for our students, and for our families. And because of all of those things, and you heard so many of those articulated so wonderfully by from all different levels and all different folks by the testimony that was read this evening to you during public testimony a few minutes ago, or I should say over the last several hours, is that there's a great deal of anxiety out there on lots of different levels. And so the idea of changing our current grading system to a pass-fail was to ease some of that stress and eliminate that harm, or at least reduce it in terms of grading when it came to our students and the work that they were doing in both the third and the fourth marking period. Let me remind you that the third marking period was cut short, and we are in a very different fourth marking period, obviously. And as I spoke with the board last time about, and we've had a number of conversations since, about recognizing the challenges and difficulties that students of all abilities are facing in this current crisis situation, in the current circumstance we find ourselves. With that, providing equity was our leading factor, and that given that we've got students approaching our e-learning platform, and engaging with us in different ways, are all coming to us from very different circumstances. And they're coming to us from, and these circumstances, I want to make sure that all understand and to remind the board that it's not all about just our lowest performing students and boosting them. It's not all about those students that have not had equal access, though that is a key factor. It's that this is really, in order to treat all students the same, treat them fairly and equitably, we're looking to create a grading system that eases, again, that stress and anxiety. And you can see that it does impact all levels. Just some quick data that was pulled, that you can see that there were 1,200 high school students had a 4.0 unweighted cumulative GPA, meaning they had straight A's in all courses taken at the end of the first semester. And at the end of the third marking period, 198 of those same students did not have straight A's any longer. You can see that 555 not currently have straight A's in the fourth marking period. All of our students, as you heard in that testimony, many of our students are having a hard time adjusting to this new normal for a variety of reasons. So we also were looking at the additional workload of our teachers and other staff as we looked at the grading, as well as what the scenarios are as grades are then transferred from report cards to transcripts through this process, and how college admission counselors, and you heard some testimony over the last several hours about how college admission officers may view a mixed transcript of grades and S's and U's. So with that, That's what was presented and discussed. And you heard some more of that over the course of the last several hours during the public testimony. What the board directed me to do with my staff at our past meeting was that a motion was created and passed and supported by members of the board for us to find a way for student and family choice with regard to either choosing a letter grade or the pass-fail or SRU designation for second semester high school credit courses. And that included, of course, as we discussed, middle school students that are taking high school courses for high school credit. So that's the information that we based the next three options on. And I'd like to ask Mr. Dykstra, who's joined us for this evening, to walk us through the three choices for the board's consideration.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Arlotto. Ms. Corkadell, Ms. Ellis, members of the Board of Education, it is a pleasure to be here tonight and to share the three options on behalf of Dr. Arlotto. I will be relying on Mr. Mosier to get us through the PowerPoint. Option number one is student choice. It is most closely aligned with the motion that was passed at the last Board of Education meeting. Since the last Board of Education meeting, we have had the opportunity to work with not only our team, but 11 members of the Power School team. They have been amazing at trying to support us with coming up with each of these options. And so what we will do is spend a few minutes highlighting each option and then taking your questions at the end. So when we take a look at option number one, student choice, again, which is most closely aligned with the motion that was passed, working with the Power School team, we were unfortunately able to confirm that our Power Teacher Gradebook is not customizable. It cannot be modified. It's really due to its architecture and how it's created. As a result of that, we would need the assistance of our teachers to create student choice. We would need them to actually manually put that into their grade books. However, they do have a product, a platform, a customizable application. It's called eCollect. Very cool program. It would allow AACPS to automatically collect, document, and store each of our family choices, and they could do it for each course, and we would do that through the Power School portal. How it really works, and to give you an example of how customizable it is, what we would be able to do is give each family several different data points to make sure that all of our families have the information they need in order to make the decision. So on this form, for instance, we could include what was your third marking period grade. We could include and pull from the grade book, what is your current fourth marking period grade. We could also remind them what their unweighted GPA currently is, and we could also put what their weighted current GPA is. So we would have all the data points for each family so that each family had the same information in order to make a decision. The form then would allow, right, each family to basically do a drop-down menu, a little toggle, and then they could do by course, they could actually select whether they wanted to go pass-fail or whether they would like to prefer to keep their letter grade given the data that we shared with them. The cost is a little over $320,000. That is the cost over 3 years. That is not per year. That is the total cost over 3 years. The breakdown of that is $1.25 a student. And then there is a $3,000 one-time setup fee that goes along with that. So it's a little over $106,000 a year for each of the 3 years of the contract. It would take about 3 weeks to get it up and implemented with working with the Power School team. That's a little assertive, but they've assured us that we can do that. And then we would have 1 week, I think as mentioned in public testimony very briefly, we would have 1 week to test it, right? To make sure that it's doing exactly what we want it to do before we deploy it to either all students or 25,000 high school families. Once that is done, once a family gets the form, receives the form, and makes their choices through the PowerSchool portal, the information is immediately stored in PowerSchool. It's immediately available for our teachers. We can go to the next slide there, Mr. Mosier. Anyway, I will continue. It's not moving on my screen. I don't know if I'm having some connectivity issues, but I will move on.
It has advanced, Jason.
It has?
Yes.
Thank you. I apologize. It's obviously a slow connection for me. The information would be immediately available for our teachers. And so our teachers then could print that information, they could filter on that information, they could reference that information, and it would be immediately available to them. I'm going to cheat, since it has not advanced on my screen, and pull it up on my computer. So one of the things that have been mentioned is, we are going to have to reach out and do some outreach to our families, right? We're going to have our teachers, our counselors, administrators. We're going to have to work with them to really make sure that they respond. And we're going to have to work with families that currently don't have a PowerSchool portal. That's about 6,000 families at the high school level. And again, as already mentioned, once teachers are done completing their fourth marking period grade, what they would simply do is they would refer to either the printed list or the reference on their PowerSchool site, and then if a student has chosen S or U, there would be 3 or 4 steps or clicks that the teacher would do. We would give them directions and resources. They would save that information, and then that S or U then would be permanently overwritten in their grade book, and then we would actually do a customized calculation program, a code, that then would recognize that S as the grade coming over from the teacher's grade book. The cost to customize that program is about $7,000. What that really is, it's about 30 to 35 hours worth of coding and programming. And it's $210 an hour for us to employ PowerSchool to help us with that part of the program, so that all the grades are pulled from all 1,600 teachers correctly. So there are obviously some implications with option number 1. Students and families do get to make the choice. They can make it per course. We can give them, again, data to make that decision. We would have to also probably provide them some reminders or some information about how GPAs are calculated, because we certainly want to make sure that all of our families make good choices on behalf of their kids. Again, as kind of articulated tonight, we know that unfortunately a lot of our families are really struggling during these challenging times, and this may potentially put a little extra stress. How do I make a good decision? I want to make sure I make a right decision, and potentially this could be a little stressful for some of our families that either don't know how to make a good decision, or that don't have PowerSchool portals yet, and we would be working with them to do that. Obviously, that would increase the workload. We're working real hard with our e-learning environment, but we certainly would want to make sure that everybody stepped up to support our families, again, who either don't make a choice, need help making the choice, or who need to set up a portal account. In addition, as we've mentioned, we will need the assistance of teachers to put the correct grade in the grade book. Our average high school teacher has 6 classes, anywhere from 30 to 35 kids in a class. That's about 150 to 210 kids on a caseload. Using a conservative estimate of about maybe 2 minutes a kid, just to double check, okay, is Jason a pass-fail kid? Okay, yes, he is. All right, what are the steps? All right, I got it, I saved it, I checked it. It's probably going to be somewhere in the realm of 5+ hours worth of work. Obviously a little less with lower caseloads, and obviously a little bit more with higher caseloads. As Dr. Alato mentioned, we do know from higher education that there's going to need to be an interpretation if college admissions offices see both letter grades and pass-fail designations for some courses and not others. Lots of higher ed are out there and really trying to reassure students that they understand pass-fail, they understand, certain decisions with regards to grades, but they've been also very clear that they're going to have to make some determinations if there's both. Again, as also articulated, we don't believe that this is equitable for all students. We really know that lots of our families, we're hearing their stories, are really having a lot of challenges with lots of different factors nowadays. And unfortunately, the reality is that not all of our kids are going to have the opportunity to raise their grade. Option number 2 really stems from a conversation that happened after the Board of Education meeting, and our teams had some conversations with the Power School teams, and we were like, hey, could we get the computer to do this on behalf of the family and make sure that it only benefits the family? Is there a way to do that? The answer to that was yes. And so the way this would really work is our team would work with the Power School team, and we would develop a program, think of it as an algorithm, if you will, where what the computer would do is it would look at the kind of what I'll call the tentative final grade, right? What the final grade would be, and it's actually going to look at the student's current GPA simultaneously, and it's going to say, hey, does this grade help the GPA or not help the GPA? And we can code it to do that. Again, the cost estimate is really the same as the option number 1. It's about 30 to 35 hours worth of programming and coding at $210 an hour. In this choice, automated choice, teachers don't do anything differently in their gradebook. It's exactly the same process for them. They'll do the 9 graded assignments, 1 per week. Numerical grades will be in the Power School portal. Students and parents will still be able to see the grades for both the assignments and the course. So nothing really changes there. And again, this algorithm, what it's going to do is it's going to do this comparison, and then what's going to happen is it's going to automatically assign either the letter grade or the S or the U, depending on what would most benefit the student. So we have a little table available to you. Just to give you a quick glimpse at really how a computer would approach this. On the left-hand column, you'll see just some very random student current GPAs, and then what their final grade could be in Power School. And so what you'll see is if you're a 4.0 student, you're going to keep A's, right? The computer's going to keep an A because it is equal to or greater than your current GPA. Any grade B or lower would receive an S and would not count in the student's GPA. Again, as you go down the chart and we get lower, you'll see that more grades count, right? So if I currently have a 2.5 GPA, right, then a B and an A will help me. That will help raise my GPA. And then again, more grades count. The lower my GPA, the more grades that can help my GPA. And if it doesn't help my GPA, the computer would automatically assign an S, and the report card and transcript would not count that in the GPA calculation. Implications with option 2 and automated choice. No student is harmed. GPAs can only be raised, not lowered. And hopefully it would help our families, because really what we're trying to do is get the algorithm to make the choice that we would think or hope that our families would make, right? That if we give them all this data to make a choice, what we really want to have happen is they make the choice that best helps the kid and helps their GPA, helps their class rank, helps their transcript, et cetera. And it certainly emphasizes to all students the importance of engaging in e-learning during the 4th marking period. Additional implications, as I mentioned, there's no change for teachers. They will do their grades and grade books the same as usual. Again, as articulated tonight, we don't really see this as an equitable solution for all students. We just know that our students are really struggling with e-learning and certainly some situations in the household during this global pandemic. And some students are going to have the option or the opportunity to raise their grades or GPA, and others are not going to have that same opportunity. And again, in this case, we're still going to be producing transcripts that have both S and U as well as letter grades on a transcript for college admission offices to decipher. The last option that we are presenting to you tonight is option number 3, and this is an option that's really loosely based on our friends in Harford County. This option is where 4th marking period can only help 3rd marking period. So engaging in 4th marking period helps whatever I was able to accomplish 3rd marking period. So when we take a little closer look at that, as you know, 3rd marking period grades are complete. Report cards have been mailed home with grades. And 4th marking period would be strictly SU, strictly pass-fail. We would do that behind the scenes. We can program and code PowerSchool to do that automatically for all children for 4th marking period. And then what would happen is our teachers would just keep their grade book as usual. Again, we would do that behind the scenes. Teachers would have 9 graded assignments, 1 per week. Numerical grades would still be in the portal for both students and parents to see. So then what happens is we give the S or the U for 4th marking period on the report card, and we actually then code the computer to say, hey, when you're doing the final grade, if the student has an S, take the 3rd marking period grade and raise it by 1 letter grade. And again, we can do that automatically behind the scenes through some coding. Unfortunately, as we've heard, we do have some students who are either not doing well in e-learning or have not engaged fully in e-learning tonight. And in this case, we hold them harmless, and that the final grade for that course would be the same as what they earned on their 3rd marking period report card. 4th marking period hasn't gone real well for me. I'm still going to get a C for my report card. Again, very similar to options 1 and 2. We would work with PowerSchool. We can develop this program, this customized algorithm to do this grading calculation. Again, it's the exact same cost for any of the options. We are estimating around 30 to 35 hours of coding and programming, and the hourly rate is $210. So that's very similar in all 3 options. We do have a quick summary table for you. And, you know, hopefully you can see kind of what's going on here. The left-hand column is whatever grade the student received 3rd marking period. Okay, so there's only 5 options. And then as we just described, 4th marking period would be exclusively pass-fail. Students would only get an S or a U. And again, if I get an S, my letter grade gets raised by 1, obviously with the exception of A students. That's the highest grade that we give. So under normal circumstances, that would still be the highest grade they can earn. But then for every other student, their grade gets raised by engaging in e-learning and earning a satisfactory grade 4th marking period. Notice that if a student really kind of got off to a really bad start 2nd semester and unfortunately received a failing grade 3rd marking period, if they engage with their teachers through e-learning in the Google Classroom and get an S, they could actually salvage the semester and receive a final grade of a D. So implications with option 3, where 4th marking period only helps 3rd marking period. A final grade is largely based on the student's most current performance while we had them in our buildings, in our schools, in our classrooms where we want them. And that's where about 6 weeks worth of the work was completed, 6.5. And so we would largely base their final grade on that. Again, it provides very nice incentive for students to engage in e-learning. There's a very good reason now to engage with my teacher for the remainder of the semester. Obviously, as you can see, we would treat all students equally. No student gets harmed in this. No students' grades go down in this option. And again, there's really no changes in workload for teachers, counselors, and administrators. They can stay focused on really supporting our students intellectually, socially, emotionally, working with families who are in difficult situations and supporting them in other ways outside of having to make a choice regarding grading. The last part of the implications, it is still unfortunately not equitable for all students for the same reasons listed in options 1 and 2, right? Some students are going to take advantage of this. Other students aren't going to be able to take advantage of that situation. However, I think as kind of articulated tonight, the impact of this option is a little more equitable than the options 1 and 2. And the college admissions situation where a transcript would have both S and U's and letter grades is no longer on the table because all transcripts will have a letter grade as a final grade, and all of those letter grades would be calculated into a GPA. Dr. Arlotto, with that, I will turn it back over to you and Ms. Corkadell.
Thank you, Mr. Dykstra. And Ms. Corkadell, with that, we're glad to take questions from the board.
Okay, great. Thank you so very much. Jason and board members had, as well as some of our residents had submitted with our regular roll call for Ms. Hummer.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Dykstra. That was very informative. I have a couple of questions. The state has issued a waiver on the traditional 45-day window to change our final grades. So now school systems have until January 2020. Under this waiver, students who are unable to complete their work with sufficient mastery to earn a satisfactory mark, whether from lack of access or other factors, would have the time and opportunity to complete work, and that unsatisfactory mark could be changed at a later time. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
So for some of our students, for instance, who've had a lag in getting access to computers, they won't have to necessarily finish all the work that they've missed up till then. We would be able to change their grades at a later time if they do the work additionally or summer school or something like that.
Yes, we'd have to change that designation. I'm assuming what you're referring to is a student that earns a U, meaning they have failed for the semester. Is that what you're alluding to?
Yes.
Yeah. So we have within our grade book and what we call an NG. Some school systems call it an incomplete. We use what's called an NG, a no grade. We've used it in the past. Teachers have it in their grade book. For a student that's unable to complete the work for a variety of reasons. Many times it's medical, that they're unable to finish a semester or finish a marking period, and we can give a no grade for a period of time. As you state correctly, Ms. Hummer, one of the things that the superintendent's requested of Dr. Salmon, and she was able to gain support from the Maryland State Board of Education, is to have that COMAR rule, that 45-day rule you're referring to, that says that final grades have to be converted by that time, has been waived to a later date. So it would give us more time to work with students. If the grade given was an NG, it would give us more time for students to work with students, for them to do more work to show mastery of the content.
So that's my big concern about anything on this, is that the children are mastering the content. Are they able to access enough to do that? Is it, so from what you're saying there, it is possible, we don't necessarily give an incomplete, which is, I know what some counties have said, but we would give a no grade, which is similar or to the incomplete grade.
Yes, ma'am, we could. And then we would have to, of course, establish parameters, a length of time and amount of work that the student has to do to then show mastery, and that grade could then be converted from a no grade to an S. And we would have to develop some parameters around that, I think is what you're referencing.
Yes.
Okay.
So this is, essentially what we're saying is an unsatisfactory is an indication that a student hasn't mastered the standards of class, not necessarily a failing mark, but they haven't mastered the standards for what we have.
Correct.
A no grade is a slight word change, but words matter. And I think semantically, a no grade shows more awareness and compassion that we know many students aren't able to participate in learning to the extent they may wish to during this time. So that slight semantic change in terminology could convey that, I believe, could change the message that we are open and working with students to be successful throughout the shutdown and beyond. So instead of an SU, perhaps an SNG, and that sends that message out to students. We're still wanting to work and help you be successful and overcome whatever barriers may have come up. I'm just putting that out there as my opinion on this. We have heard overwhelmingly tonight and over the past weeks via email and social media from parents, students, teachers, and staff regarding the grading choice decision made at the last meeting, as well as the 3 options presented tonight by Dr. Olato and his staff. Testimony from our bargaining units, civil rights and community groups, and others have come out overwhelmingly in favor of option 3. In light of the information we have seen and heard tonight, I believe it's appropriate for the board to discuss the options openly without limitations that maybe exist on previous actions. So at this time, I move that the board rescind its action taken at the April 15th, 2020 meeting to not accept the superintendent's proposed change to the grading regulation and instead offer the choice to students in high school level classes between earning grades or SU. I move that we rescind this action.
We have a motion being presented. Do we have a second?
I will second that. Never mind.
I need a person to, it sounded like we almost had 2. Could we get a second?
Okay.
I will second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Ms. Hummer would normally be first in roll call as the motion maker. She will be, as courtesy always provided for. So we're going to start with Ms. Alvey on the motion that Ms. Hummer has presented. Ms. Alvey.
This is for questions and comments?
Yes, on the motion at hand to rescind the previous board action.
Okay, no comments on that. Thank you.
Ms. Ellis. Ms. Ellis appears to be experiencing, looks like she's getting back on. We're going to give her a second here of her time. Okay.
Sorry, I don't.
No worries.
I don't know if I did that, clicked it, or it just kicked me out, but I'm back. Thank you.
Okay.
We had a very lengthy discussion at our last board meeting. I still believe that choice is the most equitable option for our students. So I will not be voting in favor of the motion.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis. Next, Mr. Grannon.
Thank you, President Corkadell. No comments.
Okay. Ms. Schallheim.
I stand by my vote last time for all the reasons I previously gave and the several hours we did to discuss it. So I will not be supporting this, and I have no further comment.
Thank you, Ms. Schallheim. Ms. Antwine.
Thank you, President Corkadell, and thank everyone with the testimony that was provided, as well as the great job from our staff and Dr. Olato with the presentations and the review of the testimonies. Thank you. Outside of that, I have no comments at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Antwine. Mr. Gilliland.
Thank you, Madam President. I think it's just a procedural question. If you're willing to answer, if you have that answer at the tip of your fingers, or if you need to refer to counsel, that might work as well. My question is whether we do need to rescind the prior board action, because I am prepared to vote for one of these options that I can certainly speak to later when we get to that motion, but I just want to procedurally confirm that we need to do this.
My understanding is that I got to tell you that from a parliamentary perspective, what we are doing is appropriate. As to whether or not it has a legal difference, I would need to refer to our attorney, because that would be a legal aspect of the question. From a parliamentary perspective, I have not seen anything that is deviated appropriately. So with that stated, if Mr. Burns is available, let's give him a second to speak to the necessity, whether or not that is following in what Ms. Hummer has indicated.
I'm gonna put the camera on too, just so that people are clear on who's speaking.
If you could state your name for the record, please.
Yep, I will.
Sir.
I'm waiting for the system to catch up with my keyboard here.
Gotcha, no worries.
We're getting a little hesitation. Anyway, this is Darren Burns, Board Counsel for the record. I want to be clear on what the question is because I don't think I understand what Mr. Gilliland had asked. I think, Madam President, you accurately stated that a motion to rescind that's been made by Member Hummer is well taken and it's consistent with Robert's rules. I'm not sure I understand what the legal question is, though.
Mr. Gilliland, would you like to clarify?
Sure. Yeah, if I may, I certainly get that this is a proper motion and a motion to rescind. I completely understand that. What my question is, though, I'm prepared to vote for one of these options. And again, we'll speak to that when we get to that appropriate motion. But I guess my question is procedurally, do we need to rescind the action of the board to consider one of the three options, especially if one of those options does not offer, say, choice?
All right, I'll answer this by simply saying it starts perhaps with the distinction between a motion to reconsider and a motion to rescind. Most folks would sort of think of them together as a motion to reconsider, but the reality is a motion to reconsider is taken at the meeting at which an action which is being challenged was made. You're past that meeting. That was on April 15th, and that's why I believe the well-taken motion for someone who's seeking to undo an action is the motion to rescind. From what I've read in Robert's rules, my understanding of the practice, it's a primary motion. It's like any other motion. And its purpose is to reset the board's platform to where you were on April 15th with respect to the motion that was made then. In other words, as per your minutes, I believe as Member Ellis made a motion, it carried to offer choice as was cited in today's motion. And all you are doing is saying that that action that was approved on the 15th is in essence retracted. That's what you mean by rescission. And it sets you back to where you were then with whatever the status was that motion changed or created, and then you move forward. So in answer to your question, again, I don't think it's a legal question as much as it is what's the cleanest parliamentary process? And if what the intent of the motion maker is, which is different than the intent of the board, if the intent of Member Hummer is to set the board back to the place it was on the grading issue on April 15th, prior to the motion made and taken, this is the proper motion.
Again, I'm not disputing that the motion is proper. Let me rephrase the question again, without getting this again, we got to get to the substance. I know that's what people are waiting for. If if we do not rescind the board's prior action, are we able to vote on one of the three options?
I think you'd have to closely analyze whether or not one of the three options is consistent with the action that the board took. Because if you are changing what you did on the 15th, I could see someone raising an issue that you are, without moving anything in the proper manner, altering an action taken on the 15th. And again, you're asking for a legal opinion. I think it's a parliamentary question. What is the cleanest parliamentary process for moving forward with something different that happened on the 15th? And what I can't answer for you is whether the board believes one of the three options tonight is consistent with what occurred on the 15th.
So
that's for the board to determine.
So if I may paraphrase, then you think this would be the cleanest way to do this?
The cleanest way to accomplish the action that the motion maker wishes to occur.
That's what I wanted to hear. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Gilliland, do you have any further comments or questions at this time on Ms. Hummer's motion?
Not on the present motion. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, moving along, Mr. Lyde.
I have no comment on the present motion.
Okay. I have no questions on the motion. I do believe its intent. I have an understanding of that. So without further ado, Ms. Howell, please call roll on and please restate the motion for the benefit of public and members one more time.
The motion is, I move that the board rescind its action to attendance proposed change to the grading regulation and instead offer the choice to students in high school level classes between earning grades or SU. I move that we adopt option 3 as shared with.
No. That's not a motion right now.
Oh, I apologize.
But
oh my gosh.
That's not the motion on the table.
Okay, why don't we start clean? We're going to start clean. Ms. Howell, please restate it, please, one more time, the motion.
I move that the board rescind its action taken at the April 15th, 2020 meeting to not accept the superintendent's proposed change to the grading regulation and instead offer the choice to students in high school level classes between earning grades or SU.
Thank you very much.
Call roll.
Point of clarification, if I may, President Corkadell. There is the motion. What I've heard from the motion was that the motion on the table is that we rescind the motion that was made on the 15th. So I guess for clarification, could we get the official motion read back out to us, please? That we're planning to rescind?
The wording of my motion was the wording from the motion from April 15th.
That is what has been read. It has been read.
Miss Hummer, I trust you on that. I just wanted the official reading, please, from that motion.
That was taken from the minutes of the meeting.
Ms. Howell has read it. It was part of the motion, the language.
So the language was the motion was not to accept Dr. Arlotto's satisfactory grading system, or was it to amend it with the high school? That's where I'm confused right now. And it would help if we just simply have the reading of the motion.
Either Ms. Howell or Ms. Hummer, I think it would be probably appropriate for the benefit of public to get a clarification on that, please.
The motion from the last meeting, April 15th, was to not accept the superintendent's proposed change to the grading regulation and instead offer the choice to students in high school level classes between earning grades or SU. Ms. Hummer's motion is that she moves that the board rescind its action taken at the April 15th, not accept the superintendent's proposed change to the grading regulation and instead offer the choice to students in high school level classes between earning grades or SU.
And wait. We're in the middle of a vote. Folks, we're in the middle of a vote.
I have a point in order which takes priority over this.
I haven't pulled the first point of order. I have to pull the first point of order off the table before you can make one, sir. Ms. Antwine's point of order has been satisfied. Mr. Grannon, points of order only, please. On parliamentary. This is it. Would have to be parliamentary or legal based.
Yes, it's precisely that, President Corkadell. My point of order is that we were in the phase of the meeting where we were allowing board members to ask questions of the staff based on their presentation, particularly in the circumstances here where we're all participating virtually. It cannot be that the order of the roll call that we follow determines when people can make motions. We have to have every board member allowed to ask their questions of the staff on their presentation before any motions to change anything could be entertained, or else the roll call order is it's outcome determinative. We're now taking we're now purporting to take a vote to rescind a majority board action based on one member's questions in response to the staff. We certainly have to go around at least once to allow every board member to ask their questions of the staff before we entertain motions to change our actions.
Okay. Points of order are not debatable with other members. Let me just remind everybody that a point of order has been presented to me to reconcile, and the fact is that at no moment in time has this board ever hindered or limited a member when they have the table to choose to motion, and I am aware of at least one occasion of every member having taken that luxury. I appreciate that we are in a unique time, but the previous meetings that we have had members choose to make motions, and I myself did not have limitations of questions under that. And as frustrating as that may be at times, we do have to recognize that we cannot limit based on an idea or a concept that a member may choose to want to have. And that is something that we are not going to entertain at this time. But your concern is duly noted, and we are going to proceed with our roll call vote.
Okay,
Ms. Howell, please continue.
I'd like it noted for a record that I disagree with that ruling by the president.
Ms. Howell, please make sure that the minutes record indicate into the record that Mr. Grannon is not in agreement with the decision set forth. Please proceed with the roll call.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Ms. Albee?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Nay.
Mr. Grannon?
Nay.
Ms. Schalheim?
Nay.
Ms. Antwine?
Nay.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Mr. Leib?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-4.
Okay, Ms. Hummer, the roll call is still the table is still yours.
Okay. As we've heard abundantly, hold on a second. As we've heard abundantly over the past few weeks, parents and students have multiple concerns about any grading option that we offer. Students want to be recognized for their hard work from third quarter, as well as during the shutdown. At the same time, there are real barriers between students and their ability to access e-learning instruction, no matter how much motivation and drive those students may have. A lack of technology or internet access, sharing devices between multiple children, thus limiting access to learning, older students providing childcare for younger siblings and often serving as the crisis schooling teachers themselves, increased stress caused by anxiety for the safety of parents or other loved ones serving as essential frontline workers, anxiety over a global pandemic out of their control, uncertain financial situations as parents are furloughed and unable to work, students with special needs unable to access the quantity and quality of supports they created by circumstances out of children's control, and on and on. I believe option 3 is a compromise that recognizes all of these concerns and works to address them to the greatest extent possible. Students will receive letter grades for their work in third quarter. Fourth quarter, satisfactory or no grade with a satisfactory mark raising the final semester grade also acknowledges student effort while giving compassion and relieving stress for students who are facing adverse situations to their learning. Is this a perfect option? No, there is no such thing. We are facing a global crisis never before encountered. There will be students that this system may not be the most ideal for, but that will be the case for every option. I believe option 3 gives the best option for the most students, and I trust that Dr. Arlotto and his team will continue to work with individual students to achieve mastery in their subjects, whether through summer school, extra teaching in the fall, or other means, just as they always have done during regular school times and have continued to do throughout the shutdown. I move that we adopt option 3 as shared, with one change from making the unsatisfactory mark to a no grade mark. So I move that we adopt option 3. A student's final second semester grade in a course would be equivalent to or 1 grade higher than the third marking period letter grade. A student who engages in e-learning and earns a satisfactory in the fourth marking period would have their grade raised by 1 letter grade. A student who earns a no grade designation in the fourth marking period would receive the third marking period grade as the final grade for the semester. Letter grades would be calculated into a student's GPA as they would in any other semester. That is my motion.
Madam President, point of order.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, it's unfortunate that we didn't sort of lay the groundwork for this ahead of time, but considering that we have multiple options between us or before us, I thought there would be an opportunity to for board members to weigh in on their option rather than voting one option at a time.
Okay, that's a very interesting point. It definitely has merit. I need to, from a parliamentary perspective, I need to consider this. Normally, you are correct. The board naturally, after all the discussions and questions, will present a variety of options. So I'm going to, instead of recognizing the point of order directly, ask Ms. Hummer if she is open to the consideration based on our history of, as Ms. Ellis had pointed out, of having multiple options that we round robin. So because the original action has been rescinded, the options were associated, having multiple options were associated with that prior board action. So I am not certain if multiple options are still applicable, but I am happy to defer over back to the member to for consideration, because parliamentary perspective wise, there's nothing incorrect, but I do recognize that we do have a tradition of that. I feel like there is a little bit of uniqueness here under the circumstances. Ms. Hummer, are you willing to speak on this at this time? before I proceed.
I'm not certain what you mean by a round table, a round robin vote. I mean, I
Similar
believe
to redistricting. So when we do redistricting, we present to the public multiple options. They weigh in on it. We have deliberation and debate, and then every member says which option they have. I believe, Ms. Ellis, is that what you're referring to in your model of suggestion or point of order clarification?
Yes,
comment?
I think in all fairness to everyone who has testified and all and for board members to consider all plans, it does not make sense to vote one option at a time. We should do it, yes, similar to the way we've done redistricting. When we have multiple plans before us, we have discussion on the merits of the plans, and then board members vote for their option, and we eliminate from there.
Okay, Ms. Hummer?
I am open to that, to have people do that. I think it's very overwhelming. I will stand by that. I believe option 3 has been overwhelmingly supported by things, so I'll put that out there, but I'm more than willing to listen to what other people have to say, and so I will hold my motion for now.
Okay.
Thank you.
So in light of this, and I want to make sure that we're speaking well to the intent, I believe, that Ms. Hummer has agreed to and Ms. Ellis is pointing out, and for the benefit of public, is that we will proceed similar. It is sounding like we are in agreement with my fellow members here of the two who have raised the issue, that we have been provided with 3 options. And so we're going to go around. If now, Ms. Hummer, there was an indication that your option, for example, had minor modifications to the original one, perhaps. And so if a member would like to, I guess, pose an alternative or a similar to an option, we could do that, or we could vote as a group to edit the option in advance of the round robin vote. I want to make sure that we're meeting the needs of both members and that not when the other member is feeling that is inappropriate. So is that an appropriate solution, Ms. Hummer and Ms. Ellis, or do you have other suggestions? Because if we do, I think what I will need to do is then open up for all members to weigh in on how they want to proceed procedurally as it relates to vote, recognizing we have 2 ways that we do it. Both are parliamentarily correct. Ms. Hummer, Ms. Ellis?
I'm fine for everyone to go around and ask their questions and present whatever they may want to present, and then we vote. I'm fine with that.
Okay. Ms. Ellis, I agree. Your point of order been resolved?
Yes, it has. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies, and I appreciate all the members' patience. We are in very unique times, and these are all very good points of order that are being raised. So with that in mind, I believe Ms. Hummer has presented a slightly alternative of a version 3 that is almost under a technical edit with the language. So Ms. Alvey, you are next.
Okay, so to clarify,
you can ask questions, or you can talk about one of the options, or whatever is appropriate for yourself, or create one.
In an effort to be as efficient as possible and to respect that each board member has questions about all the options presented, I'm going to use this as a general question time in respect to Ms. Hummer's motion. So my first question for Dr. Arlotto being, for option 1, there's a 4-week implementation plan, and while I believe that the board may not be leaning in that direction, considering that school year for seniors ends before then or around that time, how would that affect implementation of that option if that's what the board chooses?
So, Ms. Alvey, that's a great question. I'm not exactly sure how it will impact. This is, we're sort of working against the clock, obviously working against the calendar, as you are mentioning. So we do want to, we're going to have to test it. So we'll have to go through the process and test it to make sure that, and I think I heard somebody make a comment during the public testimony about beta testing. We'll have to test it to make sure it works. We would do that with all three of the options to make sure that we would run it in our little, what Mr. Dykstra's has called their sandbox, their technology sandbox, to make sure that all of these options work well once the code has been rewritten or altered. So this is our best guess between Mr. Dykstra and his team and the programmers and systems engineers at Power School that we believe we can do this in a 4-week period. But that's the best guess between those professionals putting their heads together and looking at the amount of work that would need to be put in to accomplish this, keeping in mind that one of the things that has to be accomplished is once we've tested it, the program is written, or the e-collect form for option 1 has been created. We then have to push it out through the portal to make sure that the students see it and the parents see it to then make their choices and get it back to their teacher, which takes time. So
Okay.
that's all part of that process.
Okay, and so
Dr. Arlato?
keeping that in mind, I would just urge the board members to consider that I don't want to have the seniors wait to receive their final grades or transcript even longer than their last day of school, considering these circumstances. So all the moving parts of this options lead me to believe that it may not be the most ideal logistically. Just speaking logistically at that point. The next question
Ms. Albee, if I could just, I think Mr. Dykstra wanted to jump in I want to make sure you get all the information that we have. Mr. Dykstra?
Okay.
Yeah, Ms. Albee, a great question. Just a couple of reminders. Even though our seniors finish school ahead of the rest of the school district, they don't get their grades any earlier. What senior teachers do is they just close out those grade books, right? So seniors are done on Thursday, May 21st, right? So teachers then close out those grade books for those seniors in their class, right? And then all that's done is there's a verification process, right? So we just need to make sure that seniors who need credits to graduate have a passing grade. And so we do that. Our school counselors have been doing that for years and years and years. And then we have graduation ceremonies, right? We do all of the pomp and circumstance and recognitions and celebrations, but you don't get your report cards any earlier than anybody else. You would still get your official report card, your official transcript at the end of June. Nothing happens earlier for seniors. So we would still be able to give you the choice. You would just happen to be done with school. So when you got your choice, your 4th marking period grade would actually be the grade. I mean, it would be the grade that you got because you're no longer in school. So choice would still be given. Your report card would still come at the same time. Your transcripts would still be available at the same time. It just wouldn't be, and it's never been, when you're done with school. You guys have to wait for everybody else to catch up.
And I understand that. I was just referring to that grade book piece. So thank you for the clarification. And then in addition, my next question was about option 3. And the way, I just wanted to make sure I understood this properly. Going back to the table, generally our transcript grades, our GPAs and our class ranks, and I believe those are still on our transcripts for this year, are calculated based on a semester schedule. So if we have grades for the 3rd marking period, and we don't have, or we have satisfactory or unsatisfactory or no grade, whatever the board chooses to go with, for the 4th marking period, we will still have GPAs based on letter grades, and transcripts will be calculated that way, correct?
Correct. You faded in and out a couple of times, but I think I got the gist of your question, Ms. Albee, and the answer is yes. Correct, it would be with option 3, everybody would get the S or U or S, whatever the board decides, but the S or U, the pass-fail, for the 4th marking period. But of course, marking period grades don't go on transcripts. That would be converted to a grade, which would go on your transcript, and that is the grade that would then utilize for calculating the grade point average.
Okay, so a lot of students have reached out to me about academic honors and how all of that is calculated. So generally that would be at the end of 8 semesters, but it would still be that way. Just the 4th marking period would be altered with satisfactory or unsatisfactory, considering the 3rd option.
Right. For the academic honors, we would still go through the 8-semester process, but it would be, we would be averaging in that S or U. We would be averaging that S or U based on now the final grade because of the 3rd marking period. However, It impacted the 3rd marking period grade. Correct.
Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Alvey. Ms. Ellis.
Thank you. I have a few questions for each option so that I understand them. For option 1, so the sorry, I got distracted. For option 1, the price tag that we were given was to purchase an application to collect the student's report of what they want for their grading choice. Is that right? My understanding
yes,
that correct? So
yes, ma'am.
So that price tag was not for AACPS to have the ability to designate either a grade or an SU. It was, the price tag was specifically to just collect the information.
Correct, because we were unable to alter the grade book program to allow for individual student choice automatically. And so this is because that was determined, then Mr. Dykstra and his team worked with Power School, and Power School offered this as a workaround. So in order to still create student parent choice, this was a workaround by creating a form that we can document their choice, giving them information to make the choices. Mr. Dykstra said in his presentation, the form, we envision the form having the 3rd marking period grade, the 4th marking period grade at that time, what their grade point average is currently, meaning at the end of the last semester, and then all their 4th marking period grades, and then the student and family could make a decision on a course by course basis. We then, the beauty of the form is it gives us a record. The teachers then have a record to utilize to then manually go in and change grade.
Folks, I just need to do a brief interruption. Occasionally, somebody thinks they're muted and they're typing, and it directly hinders the audio, particularly to our public. So we're going to take a pause until the typing stops. Great. Okay. Sorry to interrupt the two of you. Oh, it is again. Okay, now it has stopped. Okay. Let's try this one more time. Ms. Ellis and Dr. Arlotto, you may resume. Oh, and the typing's resuming. I cannot stress enough that the audio as it goes out to the folks is significantly hindered. We're going to have to take a pause until all typing stops. I don't want to have to mute people manually. Okay, we're going to try this one more time and try to work through it. Go ahead, Melissa, proceed. I just really wish that could cease.
So I am wondering, just to speak to that, if anyone whose microphone is on, and here I'm engaged in the conversation, if any noise in the background is sounding like typing. I'm in a basement and there were footsteps above me. I don't know, but I'm not sure what the
Oh no, it's coming from a different feed. It is coming from a different feed altogether. That's why I brought it up, because yeah, there's going to be incidental, but it is a clear signature of type. So
I thought it might have been me. Okay, thank you.
I know we want to keep rolling here, but I had to do that for the benefit. Okay.
Got it. And Dr. Arlotto, thank you for that answer. So My observation with my high school students is high school students are engaged in learning by logging into Google Classroom, receiving work from their teachers. And so teachers will put out a worksheet or something like that. The students will complete it and they'll turn it in. So since the vote was only for high school students to have that choice, could high school teachers, as one of their assignments, post a form for students to complete for their wishes for that grade without spending $300,000 plus?
Probably, yeah. Could we? We'd have to. It would not be the same kind of form, meaning it wouldn't have. I can't imagine that we could create the same kind of form that would have the same amount of information, because I think what you are thinking about, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but what you just described would be individual teachers basically polling their individual students. What do you want to do with your grade? And the student may or may not realize how that individual teacher's grade, how that individual class's grade will impact the overall GPA. And what the e-collect form would do is have all the information at once, so the student and family could make a more well-informed decision about the impact of their grade point average, as opposed to a course-by-course basis, if I'm understanding your question correctly. Mr. Dykstra, am I making sense?
Yes. I think we have to remember and acknowledge and recognize that our teachers right now have tremendous pressure and workload on them in order to connect with their kids, really make e-learning as successful as they possibly can. And I think it would be very important from an equity perspective to make sure that all of our families receive the same information. We would not be able to guarantee that if we allow 1,600 different teachers to put out information. In addition, our teachers don't have access to student GPAs. I think that's a pretty important component to a decision. And our counselors would have to be involved as well. And again, I really believe that our teachers, counselors, and administrators right now are really trying to support our kids, not just intellectually, not just through engagement and participation, but socially, emotionally, in this new environment when really a lot of our families are struggling. But a teacher can collect the information, but we still need a place to document it, and we still need a place to store that information. And again, I think we would really have to standardize that process to make sure that all families are making the decision based on the same information.
Okay, so I don't want to belabor this too much, but I'm a little frustrated that it wasn't that there is a no-cost option that wasn't presented, and you could make that case, and we could argue whether it was, in the best interest to do it that way or not. But I think the cost itself is what made it prohibitive for almost everyone. So the one option that supported the board's vote in full was it was a no-go from the start, because we didn't look at a way to do it without spending so much. I know that when my kids are picking their classes in the spring for the next year, that their guidance counselor meets with them individually and gives them a transcript, and they make decisions. And so I would think that we could provide students their transcript. We're talking about very, very basic math as far as calculating a GPA. And I don't think there would be a whole lot of high school students who could not determine an average and make a decision with their parents. That being said, I'm going to move on, but I must communicate my frustration with the fact that what the board voted for was completely unsupported because of only providing an expensive option. Moving on. Option 2, can a student, is there a way to adopt option 2 that would still allow a student to request to receive a grade if the system gives them a satisfactory instead? And I'm going to give you an example. Let's say you have an AP student who takes mostly AP classes, but they're also taking an honors level class, and they're taking one of their required classes like tech ed, and they get A's in those classes, but those A's would dilute their GPA, so it's just going to automatically show up as an S instead of a grade. And that student may not want an S on their report card. And maybe it would require, if I were proposing it as an option, maybe I would need to amend the option to include that choice for students. But can you speak to that before?
Yes, ma'am. So what you're describing is an absolute reality, because the computer would make that choice, right? It could throw out an A in a non-weighted course, meaning a non-honors or AP course, to use your example, unless we structure it to only be looking at an unweighted grade point average. And then it would utilize those grades on a transcript and figure it into an unweighted grade point average as opposed to a weighted grade point average. Is that right, Mr. Dykstra?
Yes, that is absolutely correct. That if we use unweighted GPA, obviously an A would always stand. Ms. Ellis, in reference to your question, as long as the same rules apply to all students, we can code for it. We can program it. So let me give you an example using your example. So we could say to the computer, hey, computer, check Jason's final grade against his GPA, whether weighted or unweighted. And if Jason has an A, keep the A, since that's the highest grade that we offer in the system, and that's what it would have been there had we been in school. We can do that as long as we do it for all children. What we can't do is do one thing for George and another thing for Jason, right? We can't do that. But we can add additional rules to the code or program as long as they're universally implemented.
Okay, so we could go with option 2 and amend it to say all A's will be recorded as grades. Every A.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Okay. Just trying to understand that. Option 3. We heard a lot of testimony, and believe me, I know. I have 2 high school students right now and a college student adapting and adjusting to this remote learning, and it's challenging for sure. Option 3 is a great option for those high achieving students who have always been high achieving, and they do not want this semester to bring them down or reflect poorly on their transcript. But my question is, those students who are really, I'm not sure if it's a question or a statement, but I guess I would like to hear an opinion on that. Those students who are really struggling, they have no out. There's no, with option 3, they are required to take their grade. So, I mean, we can come up with all sorts of scenarios, but let's say a student had the flu 2 weeks before the end of the third marking period. They had a bad grade, and now they're struggling with remote learning, and they're just not able to succeed. That student's going to be negatively impacted by option 3. Is that correct? Their grades?
Sure, you could, I think you could find an example for each one of the options in which it's not going to fully benefit every student. I think you could find as options that you could find examples, not options, you could find examples in each of the options that doesn't fully benefit every student, right? Sure, a student could have been ill towards the end of the third marking period, missed a week or so, and wasn't truly on track. We hope that the teacher worked with them in those circumstances. That's what we ask the teachers to do, to show some real grace and patience. We knew that we were abruptly ending the third marking period. We were ending the third marking period in less than ideal circumstances, obviously, and then moving into this crisis sort of our e-learning mode into the fourth marking period. But sure, I think you could find an example like that.
Right.
Mr. Jackson, did you have something to add to that?
Yeah, it's an interesting example, right? And so the interesting part of that example is that none of the options work, right? Unless it's strictly SU, where then my GPA doesn't get harmed, none of the options would actually benefit that particular child. The good news with option 3 is that the student can, right, with just engaging, hopefully the student's feeling better, circumstances have changed, I can engage, and that student then can at least raise their grade by 1 letter grade, right? So I can improve, and I don't have to worry about my grades being thrown out, and I don't have to worry about negatively impacting my GPA.
But if they had a D in the third marking period, the best they could do is a C, when they could have been, a AB student prior to that.
Right, possibly, right? In a brick and mortar situation with the teacher there sitting next to them, with all those other sort of variables controlled like we do when school's fully in session. Sure, there are those possibilities, no question about it. That's where, of course, we all would rather be, right? We'd rather have the students in class with their teachers. I agree.
Right. So couldn't we have a hybrid of options 2 and 3? So option 3 benefits a lot of students, but it doesn't benefit those truly struggling students who just don't want the pressure of a letter grade. And so we could have option 3 as it stands. In other words, a student can have their third marking period grade, the ability to raise it 1 letter grade, but if it still negatively impacts them, they could receive an S or a no grade.
You'll have to paint another example. I'm not sure that I'm not sure that I'm following.
So option 3 gives students their third marking period grade with the opportunity to improve it by 1 letter grade, right?
Correct.
That is option 3 as it stands. And if we were to amend that to allow a student to take an S or a U if the semester still negatively impacts their GPA.
So how is that any different, Ms. Ellis, than the option 2 just by itself? Because I'm interested in.
Because option 2 it doesn't provide the same amount of grace for what students are going through in the remote learning situation. So option 2, the student is receiving whatever grades they could have done. They could have had a B in third marking period, and I'm sorry, no, that's not a good example. They could have, that struggling student that was not doing well in third marking period was not able to sort of drive it home at the end because we went into remote learning, and now they're struggling and they're not going to be able to get to pull their grade up. I see option 3 by itself as most beneficial to our highest performing students. I want to make sure that I know that the testimony we heard, most people support option 3, but option 3 does not provide the opportunity to not receive a grade if the student if receiving a grade is disadvantageous to a student.
So using your example, Ms. Ellis, of just the exact example. So if I got a D, I just struggled at the end of third marking period, and I ended up with a D on my report card due to whatever, the flu or whatever circumstance caused me to not finish strong with a shortened third marking period. And in, let's say, in option 2, I bounce back. I mean, I bounce back and I get my normal B, right? So I'm going to get a B, and my final grade is going to be a C. That grade would be changed to an S if I had any GPA less than 2.0, right? A C is worth 2 points. So any GPA worth less than 2.0, it's going to, even though I really bounced back fourth marking period, I'm still going to get the C. I mean the S, I apologize. And then using that same example, if I had a D and I engage in e-learning, I'm back, I bounce back, I'm doing what I got to do to engage with my teacher, and I get an S, I'm still going to get the C at that point, which is the same as what I would have gotten had I gotten a B under normal circumstances if we were in normal times. So, I mean, as you're pointing out, and as Dr. Lotto pointed out, the sheer number of permutations with 25,000 students, 8 different classes, GPAs, you know, from it. I think, I really think that, you know, as many examples as we can come up with, it really is more about conceptually what is, you know, the most equitable way to approach this if we're not going to do pass no grade or pass fail.
Okay, so option 3 is a grade with no SU option, right?
It is a final grade. It is an SU for the fourth marking period.
Right.
And then with a configured grade for the final grade of the semester.
Right. They must receive a semester grade.
They will receive a semester grade, yes.
So to my fellow board members, I have grave concerns about option 3 impacting our most struggling students without giving them an opportunity to take the pressure off and not receive grades for this semester. It's actually, I'm struggling with it. I know I'm not questioning anyone's motives. I know we all want the best for our students. I'm having trouble understanding how those who wanted pass-fail for the entire semester, they think that option 3 by itself is the most equitable, because our most struggling students do not have a way out. They don't have a way to not receive a grade for this semester. So I much more support option 2, but Madam President, I would like the opportunity to come back around one more time in case I'm able to put together a more coherent thought about what I think could be a hybrid option.
Okay, we will make one more round robin option available for the members. Duly noted.
Point of order, if I could, please, President Corkadell.
On Miss Ellis, okay.
On actually the current proceedings, since we did rescind, I guess the point of order in my mind is if we're rescinding, we're going back to Dr. Olato's recommendation of unsatisfactory, satisfactory, which would mean we would still have to accept the recommendation. I don't think we've done that yet.
So we, when Ms. Hummer had placed on the table, well, I guess there's two things here, and I may need to get a little bit of clarification from staff on this, but I think I'm pretty sure my understanding is accurate. Dr. Olato was discussing a modification to a regulation that does not require a board action or motion. Ms. Ellis chose to make an action while we were discussing the regulatory proposed language that was being presented to us. Therefore, that is not a requirement for us to make options just like we did last time to take an action on the grading. So Dr. Olato was not proposing a change that was out of his purview of changing without board approval.
No, and I didn't share that he was out of his purview. I'm trying to understand if we're going back in history and going back in time, he introduced a change in that grading feature. And so that's where we are right now if we're sending the vote. The options as well were to be, Dr. Olato was directed by the board to develop bring us back some key information based on the vote. So I'm trying to understand where we really are right now, because my questions then can be orchestrated to our current feature in terms of grading, which I believe at this point in time is Dr. Olato's presentation to the board on U versus S.
I have to limit this in a sense, Ms. Antwine, no disrespect, but I have to limit this exclusively to the point of order being made because Ms. Ellis still has the table. So
understood.
The point of order
I just
has
don't
to
want
be
us to go all night on tangents if the rescinding the vote took us back to what he offered us. So you're saying no, it does not.
No, it does not, because there was no motion originally made. It was a briefing review item as stipulated on the agenda. There was no intent of board action. It was a briefing that the board members, including yourself, decided to take action on. And that is a choice, and that's the choice that we deliberated last time. The board has since tonight, a little earlier, has rescinded the original action, but the grading in and of itself is still open as opportunity. And it, as Ms. Hummer and Ms. Ellis had indicated, there was a desire still to review those options, and that is what we are doing right now. Once everybody has had their questions answered, we will present options, and if other members want options in addition to the 3 presented or to modify or amended versions, and then we will proceed just like we do with redistricting in its vote.
Understood. For the last time, what we're basing all of these options on is what he shared as a review at the last meeting to the board.
Correct, but the board can choose still to adopt those options with or without that motion, because they can stand in and of themselves within the same purview that was exercised by the board at the last meeting.
And that would be, in his review, he offered unsatisfactory, satisfactory for all grade levels for the third and fourth quarter.
Well, at this
Is that
point,
right?
well, that is not germane to the point of order. The point of order was whether or not we can proceed as we are appropriating without having to take further action because of the germane of it. And I'm simply pointing out that, yes, we are appropriate parliamentary to proceed with the discussion. And unless Ms. Ellis would like to defer her time over for additional questions on those questions, I would prefer that we wait in order and we will come around over to you, and then those questions could be answered. And if you feel that additional action should be taken, then obviously that would be of your purview as it has been of others.
Okay, I'll stand by. I just needed that to understand the order in which we're going based on us rescinding and going back to what was presented to us last meeting.
Absolutely. It is from a parliamentary and following with orders and back tracing. It is very easy to get a little. I know myself. I have lots of footnotes in front of me to make sure I'm staying on that track, as is Ms. Ellis. Ms. Ellis, you may now proceed. The point of order has been remedied, I believe.
Thank you. I did want to go back and say
Ms. Ellis, my apologies. I do want to just mention, we thought this was typing that was the background, and there's just seems to be a little bit of volume feedback. So I'll just ask our attendees who are in the Zoom environment, in the Teams environment, to double check to make sure your volume is not turned up too high, because it can produce occasional feedback. And you may proceed now. Thank you, Ms. Ellis.
Thanks. I did neglect to mention that I concur with Ms. Hummer's. I share Ms. Hummer's concern about going to no grade instead of unsatisfactory and giving students a chance to make that up, make up that work and actually complete the learning successfully when we're in better times. So I appreciate that suggestion, and I don't want to speak to any one particular option right now that I favor, because I'm still trying to form this a little bit, but thank you so much for the time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ellis. Next is Mr. Grannon. Mr. Grannon.
Yeah, thank you, President Corkadell. I got a couple of points. The first one is, I guess, a procedural one or a parliamentary one. If you try to reconcile the resolutions of the point of order that I made and that Ms. Ellis made, I think that would be kind of hard to do. So I'll just say that going forward, it's pretty clear that for the same reasons that the chair resolved Ms. Ellis's point of order to allow board members to at least ask questions before voting on anything is really going to have to be necessary for all actions going forward in this virtual environment. And I'll just leave that at that. My second point is that all of these options are just those. They're options. This is just like when we handle redistricting or something like that. We're not bound by the parameters of any of these options that are being presented. And much like we have, I think, reasonably and in keeping with the views of all of our various constituents, resolved redistricting questions in the past, just going with something different or mixing and matching, that's totally on the table tonight and probably what should happen tonight. The third point I'm going to make is, and I'm just going to say it, I'm not going to debate it, going forward, any press releases coming from the school system that have to do with board action or that entail follow-up on board action are going to need to be approved by a majority of the board. If you look at the wording of option 1, it clearly was not a neutral wording that was presented to the public. Setting aside anything having to do with the cost, if you just look at the language of it, it was skewed. And that's just not what we have the school system to do. The school system that's not their charge to do that. So that's not going to happen going forward. As to the substance, I think option 2, with the clarification that an A will always stay an A, pretty faithfully implements what the board had requested at the last meeting. And I think in particular, if we take into account Ms. Hummer's good suggestion that really no student should be harmed at this time, when we're all being harmed as a society and as families and as individuals in countless ways, emotionally, financially, all countless kinds of ways, that really no one should be harmed. So if we have option 2 with the clarification that an A always stays an A, and with the further incorporation of Ms. Hummer's very good suggestion that rather than a U, it should really be an NG, we really then are doing everything we can to protect students and put them in a position where they cannot be harmed in this situation. And I won't get into, other debates that we went on last time until 2 o'clock in the morning, and hopefully won't repeat that now. But I'll just say that one more time. And I think Ms. Ellis was asking this question to me. If you look at option 2 with the modification that an A always stays an A, and that there won't even be a U, it would be a no grade. I mean, we're doing everything we can to protect students in that circumstance. Then I'll kind of end for now, at least, with a question from Mr. Dykstra, if you're prepared, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. What part of the board's vote at the prior meeting supported the 1-level grade cap in option 3 as proposed in your presentation?
As I mentioned during the presentation, Mr. Grannon, that option really came from loosely connected to Harford County. Dr. Arlotto and I had a conversation about that and wanted to, certainly explore it a little bit further to see if it was a possibility that we could do something of that nature similar to what Harford County is doing. They have year-long classes, we don't. And so we were looking for any option where we could help kids and kind of figure out how to mix SU with letter grades. And so option number 3 is really an option where SU is exclusive to 4th marking period, and then the letter grades exist outside of 4th marking period. So we still have the combination, if you will, of S and U's, letter grades, and student benefit. So those are the 3 kind of common denominators that kind of cater to option 3. And with that, I'd certainly defer to Dr. Arlotto for any further explanation.
But my question was a little bit different. The charge that was put to the administration was come back with options to implement what the board voted on. And what I'm asking you, and I think I heard you correctly because it's pretty obvious, it's just as a matter of logic, that no part of the board's vote at the prior meeting supports the 1-level grade cap that is currently proposed in option 3, right? That's just something that you all put in because you think it's more equitable. But there was nothing that the board did that supported that. So obviously, I'll just say right now, as I said at the outset of my comments, these are all just options for us to consider. And there's no reason that anything that the board had done or will do would necessarily incorporate a 1 grade level cap. In fact, I would say that runs pretty counter to what the board had voted on at the prior meeting. My second follow-up question is, why would there be a requirement that the students engage in e-learning in order to benefit from what's being proposed in option 3? We just heard that at least 800 families are only doing paper lessons and are not able to engage in e-learning. Why would we hinge the benefits of option 3 on their participation in e-learning? So that's for you, Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Grannon, we want to continue to encourage the kids to engage, those that are certainly engaged. We wouldn't hold it against the students that are unable to engage. So if there's a student that is having to do paper packets, as far as we're concerned, they're engaged, right, in the best way that they can be. So we want to make sure that it's a no fault, right? It's no fault of theirs. So there's no harm in the fourth marking period, right? We'll take what you did in the third marking period for the option 3 and move that grade forward. And you certainly will benefit, and it's not equitable across the board. We made that clear in the presentation, but it is it does allow it does encourage the students to engage if they want to raise their grade. And certainly we don't want to hold the student, I want to hold the student harmless if they are unable to engage, if there's a reason why they can't, and we've tried to work with them and the family for them to be able to engage, and we still haven't been able to solve that problem, we're not going to hold it against them.
Okay, so I think that, thank you for that, but I think that answers the question that nothing that the board said at the prior meeting supports a requirement that the student engage in e-learning in order to benefit from any of this. We didn't have any of that in there.
Of course not. No.
Right. Okay. I'm saying, so like it very easily could, if the charge was to go and present some options that implement what the board voted for, it could have been done without bells and whistles that are not supported by the board's vote. So if we're having challenged students, I can't see any reason why we would turn any of this into a stick. We would say, well, if you want to benefit from this, you have to engage in e-learning. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever under these circumstances. So I think with that, I'll kind of hold my comments until I hear from other board members. But I think we got to think about these things very carefully when the board acts and we say, okay, bring back some options to implement what we acted on. Because that could easily happen again in this kind of unprecedented time. That I'm just saying that because it's true, and I don't need Mr. Burns or anybody else to come and clarify it. Once the board acts, and that includes when I'm on the losing side of something, the board is active. It's not for you all to be then trying to come back with options and bring different things in to change it. All right? Any one of you can do whatever you want to do and get yourself on the school board, and then you can make those decisions. But once the board acts, the board's action doesn't say, okay, well, maybe we should re-inject a 1 grade level cap because we think that's more equitable. That's not what the board voted on. I understand that you maybe disagree with that, but that's baseball. So we can't have that. We can't have those spins going on when these options are presented to us. And that applies just as well to this point about injecting the requirement that the student participate in e-learning. Nothing we said hinged on that. So I'll close by saying that I can see some benefits, at least right now, without the benefit of all my colleagues' comments, to option 3, but not with a 1 grade level cap. That is not what we supported last time, and I don't see a basis for supporting that, and not with the requirement that the student participate in e-learning to benefit from it. But in terms of what I think most closely cues to what we were really trying to do, option 2, with the clarification that an A always stays an A, and that there not even be a U, that the U instead be the no grade suggested by Ms. Hummer, really would protect students the best. And I'll hold any further comments.
Thank you, Mr. Grannon. Ms. Schulheim?
Yes. Just so everyone is understanding where I'm at tonight, because I'm going to come off as sounding really inarticulate, and there's a reason. I've had sort of a personal disaster here tonight, and so please forgive me, and my usual word hunting is going to be like on steroids. So, but I do have some questions. I do have some comments to make. I want to piggyback on what Mr. Grannon just said. I've been really sort of struck in the recent weeks about how our decision last meeting, and that was a 5-4 vote, just so no one gets it twisted, has been sort of presented to the public, or in this case, not really presented to the public. So I've heard a couple different responses to our decision in forums, and then on the press release and whatnot. And it kind of runs contrary. It kind of suggested that it wasn't firm or in stone, or that we didn't quite act, or that we didn't quite act as a body, or we didn't quite have quorum when we totally did. And that really deeply bothers me. And then also the fact that there was no timely communication sent to all parents, teachers, students about our decision also sends the message that we didn't act as a board, or that the board's will didn't exist during the April 15th meeting. And it did. 5 of us voted. It was an appropriately motioned, seconded, debated, and passed motion. And that should have been the end of that right there. So I even had, I'm sure you all have had too, my fellow colleagues, emails even today from elementary school students, or from elementary school students' parents, that, I mean, it was like their hair was on fire. They were freaking out about the e-learning environment, and the fact that it's stressful, and that this situation that we all find ourselves in is unlike any other we have seen before in our lives. And the stresses are coming up in a number of ways, in a measurable amount of ways. And yet they had no idea that we passed that motion last time. So why we didn't send out communication to all elementary and middle school students not enrolled in high school classes immediately, even if there was some thought that this was a temporary thing. And I hope that none of our members think that when we vote to be the end of it. This was a first for at least 6 of us on there, because it's not our common practice to revoke board will. In fact, later on tonight, or I guess tomorrow, tomorrow morning, we're going to talk about a policy that has a sentence in there that says that we should respect each other, and that includes our fellow board members. So, and that we should respect the decisions and the will of the board. So tonight, I mean, I'm going to have a little bit of whiplash, but whatever. The fact that this wasn't communicated out, and the fact that we've had parents that have been confused for 3 weeks, and that we're confused even today and sent us emails today, is beyond unacceptable to me. And I would kindly suggest that we make this information widely known via all of our usual channels immediately, so that at least we can put this thing to bed for elementary and middle school students. Because all we're really talking about is high school level, students enrolled in high school level classes. So I have a real problem with how this was not communicated. We've been inundated with emails. I'm certain that the staff has been inundated with questions, and this would have been very much corrected immediately. It would never really would have happened if we had a proper release of it. And so I go back to my previous point, where it just seemed as though the people thought that this was, or that there was some sort of implication, some sort of feeling that this wasn't a board decision last time, and that doesn't sit well with me. I want to ask Mr. Dijkstra a clarification question, if he doesn't mind. And I know that this has been gone over a couple times now. Just believe me when I tell you that that tonight has been pretty darn terrible. I'm kind of surprised I'm still on the call. So, so I just want to make sure I understand. When you say that an A stays an A, so for the purposes of, say, option 2, if we have a student that's in 6 APs and 1 honors, straight A student across the board, obviously that honors class is weighted less than an AP class. you're saying for the purposes of 2, it would take it off just as on a 4-point scale, and then it would factor in the weighting after the fact. Is that how am I understanding that correctly?
No, ma'am. We would have to make a choice as to whether we used unweighted GPA, which all students have an unweighted GPA. Not all students have a weighted GPA because not all students take weighted grade classes, honors, advanced IB, etc. So it would depend on which, with option number 2 specifically, it depends on which GPA we compare to. So using your example, that student would keep all A's if we used unweighted GPA, because an A is a 4.0, so the grade point average doesn't go up, but it doesn't go down. So all the A's would stay, or if, in consideration of Ms. Ellis's question, we could program the computer to do that, right? We can say, hey, keep A's, because that's the highest grade that our district offers a student, okay? If we use weighted grades, similar to your example, straight A student, an A in an honors class, you're correct, is a 4.5 quality point grade, right? Very few students have 4.5 GPAs. It's probably about 1%. But yes, in that 1%, those students would get an S unless we did Ms. Ellis's idea where we protect the A and then we apply the logic. But again, a 4.5 would count for, I can't give you a percentage, but I can tell you that it's almost all children.
Okay, so if we just had an A as an A and a 4-point scale, and also forgive me, because when we were going through school, 4-point was as high as it went. I have a 3rd grader. It's still like someone suggested like going over even a 5-point, and I was like, is that even possible? So I have very little understanding of this, so forgive me. But if we say that we're just going to run this on a 4-point scale, and in my scenario, where there's APs and honors classes, all A's and all of them, that wouldn't positively or negatively affect the overall GPA of that high school student's career? I mean, I'm just sorry. I'm struggling with the math here. Please help me.
Sure. Yeah, no problem. My pleasure. So it depends, unfortunately, is part of the answer, right? So it really depends on what my starting GPA is, right? So let's say we use the 4-point scale. We use unweighted GPA, right? So then I'm comparing letter grades to a 4-point scale. So all students have an unweighted GPA. So A is 4, B is 3, C is 2, D is 1, and obviously an E is no points, right? And so what the computer would do is compare those 4 numbers, right, not including 0, to your GPA. So in your example, right, if I have a 3.1 or higher, I'm making that up, 3.01, I guess, I have to go just over 3.0, right? We go to the 100th place in our district, right? So if I have a 3.1 GPA, unweighted or higher, the only grades I'm going to keep are going to be A's. That's it. That's all I'm going to keep. And then those A's will be calculated just like normal, right? If they're weighted, they're going to get weight for the weighted GPA. If they're not, they're not, right? But that's the only grade that's going to move forward on my final grade for my transcript and report card. Now, if I have a 3.0 or a 2.01 to a 3.0, like that whole range, right? That's the C range up to a perfect B average, right? 3.0 is a perfect B average. Now, all A's and B's help me. So the computer looks, I have an A, I have a B, I am somewhere between 2.01 and an even 3.0. A's and B's go, and it will calculate the GPA the same as it always has. If it's a weighted class, it will count for weight. If it's not, it won't. C's, D's, and E's would receive an S, no impact on any GPA, unweighted or weighted. And then we can extrapolate that down to obviously 1.01 to 2, and at that point, C's, B's, and A's all help me. We would include those. They would be calculated as normal, and we would the computer would throw out any D's or E's and replace them with S's. Does that help a little bit?
Oy, gosh, you're a patient man with me, and again, forgive me. So I mean, this goes for any sort of super achiever across the county in any one of our schools. So if we just had an A as an A, we stop at a 4-point, then suddenly that AP class or those 6 AP classes aren't weighted at, is it 5? 5 anymore?
Yes.
So
An A in an AP or IB class is a 5.
Is a 5. Got it. And so if we just had it cap at a 4-point more?
Yes.
So
An A in an AP or IB class is a 5.
Is a 5. Got it. And so if we just had it cap at a 4-point, would that decrease? Would we be doing harm with that? Would that decrease the students? No, you're saying no.
No,
but
not at all. Yep, because
but it wouldn't increase it either, though, right?
Yeah, it would increase it. So let's take that exact example you just gave. Let's just take that one example, okay? I got an A in an AP class, right? I have a 3.3 GPA, or I have a whatever I have unweighted GPA, right? So the A helps because I'm between a 3.01 and a 4.0. So the A helps. So the computer says, Ms. Schallheim, you're getting the A. Now we calculate both your unweighted and your weighted GPA. That's what the system does for your transcript, right? So your unweighted GPA is going to get a 4 because you got the A, right? And your weighted GPA is going to get the 5 because you're taking an AP class. So it's going to count in both places because it's helping you overall. It's going to count.
Got it. So maybe my initial question, rather tortured, if we had a straight A student and that straight A student has I don't even know what the GPA would be, but they're in 6 AP classes and 1 honors class this term, and we do it on a 4-point scale to determine benefit or not, they'll still get a transcript with their weighted and unweighted GPA appropriately calculated. Is that a better way to say it? Got it. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Woo, we're getting somewhere now. It's not even midnight. All right.
It just matters on what we compare to, right? Are we comparing the grade to the unweighted GPA, or are we comparing the grade to the weighted GPA? And after that decision is made, both GPAs get calculated.
Got it. But it would be most fair to do it on the unweighted GPA, because what would you say? Okay, so I'm going to use what I've heard over and over and over and over and over again. And, because we have these amazing students across our county, and I've heard from parents everywhere, including from my district. If we did it on the 4-point scale, that way we wouldn't run the risk of having someone with 7 A's, 6 in APs, 1 in honors, but then the system going, oh my God, an honors class is weighted less, so now you have 6 A's and an F.
You're correct. If we use unweighted GPA, all those A's count. They all count.
Beautiful. Okay, that's what I was hoping you'd say. So I'm of, at least at this moment, I need to hear from a few other folks, but I really think that the intent of our vote, of our quorum vote last time is really closest related to option 2. I like Ms. Hummer's addition. I want to add a little something to that. And so that's kind of where I'm at the moment. The thing I want to add to that is that, it was said pretty recently that, the redos weren't going to be a thing anymore. I think for the purposes of our students' sanity, for flexibility, and also related to the spirit of the choice vote we made last time, I would love to bring that back. So option 2 with a with a grade or an NG, and then reinstate the redo policy with a date for completion sometime in the fall or winter and to be determined by Dr. Alato and his staff, and a redo of any not completed third marking period work for students that simply didn't have access until we did those mass distribution of text, again with a deadline to be determined by Dr. Alato and his staff. So that's sort of where I'm at right now. The last thing I would say is that it's always, I've been asked this in public before to say, hey, or maybe not specifically, but the call went out like, hey, if you know you're going to have motions, just as a courtesy to your fellow members, hey, get those in, so share them so we can be prepared. So I tried to do that with this. I don't think sharing an intent to sort of rescind is the same as knowing the text of a motion. I would love to have gotten the full text of what was going to be considered by any member who had it written out prior to tonight as a courtesy. And I hope that we can do that as a practice going forward in a more consistent way, just, to have courtesy for fellow members. So that's all I want to say at this point. Mr. Dykstra, I'm really grateful for your help in getting me to understand the math behind this. And that was my big hang up with Sue, and you helped clarify, and I'm really grateful for that. So thank you. I'm done for now.
Thank you, Ms. Schalheim. Ms. Antwine?
Trying to get my face back into the screen. Thank you, Mr. Dykstra. Thank you very much for the presentation. I requested a demonstration of the current state of grading from the perspective of the end user. Are we going to get that demonstration tonight?
No, I'm not sure what you mean by that, but no, we don't have anything beyond the presentation that you've seen. We don't have anything else we have no other part of a presentation to deliver.
Okay, as I shared via email with you, Dr. Alato, that would have helped us in our board decision-making, understanding the level of effort that it would take on the part. I've heard several times tonight that it would be a burden to the counselors or the teachers or whomever the end user would be. And so having an understanding how they currently do the grading and a demo on that would have helped as requested. And my second question is, and I think we're still tracking to only the options right now. In your conversations with the current manufacturer, did they share that they could not accommodate the simple choice of pass, fail, unsatisfactory, satisfactory, and a traditional grading for high school students? Did they say that?
Ms. Antwine, yes. As we did in the presentation, the grade book that we use is called Power Teacher Gradebook. We refer to it as PTG. And that grade book is not customizable, and modifications to that grade book cannot be made to automate any type of choice. It would be manual only on the behalf of the teacher. So there's the architecture of that particular grade book is based in Java, and that is the reason why there are no customizations or modifications allowed. Even there's just no way to do it without a manual process for our teachers. Our teachers would have to manually do any type of change of a grade, of a choice.
Thank you, Mr. Dykstra. So then option 2 could not be accomplished then because it would mean changing the current program that we have in place, customizing that program?
So great question, Ms. Antwine. Option number 2, we're not going to be customizing the grade book. There's 2 things that operate in sync with each other, right? So our teachers work in a grade book, and the only person authorized in that grade book to make any type of changes at all is only the teacher. There's no one else at any level that can go into a teacher's grade book and change anything that's in it. What we do then at the central office, right, is at the end of a marking period when teachers are done doing their grading, we do a process called stored grades. We bring all of these grades, these almost million grades, into the system so that we can print a report card, we can print a transcript, etc. Option number 2, what happens is we code the computer that's going to store the grades, right? The database, if you will, that's going to store all these million grades. We actually code it to say, hey, if this happens, do this instead when you store the grade, right? So coming in, hey, if this helps the kid, do this. If it doesn't help the kid, do that. And as long as we apply the same rule, if you will, the same logic to all students, the system can handle that. The system can do that. That's not really a customization. That's really a programming coding issue that we know that we can do from working with our partners at Power School.
Okay, so from what I'm understanding, you're setting up program rules that will be set into the administrative overlay of the entire program, and so that's before the end user even gets it.
True statement. I would agree with how you phrased that.
Okay. And so then on option 3, this would apply to all students at all levels. Am I understanding that to be correct?
Ms. Anton, we certainly could do that. The options presented tonight were specific to high school credit courses. But again, we can absolutely put, as long as the logic is applied to all students that you want to have that logic, we can make that happen in the system. So we could apply that to all middle school students, for instance. We can do that, whether it's a credit-based course or not. We certainly have the capabilities between the Power School team and our amazing technology team. We could do that.
Understood. So then for our elementary students and our middle school students, they would just get a standard unsatisfactory or satisfactory.
Well, there are, just a clarifying factor, Ms. Antwine, there's no final grades at the elementary level. They get individual marking period grades, but not a final grade. There are final grades for middle schools.
Understood. So, but in this case, none of these options apply to elementary or middle school students.
They could, as Mr. Dexter said. So you could take option 3 and apply it to the middle school students as well, because they do get a final grade. It would be unnecessary for the elementary because there is no final grading.
Okay. And then for those students, whatever their situation may be, that are simply not engaged either by the packet or by e-learning, how are they being considered? In terms of they're on our books as students, how are we planning to apply grades for them beyond giving them opportunities for enrichment when they do come back and physically into the system?
Yeah, so it's going to be on a case-by-case basis, because there could be a variety of reasons of why a student is not. Again, we're using the term engaged, and we're automatically going to the e-learning. That's what we prefer because that's the most robust, right? And that's the way that we can track them logging in and engaging with the teacher, seeing the teacher visually, and those kinds of things. So it's really on a case-by-case basis, that as any teacher would do for a student that, say, is absent and stops showing up to their class, that they need to be working. If we are in the brick and mortar school, if a student stops showing up or stop engaging and doing the work, it would be up to that teacher as best they can to work with that student. But we could set the rule that if we know why the student's not engaging and they just haven't completely disappeared on us, it could be a no grade. We could institute an NG for that student, giving them some time, hopefully, to make up the work and show some mastery.
Excellent. So at this point, we're looking at, for those students, nearly 2 months of no education. Would it then, since we do have the numbers and names and otherwise as presented earlier, could we move forward in assigning them an incomplete, since they would be behind even if they came on board at this point in time?
You mean assigning them a no grade now?
Yes.
No, we would do that at the end of the marking period.
Okay, and the end of the marking period is in 2 weeks?
End of the marking period is, no, the end of the marking period is in June.
Oh, my misunderstanding. I'm thinking I'm comparing it to the last day for seniors. So let's say they don't come on until June. They are still in a position of not having what's necessary in order to be successful. And so then my concern would be they had whatever the variables are, they will still be unsuccessful. And that's why I'm offering that, since we know those students after almost a month of trying to reach them, if we couldn't just simply go ahead and consider them for the no grades and then identify what the variables were afterwards. So that's all I have for now. Thank you very much. And Dr. Olaro, thank you specifically for making the time for me earlier in the week to help me better understand the options as well.
Melissa, I think you're up. Michelle stepped away.
Apologies, yes. I believe Mr. Goulin's next.
No. Thank you, Madam Vice President. I just want to say it again. I am still under the weather, so I apologize for my voice being lower. I know some people complained about that earlier. I want to start by thanking the overwhelming number of people from the community who've reached out to all of us. I've received an unprecedented number of phone calls, voicemails, and emails on this issue, and the positions and arguments that just about everyone presented on all sides of this issue have been extremely well reasoned, and I appreciate hearing all these perspectives, even if they differ from mine. I appreciate my colleagues too. This is not an easy issue. It really isn't, but I also know too the hour is getting late. We got to get close to a decision sometime soon here. I want to say thank you to the superintendent and his team, and especially Mr. Dykstra. Thank you for your effort and on this presentation of the three options. I know it was a lot of work getting with the vendor and getting this compiled. I will say that none of these options are perfect, but they present an opportunity for us to compromise. I won't rehash the position that I had last meeting that led to my vote to support providing an option. I still believe that was the right vote. I appreciate the comments others have made in support of providing choice to students and parents. These are unprecedented times, as many have stated, and because learning situations are different, presenting a one-size-fits-all model just did not work for me. I also know, though, that the vote outcome last time led to some concerns over the system limitations, and I understand that that's why we have these options before us now. Given the fiscal constraints that we have now, and I'm certain for the foreseeable future, I cannot justify the expense of option one. That leaves me with options 2 and 3, either as they're drafted or perhaps with some of the minor tweaks that others have proposed thus far. And while both of those options are imperfect, both are viable in my opinion. While I supported choice last time, I wanted more than anything, though, for us to have a flexible grading option that included letter grades. And I believe option 3 would be the easiest for us to implement and the most equitable given the varying circumstances throughout the county. Option 2 would require what I believe to be a significant outreach, and that could leave some potential gaps in the designation of grades, and that concerns me a little bit. Even if it's one student that's in that gap, one is too much. So I'll just say this parenthetically too. I think as my colleagues and Dr. Arlotto know, I've spent well over a decade working in online curriculum development and instructional design, and I've seen firsthand the benefits that online and digital learning offer. I am also aware of the challenges and limitations too, and specifically the digital divide demonstrated in the numbers that Dr. Arlotto referenced earlier. K through 12 was not prepared for this pandemic, and we're working through the aftermath of it now. And what we have now is not really online learning in the real sense of the term, and I think Mrs. Ellis said it appropriately earlier. This is remote teaching and learning, and it currently is lacking the sophistication of true online learning. Even with the increased stress, I think most students, parents, and teachers have been reasonable in understanding the present circumstance, but we need to get this right moving forward, because the patience that we've seen thus far from our stakeholder groups is going to wear thin if this happens again, and we are not prepared, both from an equipment perspective as well as enhancing our learning management system to offer our students an inspiring learning experience. So given the present situation, option 3 for me still rewards performance, and it also recognizes effort. It recognizes effort, and I see that as a compromise option. These are unprecedented times. Compromise is even more crucial. I don't think all of us are going to get what we want, and for that reason, I plan to support option 3. So with that, Madam President, Madam Vice President, I'll yield.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gill, and I am back. I had to step away for a second. Mr. Lott.
Thank you, Madam President. I couldn't agree more with my fellow board members about the unbelievable response from the citizens of our county as we've considered this issue. Their input has been crucial in all of our decision making and how we come to positions we are. And I just think it's pretty amazing that our school systems has moms and dads and aunts and uncles who are that involved in what's going on. And I really thank them wholeheartedly. Additionally, I think Terry summed up my feelings and my positions, Mr. Gilliland, excuse me, quite succinctly. And I really do believe and support how he's coming at this. For myself, I guess it'll come as no surprise to most of you listening tonight that having a daughter that has students in middle schools in our county, the subject of grading has been very much in the conversation of my daughter, her friends, fellow mothers and fathers, and grandparents alike. And in following these conversations, I've come to the conclusion that they're pretty much right on target. So I'd like to offer the following. Nothing about this COVID-19 situation is fair to our students. Nothing. But option 3 seems to do a pretty good job of trying to be as fair as possible and bringing mutual benefit to as many as possible under these hard circumstances. Students have been working hard and finding success will be able to increase their GPA through their efforts. Those students who felt slighted by the early end of the third marking period will benefit by having the opportunity to earn an increase in that grade also. And those kids without the means and I stress that again, without the means, whether it is economic, language, lack of internet, parental support, or emotional resiliency to access e-learning, will not be put in a position of having a quote unquote satisfactory on their transcript compared to someone who had the advantage of means and was able to choose a grade. With option 3, all our students have the opportunity to win. And for that reason, that is the option I will support as this comes to a vote this evening. And that's all I have, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Live. I'll keep my comments extremely brief. I'm going to echo many sentiments that Mr. Gilliland had made and Mr. Live had made. And I do support the technical edit recommendations that Ms. Hummer had made. Whether it's applied to one option or the other, I think that the implications of a U for unsatisfactory or an I is incomplete can have connotations compared to a standard we're already using in the no grade environment, as at least was my understanding of the earlier part of the presentation Q&A that Ms. Humber had ensued prior to the other motion. So if option 3 is presented with the appropriate technical edits, I would be inclined to support that. I'm still kind of considering, quite honestly, abstaining or saying no, because I do still believe in my sentiment of the choice and the inequities it causes. But I also recognize that my constituents recognize the merits of the debates of our original action that has since been rescinded does not negate the strong, overwhelming desire to want to implement option 3 should a choice become the will of the board. So I'm leaning towards that option 3 vote. Ms. Ellis has requested that we go around one more time. If there's additional questions that you have, we can get them addressed. And if you have a proposal for an additional option to the other 3, I'll just need to make sure that it is clear. I'll ask that it's clearly stated in a way that Ms. Howell can restate the question or the option easily and readily, and we will enter them in as subsequent numbers to make the voting easier, and then we will proceed. If there are any further points of order, I would ask they concur before voting, because it does change the dynamics of the point of order to a degree. So if there are no more comments or questions to the staff, we can then proceed, starting with Ms. Hummer in making the recommendations. If we want to consider the technical edits at this time that were discussed, which appeared to be the change of the terminology, it was my understanding. So Ms. Hummer, if you would like to present those, I'm happy to get a consensus on that on the technical edit in any motions you would like to make. If we're in concurrence, we can proceed with that option with the technical edits. Otherwise, we can also place it as a separate option.
President Corkell,
yes.
I did have one quick technical question. I just wanted to make it abundantly clear to everyone. I think I understand this, but if I can get Mr. Dykstra to go on the record, there's no logistical reason, Mr. Dykstra, that there would have to be a one-level grade cap as part of option 3 as proposed, right? That's just something that you all put in there, but there's no reason that the computer would have to be limited to that, correct?
Correct. We can apply any rule as long as it's applied to all students. Yes, we can apply any upgrade accordingly.
Thank you, President Corkell. That's all I had.
Oh, okay. Okay. I wasn't sure. All right. With that stated, we're going to go and we're going to use our roll call. If you have an option that is not option 1, 2, or 3, please state it now. I want to try to keep the conjecture. We'll do one more round to speak on all options provided, should someone decide to change or want to modify their testimony of prior. So at this time, we're going to try to limit our debate. I can't obviously limit everything everybody says, but I'll suggest that we now take alternative options, and we will do this by roll call. So if you have an alternative that you would like considered alongside the others, then please state it, and please state it clearly so that we have a full, clear understanding of it, and that Ms. Howe can reiterate it for the purposes of public as well as for the record. Ms. Hummer.
Yes, I'll just repeat again that I'm putting forth option 3 with the change so that instead of unsatisfactory, the grading would be a satisfactory or no grade. I believe that meets the main objectives from everyone, from the public that we've heard, and everyone, and is the most equitable option for everyone. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to pose a question to the board at this time. I think I heard from folks who were interested in making motions that the use of no grade to coincide with the satisfactory was the preferred terminology. Can I get a consensus on that from the group by stating opposition at this time? And I'll give everybody a couple minutes here just to make sure. Okay, I'm not hearing any opposition. So the options have all been technically edited to remove use and are replaced with no grade. One more call. Is everybody in agreement with it? State opposition, please. Okay. It appears we do have consensus on that. So we're now going to proceed, and it sounded like Ms. Hummer is fine with the current options as technically edited. Ms. Alvey, do you have any options to add?
No, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Ellis.
Thank you. Yeah, you should see my paper, my pad of paper right now. I've got so many different scenarios that I've written down, possibilities. And I know one of the big concerns a lot of people have expressed is some students taking a satisfactory or no grade, some students taking grades, and how that would look to colleges. And I just had to remind myself, that's what our public universities are doing. Our public universities are offering their students a choice. So I believe I no longer struggle with that. I've heard from guidance counselors, AVID teachers, ESOL teachers advocating for their most challenged students who want to receive grades for their efforts. I think I have to support option 2 to be clear, that technical edit was for all the options, correct? With the no grade.
Yes, that was my understanding. Was
just want to make sure.
Yeah, that was my understanding. Was that the preference was to move out of an I or a U and move into an NG for the flexibility of any recovery education that may be involved.
Right.
Or that we're.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I didn't have to address that in the option. And then the one concern I have with option 2, as we discussed, I would like to amend it to state that A's do not revert to a satisfactory grade if they somehow bring down the GPA.
Ms. Ellis, would you like to propose these to hard amend option 2, or would you like it to be presented?
I think I
as an
would.
option
I
of
think
both?
that's
Okay.
I think that's less complicated than putting another option on the table, unless someone, speaks up.
Well,
and
I've got a point of order, Ms. Ellis. I don't think that will require a motion at all. This is simply a clarification. You're not changing anything that's been proposed by the administration. It's simply the board clarifying that for option 2, an A would stay an A.
Right.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm fine with that because that is the same type of consensus that we just basically went through. If there's opposition, why don't we pause for a minute for it just to make sure? I want to make sure that no other member would have a point of order to that at this time. Please unmute and speak. I'm not seeing anybody unmuting. You may proceed with Mr. Grannon's recommendations of order.
Great. So I think then my proposal has been stated. I have to reiterate, this has certainly been a very emotional issue for many. And I sincerely appreciate all the feedback that we have received. My concern with option 3 truly is for the struggling students not to have an opportunity to just have this semester not go on their record, to have grades on their record. I really struggle with that. Students, I think, need that opportunity that just can't succeed in the current circumstances. So I truly believe out of all the options, 2 is the most equitable. And again, I've heard from guidance counselors, I've heard from teachers, and we had a testimony tonight supporting option 2 from a high school teacher who has been very outspoken in the past about equity. So I think for that reason, I'm going to advocate for option 2 with my qualifying remark about.
Okay, so sounds like we've got some minor edits on that. That have been accepted by the group. Mr. Grannon, do you have any other options outside of others otherwise stated you would like to consider in this round?
Yes, I agree with Ms. Ellis that option 2, aside from most faithfully implementing what the board decided at the last meeting, does strike the best balance both for preserving incentives and protecting students in this I'll just call it unique environment, especially with the modification of a no grade. Students have the most chance to make work up, and the automated choice by the software system really, I think, eliminates a lot of potential concerns about inequity and disengagement of families and that kind of thing. Students would be completely protected, especially with the clarification that an A stays an A. And so I'll say that if option 3 is going to be considered, I think we should have an option where the all the other concerns would be protected, right? We know that in that circumstance, if they get for the 4th marking period an NG, it's going to give them their 3rd marking period grade, so they're protected in that way. But there's no reason why there should be a 1-level cap. That is not something that at all came from the board. It's not something that's required for a logistical purpose. So I would like those considering option 3 to consider it without the 1 grade level cap.
Okay,
Oh, and I'll add one other thing, and to remove the requirement that the student be engaged in e-learning in order to benefit from it. That really is not at all in keeping with what we said.
Okay, so Mr. Grannon has proposed a hard amendment to the existing option 3. Is that what I'm hearing? Or would you like it presented as a fourth option?
No, I'll have it as an amendment. That's fine. So
okay.
Just clearly stated. The amendment is to, and again, voting for this amendment does not mean that you would be locked into voting for this. So you could vote for this amendment and then still vote for another option. So I just say that to those out there who might be considering 2 or even 1.
Okay.
If everybody's listening. So again, to state it clearly, the amendment to 3 as proposed by Mr. Dykstra is to remove the 1-level grade cap. It's already been amended technically by consensus to allow for an NG for the 4th marking period, and to remove the requirement that the student be engaged in e-learning in order to benefit from it. So it's really just those 2 things.
Okay, I have a motion of amend. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We're going to go around for any comment. So Ms. Hummer, any comments to the amendment?
No comment.
Okay, Ms. Alvey?
No comment.
Ms. Ellis?
I guess I would try to understand how that would be implemented. So right now, option 3 has a satisfactory increasing the 3rd marking period grade by 1 letter grade, right? I understand that correctly. And so is the proposal to increase, is the proposal for the satisfactory grade to go in as an A or as 2 grades higher? Can you clarify, Mr. Grannon?
Yeah, rather than be limited to just the S, if the student performs well and gets a strong grade, so you were bringing up the circumstance of basically the 3rd marking period being an outlier for whatever reason, whether it was the flu or just any other personal reason that, let's say, had a traditionally a strong student getting a C, right, an outlier C. As currently proposed, the student could, just kind of run the tables under this e-learning environment, if that's actually going to happen. Just so everybody knows, I'm not dealing with hypotheticals. I'm dealing as a single parent with 2 children who have each been nearly in tears because of the e-learning conditions that they're under, but at the same time have had some wonderful experience with their teachers doing their best. So everybody's doing the best they can. We're all in this together. What I'm saying is, if the student performs well, and we don't want to take away those incentives for them to do that, why should they be limited to a 1 grade level improvement? If they perform very well, if they've, let's say in a class that's capable of 100, in a math class they're getting all 100s, why should they, why shouldn't they be able to bring that, C all the way up to an A? So I don't get the reason why we would cap students at one grade level. I get the reason for protecting them on the back end, for lack of a better expression, so that their grade can't go down. That makes a lot of sense to me. But why we would cap them so they couldn't go up more than 1 grade and put a governor on their incentives, I don't understand that. I mean, I understand the the policy preference for it. I don't agree with it.
Okay, so the proposal is that a student could receive a grade for the 4th marking period, but that their grade could not go down. Is that right?
I think I'm going to limit it to what I explained. I'm explaining you the import of my modification because I don't want it to get further confused. But yes, their grade could go up by more than one grade level. So simply just take the idea of the one grade level cap and just take that out. It could go up by as much as it could possibly go up. So if the student earned an A, if the student earned an A and had received a C in the third marking period, however the grades are weighted, it could go up more than one grade level.
So they would still receive, they would receive an S for the fourth marking period, but their third marking period grade would go up. Is that correct?
If no one outside the school system sees what the fourth marking period grades are, and that's not their final grade, you could ask Mr. Dykstra about that. I don't really have a strong concern about that. What I care about is that their final grade not be limited to a one grade level cap.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Grant, and I'm going to hold you back to the end as the originator of the amendment. Ms. Schallheim?
Yes, I agree with this. So what I struggled with option 3, and I tried to keep a tally as best I could. I kind of gave up after 70 or 80 ticks for option 3. It was obviously the overwhelming preference of the folks, at least that were giving us their testimony. But what I struggled with, what was holding me back, was that I took the kid who, for whatever reason wasn't having a good third marking period. Maybe they were getting a D, maybe even worse, they were getting an E, but is actually thriving in this e-learning environment, because while a lot of people have been in tears over it, and quite rightly so, this is very strange for all of us, I have heard from quite a number of parents and even some students that their kid is shockingly thriving in this environment. And so what I struggled with is, if someone was getting an E for third marking period, the best they could do under option 3 as it was written tonight was a D. And that just didn't sit well with me. We're going through a global disaster. We're all sort of on our heads, and that's the part that was holding me back. That was the only part that was holding me back from option 3 sort of wholesale. And so I don't like the one grade cap for that reason. And that was the scenario that came to mind. I'm sure there are others. If someone was tanking third quarter and is now, against all odds, thriving in this environment, that grade should be able to go up. If they were failing, it should be able to go up to a C if, by their own, work, etc. I agree that, if we're truly trying to be equitable, I've heard this, we've used this word a lot, and quite rightly, it should be the focus of everything. I don't see the equity in assuming that a kid struggling in this environment for whatever number of hundreds of reasons would have to be engaged in order to keep a grade. Now, the flip side of that is that by not having that motivation for an A student will go out the window tomorrow, and they won't log in again the rest of the time. And I struggle with that too. But I think I'm okay with getting rid of that part of it. I'm definitely okay getting rid of the one grade cap. I don't want to throw another wrench in the fire, but I would also be okay with just having the cap and retaining some sort of engagement. Our teachers are putting in masses of hours to make this as pleasant of an experience as possible, and to dial down the motivation to nothing for some of our students is sort of an injustice to their effort too. So I guess I'm sort of halves on this one. But if the original, I guess the original motion maker was Ms. Hummer, if she would have, and I don't know how we're going to do this parliamentary speaking, but if now is okay to suggest a friendly amendment to her original motion, but getting rid of the 1 grade cap, I think I'm leaning that way, but I don't know. I don't know what parliamentary is.
So Ms. Scholheim, we actually have an amendment on the table from Mr. Grannon that is to amend option 3.
Got it.
Depending on the outcome of that would determine the answer to your other question.
Got it. So sometime before sunrise, come back to me on that one, depending on how this pans out. Cheers.
You got it. Okay. So with that in mind, Ms. Antoine.
I support the amendment from Mr. Grannon.
Okay. Mr. Gilliland.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll just say I see where Mr. Grannon is coming from, and I think in normal circumstances I'd even be open to this. My concern, and it's not just with Mr. Grannon's amendment, but anyone else that makes an amendment, I'm just going to have the same line. I think we got an overwhelming, at least my 4 years on the board now, more public testimony tonight on this issue than I've seen on any other issue at one time on 3 options that were presented to the public. And if any amendment is going to alter those options beyond a technical amendment, I get the technical aspects, but anything that's substantive in nature, I'm just not going to support because that has not been presented to the public. So for that reason, again, I think in normal circumstances, I'd be with Mr. Grannon on this, but I just feel like we've got to be transparent. So with that, Madam President, my comment, if there's another amendment proposed, I'm just going to say the same thing then, or I'll pass because I'm on record now. So thank you.
Mm-hmm. Duly noted, Mr. Gilliland, that we will return if other amendments appear for that choice for the members. Mr. Lyde?
I concur with Mr. Gilliland, and I have no further comment.
Okay. I do not have comment to the amendment at this time. So seeing no more comments, I don't see anybody unmuted. I'm going to leave the last say on this amendment to Mr. Grannon. Mr. Grannon?
No, I think I had my say. I'm good.
Okay, with that stated, we're now going to make a vote on Mr. Grannon's amendment. Ms. Howell, please call roll.
Ms. Hummer?
Nay.
Ms. Alvey?
Yay.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Scholheim?
Sorry. Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
No.
Mr. Lyde?
No.
Ms. Corkadell?
No.
Motion fails 5-4.
Okay. We are now, Mr. Grannon, this is back over to you again. And as I stated, we are presenting options to vote on. Do you have anything else to add or any additional amendments to present?
No, I'm prepared to vote.
Okay. With that stated, Ms. Scholheim, any amendments to present for vote or any amendments to the existing technically edited options presented or a new option to vote on at this time?
Yes, I'd like to offer Ms. Hummer a friendly amendment to get rid of the 1 cap limit so that it would allow, for example, like I said, a student that was failing for whatever reason 3rd quarter to get above a D in this unusual set of circumstances, because I don't see the equity there.
Ms. Hummer, I will defer to you before I take any further parliamentary on it.
I'm not open to any amendments to my motion, to my option. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
All right. Well, then I'll offer it as my own amended option 3 in that case. So it would be just to remove the 1 grade cap, because if someone is thriving, then they should be able to thrive. And remember, we have for a variety of students, you know, some of them going to school every day is their own personal version of, I don't know, hell. And then, you know, for others, it is not. And some are actually thriving in this environment. And so I want to honor that and get rid of the one letter grade cap. So everything
as a
else.
point of order, President Corkadell, that was the substance of my motion, which was just defeated by the board.
Yeah,
except for the fact that, but you wanted to also get rid of.
Okay, point of orders are not debatable, folks. I don't want to interrupt anyone. I really don't. But point of orders are not debatable, and as such, the point of order is recognized as being in already having been disposed and debated on. As I said, it can present itself, however, under this circumstance, as a unique option of its own to be voted on alongside with the other 3, if the member would like to.
Yes, yeah, because it's not the same as what we just went through. That got rid of another substantive part of the option. I'm not suggesting that, just the cap.
Okay, so we now have, we will have 4 options to vote on as of now, and one will be similar, identical to option 3 as technically amended for the NG, with the exception of Ms. Schallheim's noted amend. So with that stated, I'm going to keep going down the roll to see if there are any additional options on top of what Ms. Schallheim is offering, and that would go to Ms. Antwine. Ms. Antwine?
So of course, I'm here just swimming in confusion at this point in time. I will say that I see an option developing where we could take portions of 2. That's so not me. We could take portions of 2 and merge it with 3 to meet the same intent. And the term equity has been completely overutilized and almost bringing this, making it just a buzzword rather than the emphasis on what it truly means in this case. I'm having trouble deciding on any option still because of what it does to students overall. But at this point in time, I have been trying to figure out how to merge the 2, and some of the changes earlier would have helped that. But I'll wait on the other introductions before I come up with something. Thank you.
Ms. Antwine, we are actually presenting the options now, and so this is the opportunity to present an option. Once we vote on the options, we won't be adding other ones in after it disposes, because the agenda item will have concluded. So if you would like, I can address if Mr. Gilliland, Mr. Live, or myself would have motions to grant you a couple more minutes, and I'm happy to come back if you would like to present a formulated option 5.
It's just that the amendments and the introduction, since that was posed to the board, changed how I would have approached this. But with that being said, May I want to ask a question of Dr. Arlotto or Mr. Dykstra, please?
Yes, you may. You have the table.
The NG, now that we have changed this, changes the basically the spirit and the intent of both of all of these options, putting the NG there. So for our seniors who were faring well, does this mean they don't graduate because now they don't have access to e-learning? How is that being recognized for the seniors specifically?
So that's a wonderful question, and I don't have an answer at this time. Because an NG, as you say, the no grade, I think the concept that your colleagues are bringing forward with the NG, and I want to speak for them, but my understanding is giving those students that have not had access, limited access, they've had difficulty engaging in the e-learning, to give them more time to get the work done, to then convert that NG to a satisfactory grade that could then impact their overall grade for the semester. That's what I'm taking from the conversation, Ms. Antwine. Obviously, our seniors have a limited time. And so as I stated earlier, some time ago, when Mrs. Hummer brought it up initially, I said with the difficulty with an NG is you have to have a time limit on it. At some point, it turns into a pumpkin. Mm-hmm. At some point, you have to turn it into a final grade. The Maryland State Department of Education has given us more time to do that. And so that's okay for those freshmen, sophomores, and juniors, for example. It is much more difficult for seniors. We have limited time to come back and change the grade. So an NG doesn't really work in the senior world if we say everybody has until September 15th to change this grade. It's a different animal, if you will, when we're talking about seniors. But we would have to establish some default rules. If this is in fact the will of the board, we'll have to establish some default rules with regard to the NG.
And I'm thinking in terms of the seniors, that's what we would have to do. Otherwise, we put them in some very poor position, even worse than what they're contending with now, I believe, with the NG, although I still say it's much better than unsatisfactory. Setting up parameters for what NG means to our seniors would be necessary in this case. So with that said, President Corkadell, I am still baffled, and I don't want to just throw something out. I was considering a hybrid between the two to ensure that seniors and others that even with these technical changes will still take the brunt end of our decisions tonight. So at this time, as I've shared, it's difficult for me to introduce even a fourth option without knowing how it affects everyone.
Okay, noted. Mr. Gilliland, any additional options to present or technical amendments?
Thank you, Madam President. I do not. I was going to ask Dr. Arlotto a question somewhat aligned to what he had just asked, but I can wait for an appropriate time if this is not it.
Well, I think it may be it because we're wrapping up establishing the options, and the next thing we're going to be doing is voting on them. So,
great. So I guess very, very briefly, and Dr. Arlotto, this might be just a quick yes or no from you. But I think given that you mentioned the state superintendent or the state board's additional time period, would it be fair to say that the whole thing with the letter grade cap can be a moot point because the state board has allowed additional time to change grades, so students would have additional time to bring up third marking period grades, which in turn would positively impact their overall semester grade?
So I don't know, Mr. Dykstra, can you help me with this? I don't think what we're talking about is a waiver or setting aside by the state board of the 45-day rule, and I'm not sure that it applies to marking period grades. I think it applies only to final grades. Is that correct, Mr. Dykstra?
Yes, sir, that's correct. We only report final grades to the state. We don't report marking period grades.
Right. So the 45-day rule that's been waived only is in agreement with that. Just that it's got to do with only final grades.
Understood. Okay, thank you. And then I appreciate that. So, Madam President, nothing else for me.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Gilliland. Mr. Lyde.
No comment or further options.
Okay. Last call for any additional options. Going once, going twice. Okay. We are now ready to vote on options 1, 2, and 3.
I'm sorry, President Gordon. When you were saying option, I thought you were talking about a different option. I have a friendly amendment to Ms. Hummer's motion, and I'll make it.
Sure.
I'll make it succinctly, and I ask that if she's not amenable to it, to state her reason on the record. My friendly amendment to Ms. Hummer's motion is that the prerequisite that the student engage in e-learning in order to benefit from option 3 be removed.
Ms. Hummer, what say ye?
I don't, as a teacher and as a parent who's watching this, I don't see how a child can be fully engaged in mastering the content in high school, in all of their high school classes, unless they're engaged online. There's just not a way, I'm watching it with my kids, that they could receive online packets to do everything. And if there is a student that falls under that, I believe that that is a student that the school system should be working with individually, and that we shouldn't be making a blanket statement about it, that we should be encouraging our students to be online with the more robust learning. So no, I'm not open to that amendment.
Mr. Grannon, based on that, would you like to present an option 5?
No, thank you.
Okay. All right. Anything else? Okay, we are set to vote on 4 options. So I'm going to ask Ms. Howell to read each option one more time by virtue of option 1 is, and state the following, option 2 is, et cetera, et cetera. Once those have been read into the record, we are going to go on roll call, just like we do with redistricting. If we don't get to a 5, then, we keep it going until we do get an option that does have 5. So with that stated, Ms. Howell, you have the floor.
Option 1, AACPS would purchase a PowerSchool application to collect and document the choice of students and parents' guardians for each course for second semester. Families would be required to use the PowerSchool portal to complete their choices. Installation and activation would take approximately 4 weeks and come at a cost, the most beneficial to the district being a 3-year, $321,750 contract, plus a customized calculation program expected to cost $7,000. Teachers would be required to spend time reviewing student family choices and manually overwrite 4th marking period grades for each student in their grade book, based on the current choice each family makes for each course. Other school staff would have to assist families currently not enrolled in the parent portal. Option 2, an automated option in which a customized program is developed in PowerSchool to examine every student's situation and determine course by course whether a letter grade or a satisfactory/unsatisfactory designation would best benefit the student's grade point average. Students who have letter grades as a final second semester grade would have that letter grade figured into their GPA. Students who have S or U as a final grade would not have that grade figured into their GPA. The cost estimate for this customized calculation is $7,000, and the project will take approximately 1 week to complete. Option 3, this is option 3 as amended. Course would be equivalent to a 1 grade higher than the 3rd marking period letter grade. A student who engages in e-learning and earns a satisfactory in the 4th marking period would have their grade raised by 1 letter grade. A student who earns a no grade designation in the 4th marking period would receive the 3rd marking period grade as the final grade for the semester. Letter grades would be calculated into a student's GPA as they would in any other semester. Option 4 is the same as option 3, but removing the 1 grade cap.
With that stated, Ms. Howell, please call roll, and members, please designate your vote choice.
President Corkadell, point of clarification, please. It was
Yes,
my
ma'am.
understanding earlier in our deliberations that we would be changing unsatisfactory to NG is across the board. Does that still stand?
Yes, ma'am, that was accepted by the board as a whole for all options. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, point of clarification has been cleared. Ms. Howell, you may resume.
Ms. Hummer, your option.
Option 3.
Ms. Alvey.
Option 3, because the people have spoken.
Ms. Ellis.
Option 2, because it supports our struggling students and all students.
Mr. Grannon.
Option 2, because it most faithfully aligns with the board's original intention. It provides full incentives for students to be engaged if they're able to do so, and to even improve their grades, and protects them by preventing their grades from going down. I'll also say that with all of this, none of these things are what were originally proposed by the superintendent. So I want to really just congratulate all of my colleagues in doing what I've always said we should do, even if I disagree with the substance of our action, is to be a muscular board and not to acquiesce. I'll also say that we've got our eyes open now in terms of what needs to be done immediately to preserve and enact board action.
Ms. Schallheim.
Oh, Mr. Grannon, you stole my thunder again. That's okay, because I totally agree with. Firstly, I want to vote for option 4, though I totally get why 2 of my colleagues voted for option 2, and this has been a struggle for me to determine which one to go with up until even a few minutes ago. But I do want to echo what Mr. Grannon just said, and that none of these would have been options, folks, if we didn't do what we did on April 15th. And so I'm very happy with my colleagues in getting us to this place where we're going to end in a better spot than where we began. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Oh, the last thing I'll say, by the way, as a point of information, is that no press release is going out, no matter what option comes out tonight, without a majority of the board approving the wording of it.
Ms. Antwine.
I'm going with option 2 at this time because I think it's inequitable to allow any option that only benefits certain students. And in this case, only those engaged in e-learning would be in option, benefit from option 3. And option 1, is just, it's off the table because of the pricing. So option 2, thank you.
Mr. Gilliland.
Option 3.
Mr. Leib.
Option 3.
Ms. Corkadell.
Option 3.
That's 5 for option 3, 3 for option 2, and 1 for option 4.
Okay. Option 3 has been passed. And so this shall close out the agenda on item 3.01. We are now addressing item 4.01, Safety and Security Report. Dr. Alato.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Ms. Jackson, when she gets a minute, will unmute herself and bring you our safety and security report for this month.
Yes, good morning. Good morning, President Corkadell, Vice President Ellis, members of the Board of Education, and Dr. Arlotto. For the record, I am Monique Jackson, Deputy Superintendent for Student and School Support. I am providing the monthly update on security as requested to highlight the work being done in this department. During this time, the Office of School Security continues to support the school system. They continue to partner with the Anne Arundel County Police Department. They coordinate with police, provide video evidence in support of a number of police investigations. They continue to work with schools and police to keep schools safe and secure. Our school system's priority continues to be the safety and security of all of our students. I applaud the work of this team and all of the teams of Anne Arundel County Public Schools who have worked around the clock to support students without seeking recognition. Please be reminded of the Maryland Center for School Safety hotline number 1-833-MDB-SAFE or 1-833-632-7233. That concludes my report, and I'm available for any questions.
Okay, we are going to open the floor up to questions. I'm going to simply ask the members to mute if you unmute yourself. If you have a question, I'm not seeing anybody unmuted, but I'll give folks a second. Yes, Ms. Antwine has unmuted. Ms. Antwine, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Jackson. Good morning back at you. Thank you for being here and looking vibrant. My question concerns the homeless students. I'm understanding that some of them have access through the parking lots and otherwise in order to access the e-learning environment as well as get food and anything outside of that. How are we supporting them beyond this though, because they don't have the option of a shelter in place, and it is increasingly difficult. I'm also understanding that even some of these the gates to some of the schools on certain days when they may have the opportunity to get to the Wi-Fi, some of the gates to the schools have been closed. So that blocks that opportunity. So the question on the table is about our support to the homeless students in terms of their safety and security.
So thank you so much, Ms. Antwine, for your question. First, I will start with your latter question. If there are schools that don't have access, I would ask for you and your colleagues to please let me know. We do have several food sites, and so I would imagine, especially during that time, there's open access. And so if there are schools that the access is not being provided, please let me know, and we will definitely look into that. For your suggestion about our homeless students, remember our definition of homeless doesn't necessarily mean that they don't have shelter, as we would consider, an adult who perhaps is homeless or that we might see in popular literature or on TV, etc. Those students, sometimes they are living in hotels. We do have a lot of students that are living in hotels. Sometimes they are living with other family members, or sometimes they may be living in an environment in which they have one address one day or another address another day. So those students are really supported by our Student Services Department. We have PPWs that specifically are assigned to our homeless population. They have been checking in on them in addition to their schools of record. And so we have worked with the hotels to help make sure that they have internet access. They were some of the first students to make sure that they received devices. So I would suggest that it's the support to our homeless population continues to be robust as it is during the school year. We also continue to support the homeless population outside of learning with food as well as with other resources.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. And then my second question concerns the continuity plan. And perhaps, Dr. Alato, you can best help me with this one. But we got the announcements today that the schools would physically be closed for buildings and otherwise, but school education goes on. Once we do open, does our continuity plan address how reporting and testing of the coronavirus would be applied once they do open? And does it address how we are currently doing reporting and testing for the virus?
So we're not doing any testing for the virus. And when we are allowed to open under whatever circumstances that both the governor, Maryland State Department of Education, as well as the Maryland Department of Health will dictate what those parameters are. So I don't have an answer to, we don't yet know when we do open what the parameters will be, meaning how many students, how many people in a building, how long they can be there. And we certainly don't yet have parameters on what the social distancing guidelines will be, whether we'll have to take the temperature of every person that enters a building or gets on a bus, those kinds of things. We may very well have to implement those kinds of safety precautions, but we've not been given that information yet. And those will be dictated to us. It'll be the Department of Health that will tell us how we'll be able to reopen our buildings and bring people together.
Yes, sir. Thank you for that. So then my follow-on is if there are cases of COVID currently and in our system currently, there's right now a self-reporting mechanism. Outside of that, there's no procedure for self-reporting.
So we follow the procedures of the Anne Arundel County Department of Health. So we're in touch with them almost on a daily basis. And so if an employee tests positive, then the Department of Health would contact us and let us know, and they would begin their contact tracing. That's not something we're able to do. We will fully cooperate, of course, and we're in almost daily contact with the Department of Health, but they would tell us that there's a positive case, and then they would begin the contact tracing.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you both.
Okay. Do we have any other comments or questions? Not seeing any. So with that stated, Mr. Grannon, did you have anything? I know I don't have your thing right up to know. Are we good?
No, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Ms. Jackson. We're going to move right on to our next topic of item 4.02, the bullying prevention report.
Yes, good morning, President Corkadell, Vice President Ellis, members of the Board of Education, and Dr. Arlato. For the record, I'm Monique Jackson, Deputy Superintendent for Student and School Support. I am providing a monthly update on bullying and harassment as requested to highlight the work being done in this department. For the 2019-2020 school year through April 30th, there were 716 bullying and 217 bias reports filed. To put this in perspective, there were 3 bullying reports and 2 bias reports filed for the month of April. Bullying and harassment are not tolerated in any form. The same procedure remains in place for reporting. Any parent may complete the online bullying reporting form to be processed. As always, they may also report the incident to a trusted adult, but we do encourage the use of the online bullying reporting form. That concludes the update, and at this time, I'm available for any questions.
Thank you so very much, Ms. Jackson, particularly given our early hour, and we're still in section 4 here. So with that stated, I'll ask members to please unmute any questions that they may have for Ms. Jackson at this time? Seeing none. Item 4.03, Diversity and Inclusion Report.
Okay.
Good morning, Dr. Gillens.
Yes, good morning, everyone. President Corkadell, Vice President Ellis, Dr. Arlotto, and members of the board. For the record, I am Maisha Gillens, Executive Director of Equity and Accelerated Student Achievement. I am providing the monthly update on diversity and inclusion. The Office of Equity and Accelerated Student Achievement continues to be intentional in our efforts to assist schools in eliminating all gaps, especially during these uncertain times. Per my report last month, I am providing you with an update of the work of the Eliminating the Opportunity Gap Committee. The leads of the subcommittees met to give an overview of their goals and deliverables that have been designed to support and advance the vision, mission, and work of the entire committee. The immediate next steps are for the subcommittees to continue to work to refine their goals and deliverables. Long-term next steps is for the entire committee to meet to ensure each subcommittee goals will work towards mitigating the concerns that have been expressed in many community forums, such as the September Forum at Arundel High School, the Community Forum at Broadneck High School, and the most recent virtual Town Hall Forum co-sponsored by the NAACP and Connect the Dots. The committee's ultimate goal is to present the goals of each subcommittee to School Superintendent Dr. Arlotto and County Exec Mr. Pittman for their consideration. My office continues to work with community partners in ensuring all our students have access to e-learning. We have been in conversations about what continues to be barriers for families during these uncertain times, and how can the school system and community work collaboratively in overcoming these barriers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gillens. At this time, we'll take questions and comments from the board, and I will just say how much I appreciate the fact that we are in a crisis, and yet we are keeping our eye on the target to make sure that we are making progress on such an important issue. And so thank you, and please extend that gratitude. I don't know how many people are still listening at 1:09, at 1:10, I'm sorry, 1:12 in the morning of the team that you're reporting to, and I want to make sure that they understand how much the board appreciates it. This definitely above and beyond. So thank you so very much.
Thank you.
And with that, I do see we have a question comment. Ms. Antwine?
Thank you, President Corkadell. Thank you, Dr. Gillens. Good morning. Thank you for the presentation and your patience. After the vote today, I foresee a tremendous diversity and inclusion situation, and I wanted us as the board and our team and Dr. Arlotto and his staff to be aware of some of the outcomes will hinge on the fact that some of our students were not educated in the same way and did not benefit in their grading the same way as other students.
Thank you.
Ms. Antwine, thank you very much. I don't see any other comments or questions going once, going twice. Thank you once again, Dr. Gillens, greatly appreciated. I know you guys are just working above and beyond. Can't say enough on that front. The next item we're going to have is item 4.04, the transportation report. Mr. Chiknovich.
Good morning. It's Alex Shackno, Chief Operating Officer. I'm here to bring a brief overview relative to transportation. We continue to obviously monitor all aspects of the COVID situation. It is, in fact, having operational issues for our transportation division. There are requirements, as I briefly mentioned at our prior meeting, in terms of required inspections of vehicles, physicals for drivers, drug and alcohol testing for drivers, inspection for drivers. Those I mentioned previously. The more recent thing we're monitoring now is the impact of the COVID situation on the delivery of physical buses, not just those for Anne Arundel County, but of our contractors. As you know, here within the state of Maryland, buses cannot be used once they reach their 12th year of service. They need to be put out of service and can no longer be used for the transport of public school students. With the situation at the various manufacturing and supply chain plants, we're beginning to receive early notifications that there may be some disruptions to some of the vehicles that, again, may have been ordered by us or the contractors that we partner with to transport our children. We are in communications with the state of Maryland, and we've preliminarily notified them, and it's not just Anne Arundel County, it's the other 23 jurisdictions as well, that the state may need to grant variances or waivers regarding various elements of the transportation code. One of them possibly might be a short-term extension of the lifespan of the bus to maybe bridge a gap that may come from a vendor or a supplier. And again, we're monitoring all these closely. They're ever developing. The state is very receptive. They have not acted on any of these waivers, nor will they until they become more material and acute. But the state is cognizant of the situation and the plight of the 24 jurisdictions. With that, I'll rest and turn it over for any questions.
Thank you very much. Looks like we do have a question or two, so I'm going to start with Ms. Schallheim. Ms. Schallheim?
Yes. So I have a question about our bus fleet that we own that, as far as I'm aware, is GPS enabled. I've heard murmurs from other districts that some have or are considering sending buses that are GPS enabled, converting that somehow to be Wi-Fi enabled to neighborhoods to allow for further access in neighborhoods that don't currently have access to the internet. And I'm wondering if you all have thought any more about that and if it's even possible. So that's my first question.
So while it is true that we do have GPS on some of our buses, we do not have Wi-Fi. They're two very different things. The GPS emit an antenna signal that's used for geopositional location. The signal it is transmitting are essentially longitudinal, latitudinal coordinates of that bus that a mathematical algorithm then translates into the location of the bus. That's very different from acting as a residential grade hotspot or Wi-Fi connection. Those are two different kind of antennas. There are a multitude of options for individuals to gain access to internet connectivity. All of the cable providers are providing 60 or 90-day free options. They'll come out, they'll connect you, etc. Our Q&A document on our website provides individuals with help on how to do that. And I know that our bilingual facilitators are helping some of our families through that process as well. Being able to obtain a free, robust connectivity system within your own residence, I would suspect would be far more preferential than going to seek out a bus in a neighborhood. But again, the buses that we have do not have a Wi-Fi type of system that you could connect a laptop or a phone or a Google Chromebook to it.
Got it. I mean, I didn't understand the inner workings of that. I just heard it as something, I don't know if it was real or fiction, that some other jurisdictions might be doing, and so I just wanted to ask about that. My other question is, since it has to do
and Ms. Schalheim, it's no, you weren't imagining it. That is a real thing. There are some jurisdictions elsewhere, and I've read the same stories you have around the country, that actually do have a true Wi-Fi connectivity on some of their buses, that then the Wi-Fi's seek out cell towers and of course bounce those signals around. But those are two very different technologies here in Anne Arundel. That's not something that we're fortunate enough to have.
Got it. Totally understood. Thank you for clarifying that. The other question I had, because it has to do with transportation, is, right back to the question I've asked before, and how is it going with regard to implementing recommendations put forth by the transportation consultants report that we all paid for, within the constraints that we now find ourselves in. You were mentioning that they were working on standard operating procedures, but it's my understanding that there was a fair amount of other sort of low-hanging fruit items that could be done in-house with current existing resources, and I'm wondering if we're tackling any of those.
We are, again, to the extent that they are not fiscally dependent or can be done with social distancing.
Okay. Is there a way we can get a list so I can stop being a broken record player about this, of which one recommendations specifically you all are working on at this time?
Sure.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And then I won't have to ask next time, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schalheim. I saw Ms. Antwine, you had your mute off as well. You have the table.
Thank you, President Corkdale. My question concerned what Ms. Schalheim just brought up. We talked about it at the last meeting, the last time you briefed to us, that our buses couldn't equip or were not equipped for Wi-Fi, and so I appreciated that. What my plan was to ask this time was, are similar partnerships as we have with transporting the students via city buses, do you know whether or not those buses have Wi-Fi access? And if they do, would the city be willing to partner with us in the same, do you believe the city would be willing to partner with us in the same way that they're doing the lunches?
I actually don't know whether city-owned buses do or don't have Wi-Fi connectivity. I can certainly reach out to the transportation director. I know him. I know the city has been partnering with us on many avenues already. They're a good partner with us, and if this was a way that they could possibly help us, I'm sure they would likely jump and rise to the call. But I will reach out to the city's transportation director and ascertain whether they do or do not have that technology capacity.
Thank you. My support of this is that if we do have options for our students in these trying times, that we try to optimize those options as much as possible. And so I thank you for doing that.
Thank you, Ms. Antwine. I'm not seeing any other questions. I'll give it one more second. Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much, Alex. Greatly appreciated. I think we're good to go. Just a general reminder to the public that public comment would normally be taken at this time. However, due to our current virtual meeting conditions, items not listed on the agenda, we are not receiving public comment on at this time, and that testimony did need to be submitted in advance of the meeting to the board office, and that will remain in effect until such time that the state lifts enough restrictions for us to resume regular meetings. We're now going to proceed to item 5.01, the county executive's recommended 2021 operating and capital budget. And before I give the floor over, I want to do a shout out to the team, to Dr. Arlotto and his team. They did an outstanding job on the first round of working with the county council. We are clearly looking forward to working with them in these challenging times. I think now more than ever, team effort is definitely going to play a key role in the continued success of our education. And although this is clearly, especially if you've never seen something in a more recessionary time of a budget, it clearly is challenging. But I'm very proud of our team and our board members as we continue to do this. I know we're going to do what's in the best interest of our students. So with that in mind, I'm going to turn the floor over to Dr. Arlotto and his team, and it looks like Mr. Chignovich is ready to roll here, and we have a couple things up on the screen. So without further ado, I will let you guys go through this, and then we will take board questions in roll call order as we have been doing tonight.
Thank you, Mrs. Corkadell. I just want to, so I appreciate your thoughtful comments. Our budget team, as you know, works incredibly hard on behalf of the board and the school system. And you also recognize, we all recognize the difficult times that we're in. I would agree. I think our county executive, I very much appreciated his presentation last Friday as he released his budget and his thoughts. This is incredibly trying times, and I think we are based on where the circumstances that we're in, that we all recognize, and I don't need to go through the fact that there is money set aside for the school system, I think puts us in a pretty good place. And so Alex will walk you through some of the numbers, and then we certainly are glad to take questions and have discussion about what the county executive has offered us as part of his overall county budget.
Good morning again. Alex Shaknova, Chief Operating Officer for the school district. Matt Stansky, Director of Financial Operations, is also available. So this evening we'll begin item 5.01 with an overview of the operating budget. We'll review the operating budget, both the revenue and expense side of the ledger, and then we'll pause to take some questions. We'll bring those to a closure, and then the plan is we'll bring up the capital budget next. And do the same thing. There'll be a brief presentation and then an opportunity for some questions. So focusing on the operating budget and the exhibit that's posted up on the viewable screen, traditionally we begin with a review of the revenue. The Board of Education, if you can take a look at the third numerical column, had asked for approximately $89.5 million in unrestricted revenue. When you added in the various restricted items, the request would have been for $96.6 million worth of new revenue year over year, that being FY21 over FY20. If you go to the far right-hand column, you'll see that the amount of unrestricted revenue that has been recommended in terms of the county executive's operating budget proposal that was delivered on May the 1st that Dr. Arlotto alluded to. It provides $35.5 million of additional unrestricted revenue. And again, that $35.5 million juxtaposes against the $89.5 million request. A little more detailed analysis will show that all of the line items on the unrestricted side are essentially a match, absent a little bit of rounding, but they're essentially a match with what was requested by the Board of Education back in February, absent one item, and that being the county funding. The Board of Education's adopted budget requested $86.75 million worth of new year-over-year unrestricted operating revenue. As you probably saw in County Executive Pittman's comments in the press releases and in his budget delivery, the position the county finds itself in, at least at this juncture, the county executive's level juncture, is that they weren't unable to support our budget to a degree greater than what would have been required under the state's maintenance of effort provision. The county government did in fact calculate the maintenance of effort provision. They did verify with us that their calculation was correct, and they arrived at a value of $14,750,400. Again, they rounded up just slightly. So that is that's the minimum amount of new revenue year over year that the county government has to provide us based on the enrollment increase that we saw in academic year 2018, 2019, in fact. So the county government's budget and the budget before you does comply with all aspects of the state law, so there's no compliance aspects. In terms of the other elements on the revenue side, the county executive's budget, again, minus a little bit of rounding, again, was an exact match. So if you get to the bottom line on the revenue, again, I said earlier that the board's budget asked for $96.6 million, all in from various sources, both restricted and unrestricted. The recommended budget as of May 1 has a recommended revenue function of $42.6 million. Going down to the expense side, in terms of how that money would be distributed, we'll focus on the exhibit before you, and the way that it's constructed essentially is anything that you'll see on the expense side that is highlighted in a yellow banding, is an item that was funded and supported in some fashion by the county executive. And we'll go over it in details. Sometimes you'll see that the highlighted elements are an exact match with what the Board of Education had requested. Sometimes there may be a differential, and we'll be careful to point those out. So the very first item is compensation. The Board of Education's requested budget was asking for approximately $42 million to support the compensation packages for the 4 represented units, as well as the 2 non-rep units within the Board of Education. And we recall what those various pay package items were. Unfortunately, again, given the situation that the county executive and the county found themselves in, and having already done 3 different revenue write-downs, and that might not be the last of the revenue write-downs, they're putting forth a budget at the county executive's recommendation that would fully fund a step increase or a step equivalent for all Board of Education employees that would be eligible. So the contractually required steps, for example, that are in the 4 bargaining unit contracts that we have, would in fact be able to be fully fulfilled within the budget that the county executive recommended. So there would not be any contractual issues, at least at that base level. The next item is also a matter of contractual concern, and that has to do with our charter and contract schools. As you know, we have 4 in the county, 2 contract schools and 2 charter schools. 3 of those schools have already reached their enrollment capacity maximums, but 1, the contract school with Monarch Annapolis, still has enrollment growth allowed in them for that in the upcoming year, so they can bring in more students. Naturally, we have to provide them revenue to support and educate those students, and taking a look at the enrollment growth that's permissible under the contract, that would require about just under $1.2 million of additional revenue for Monarch Annapolis, and the county executive's budget fully supports the Monarch School and the good partnerships we have with the Children's Guild there. The item right below that, the PPE increase, that is in support of all the charter and all contract schools. So the 3 that Children's Guild manages, as well as Chesapeake Science Point. You'll see that the Board of Education's request was for just under $1.5 million. The county executive's recommendation is almost $880,000. There is a differential there, but the state law requires that we distribute a proportionate amount of our revenue to our charter and contract schools. It's essentially a mathematical formula. And because our budget was not fully funded, the budgets for PPE increases that will be transferred to support the charter and contracts will also be not fully funded on a pro rata share. The $880,000 will allow us to fully support the for contract and charter school agreements as contemplated within the existing contract documents and within state law. So that puts us in good stead in terms of those. Going down then to the next set of elements, as you see highlighted. As you recall, we opened up the Kerry Whedon Early Education Center for 60 youngsters this year on purpose. We did a slow opening while the school was a state rated capacity of 80. We opened it up on purpose with 60, basically to make sure we had our sea legs underneath of us and made sure that the program was up and robustly supporting the students. And the plan was and now is and to remain bringing on the additional 2 faculty members, that being 1 early educator and 1 teaching assistant, to support that final class of 20. And that will bring the Kerry Whedon Center up to its full complement of 80 students for this fall. The next line item directly below that has to do, right above that is the bilingual facilitators. The Board of Education had asked for 4 bilingual facilitators for about $277,000. The county executive supported 2 of the 4 at $138,600. And again, in all matters where an item wasn't fully supported, it really is, it's really operating budget affordability matters that are curtailing the county executive's recommendations at this stage. Thankfully, if you go down to the next large item on the list, Crofton High School, the Board of Education had asked for 57.2 positions to support the incoming 9th and 10th graders that are newly established Crofton High School, the first high school that we've stood up in over 3 decades. All of the staffing positions, as well as the other associated materials and transportation and sundries required to open up that high school and have it function proficiently, have been fully funded within the county executive's recommendation. And we're very excited, and I know we're not in the capital or construction report, but the project is well underway. And in fact, we've already received some of these use and occupancy permits. So it's very good that the construction project's trajectory is exactly where we had hoped it to be. And now we have the staffing and financial support required to bring that school to its fruition here this September when we open up. Going to the next page of the exhibit, there were a number of positions, as the board recalls, that we were not asking for a financial authorization, but we were asking for an FTE allocation for positions that were supported either by external grant sources or other accounting measures that allowed the position to be supported, but no new revenue was required from the state or the county to support those. The first 2 of those 3 were for an accountant, a grants accountant and a financial operations unit, as well as a employee records management technician and human resources. And the county executive is supporting those 2 FTEs. And I know I spoke about Kerry Whedon earlier, so now we'll deal with the rest of the early education complement. The Board of Education had requested a total of 14 pre-kindergarten positions. This would be to allow us to establish full-day kindergartens at a number of sites or convert a few half-day pre-kindergarten sections to full-day pre-kindergarten sections. All 14 of those were funded by the county government. And it's also important to note that with the adoption of the blueprint bill and the Kerwin Bridge funding, there is additional state funding to support those pre-kindergarten positions as long as they're used for full days. So it was a very wise decision on the part of the county executive to leverage those state dollars and allow us to bring on 14 educators and teaching assistants to support those schools. In the psychologist arena, this is the first of the social emotional positions. There will be a number of them. The Board of Education had requested 2 positions. One of those 2 was funded for the psychologist. The other one was not able to be funded within the confines of the budget contained within the county executive's recommendation. Similarly, for school counselors, the Board of Education had asked for 15 new school counselors. 9 of those 15 are recommended for support in terms of FTE and the commensurate dollars that go along with those 9 school counselors. In the school social work arena, both school social work related positions were recommended for funding. The first one being the mental health services coordinator. That is a requirement that we have as part of the Kerwin Commission's work. There is state dollars to offset that. That's why you see that it's one position, but only $66.8 thousand. The remaining portion of that is actually picked up by funding that we are receiving through the state and the Kerwin Commission. The next social emotional position is a social worker. The Board of Education had asked for one, and that is in fact funded as well. I'll go through the special education positions in a bundle, but in a disaggregated but yet bundled fashion. So the first element is to support enrollment increase and IEP increases district-wide in our birth through 21 programs. This is essentially at all of our schools absent the 3 developmental centers. 32.8 positions were requested in all 32.8 positions. 32.8 special educator related positions are recommended for funding. At the Southern High School Diploma program that we've had a long-standing partnership with Kennedy Krieger, as the board recalls, we were just notified late this winter that Kennedy Krieger would not renew their operations at the Southern High School site for the diploma-bound program, and the Board of Education amended its budget when it considered it in February to request 11 positions to allow the continuation of that highly successful and very popular program at Southern High School, and the county executive's recommendation does in fact fully support that. And then finally, in terms of the items that were supported in the special ed arena, 32 positions were requested as additional staffing supports for the developmental centers. Again, this is an amendment that the Board of Education initiated and put forth in its February budget request adoption, and all 32 of those positions are in fact recommended for funding and support by the county executive's budget. In terms of teachers, so as the board knows, the budget's really structured in 2 pieces. There is a piece of the teaching faculty that we need to basically break even with enrollment growth. We call that Teachers for Enrollment, and you'll really see 3 line items there. One is general educators, Teachers for Enrollment growth. The Board of Education requested 71 positions, and that is fully supported. Additionally, the 11.2 cultural art positions and the 2 reading teachers are likewise fully supported within the county executive's position. And that's critical because it essentially allows us to break even with the enrollment growth that we experienced in the current year, and certainly would help to some extent mitigate increases in class sizes. Breaking with a little bit of my tradition here in covering these, though, I do want to juxtapose that against the 124 positions that we had asked for class size reduction. That was to make inroads into reducing class sizes that resulted by us amassing teaching position deficits over the course of the last 10 or 11, 12 years now, when economy simply didn't support the acquisition or the addition of teaching faculties. Again, given the situation that we find ourselves in economically, the county executive was not able to support this class size reduction positions, but again, critically, the enrollment growth positions all were fully funded. And then finally, there is a senior programmer analyst position in technology. There was an FTE authorization, but did not require new year-over-year financial support. So getting to the bottom line of the presentation, the Board of Education had requested a total of 564.7 positions, FTEs. 250.2 of those positions are recommended for funding by the county executive. In terms of the overall unrestricted general fund, again, from all sources, the Board of Education had requested $96.6 million of revenue support. $42.6 million is the recommended amount within the county executive's budget. And then finally, on a percentage basis, the budget that was adopted by the Board of Education in February requested a 7.6% year-over-year increase. And again, that is from all sources, combined funds. The budget that is recommended by the county executive leaves the budget at a 3.35% year-over-year increase. I did again not go line by line for the items in the interest of time that were not funded, but as Dr. Arlotto and Ms. Corkadell alluded to, we did have an opportunity to meet with the county council virtually. Ms. Corkadell brought greetings and made comments before the county council, and then we went through a similar presentation and had a pretty robust question and answer session. Historically, the county council, as we all know, has tried to support education as well. Likewise, the county executive has already put forward his plan. So we hope over the course of the next few weeks between now and June 12th, we can take this budget that already is in pretty good stead in light of our economic circumstances and possibly improve upon it slightly or modestly. And with that, Madam President, we'll take any questions you might have.
Thank you so very much for your thorough presentation on the operating budget. We're now going to take questions and comments from board members in roll call order. Ms. Hummer.
Sorry. So thank you, Alex. It's certainly not everything we would want, but given the situation that we are facing, I can say nothing but that this is something we should be very happy with at this stage, given the hiring freezes in the county and previous things that we've had to encounter in other budgets. Since I've been on this board, we've approved budgets that had 0 teachers funded for them. So to have this many on here really focusing on some of the big needs that we have in regards to special education and behavioral issues, behavioral positions is excellent, as well as a step for our employees, period. I look forward to working with the county council to see what else we might be able to do, but I think working collaboratively with the county executive, he has done the best that he can do for us, given the unforeseen circumstances we find ourselves in. And so I'm resigned to this is what we have, and I'm going to be pleased with what we have at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hummer. Ms. Alvey?
Thank you for the report. No further comments.
Thank you. Ms. Ellis?
Sorry. Yeah, I simply have to concur and echo Ms. Hummer's statement, considering how greatly the whole community has been impacted by this crisis. I feel very fortunate that at least our class sizes will not have to grow as a result of this. And yeah, I think we have to be pleased with this operating budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis. Mr. Grannon?
Thank you, President Corkadell. I'll just state briefly that I look forward to the meeting at which the board makes the final determinations on the contents of the operating budget.
Thank you. Ms. Schallheim?
All I wanted to say is thank you for this report, and I'm just losing my words. It's really late. And I'm grateful for the positions that were that we're funded, and I know that we're all in a tight position. I just appreciate County Executive Pittman's leadership, and I appreciate our county council for the tough choices that they have before them now. And I hope that we can build on this in a positive way for the benefit of all of our students, and just gratitude all around. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schalheim. Ms. Antwine?
Thank you, Mr. Shagnovich, for this presentation and for the leadership on the board, as well as the leadership with Dr. Arlotto and his staff. You all have done a great job in advocating for the needs of the school system. And I, along with Mr. Grant, am looking forward to the opportunity to understand what was actually approved so that we can move it forward. My question, Mr. Shagnovich, if I could, knowing now what is being recommended, maybe not approved yet by the council, but definitely recommended, are we looking for other options to fill gaps, especially in terms of our internet service support? I see here we have like virtual schools. We have the digital learning from the 21st century and the digital learning infrastructure. Could we use federal programs like CARES and the FCC's E-rates to support filling those gaps?
Yes, ma'am. Those are all things that we're looking at, as well as some of the money that the governor received and some of the money that the county executive received also have permissible uses that include internet and digital connectivity. So we're exploring a variety of avenues.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Antwine. Mr. Gilliland?
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Shagnovich answered all of my questions during Budget Committee on Monday, so I appreciate that opportunity then, and certainly appreciate your presentation tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gilliland. Mr. Lai?
I have no comment or further questions.
Okay. I've already spoken my appreciation and gratitude. I have no questions at this time. You may proceed with the capital budget.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you again, for the record. Alex Shagnovich and Lisa Seaman Crawford, Director of Facilities, and Kyle Roof, Supervisor of Construction, are also available should questions arise. So the construct of this document is essentially it's a side-by-side listing the board's priority, the programmatic line item requirement, and I want to emphasize the word line item because capital budgets are in fact line item specified and contained. The third column is what the Board of Education requested, and the fourth column to the right is what is the county executive's proposal. This document always has a color scheme to it, so let me again briefly explain the color scheme. The color scheme, it goes as such: those items that are banded in a white banded font, for example, line item 9, barrier-free access. We asked for $350,000 in the board adopted budget request, and $350,000 is what's contained within the county executive's recommendation. Those items that you see in a blue colored font are those that are funded by the county executive's recommended budget. They are in fact funded, but they're not funded at the level that the Board of Education had requested. So if you take a look at line item 1, the Board of Education had requested $1.2 million of funding for health and safety related items. $500,000 of funding is recommended for that. And then finally, items that you see banded in a red font, and they are few and far in between, but they do exist in this document, are items where the Board of Education's request was not funded. So you'll see that for priority number 19, West County Elementary School, the Board of Education had requested $3 million to initiate the design and early field work, environmental studies, traffic studies, et cetera, required to support the new West County Elementary School. that was not recommended for funding at all. So that's why you'll see it banded in red, and you'll see a $0 figure next to it. The exhibit is fairly self-explanatory from that point on. I'll simply wrap up by bringing to light the totals box, which is to the far left side of your page. The Board of Education had requested $214.2 million in total funding. And again, that's a combination of all sources, be it county, state, and federal. The recommended capital improvement program presented by the county executive is $153.5 million, again, inclusive of those various funding sources. My comments regarding the capital budget remain the same. This is a good starting point, and again, we look forward to working with the county executive and the county council to see if any improvements can be made to any of these line items, and in particular, seeing if we can get the design for West County Elementary School, for example, off the ground and moving forward, because all of us, I think, feel equally that that's a critical project, balancing out the student enrollment counts in the Crofton, Southern Gambles, Piney Orchard, et cetera community. And with that, Madam President, given the hour, I won't go line by line. I'll cede and entertain questions.
Thank you so very much, Alex. We're going to take questions, and I'll just ask board members to unmute, and then I'll call in roll order, because I don't believe we're going to have questions from every single member, and I believe we've already spoken to the budget as a whole. So at this time, please unmute if you have questions related to the capital budget. It looks like we do have a question. Ms. Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Cheknovich. I know in budget committee we went over the budget, the county executive's budget, but for purposes of for the public's benefit, excuse me, late hour. In case they watch back, I would presume we don't have too many from the public with us right now, but as happy as I was with the operating budget and the what we are able to do under these circumstances, it is very disappointing to see some of these capital projects not be funded. I have to speak up for our West County Elementary School. I know when we went through the redistricting process, a lot of what was stated was this is only temporary because we're getting a new school. And so now I have many members in my district who are just going to be extremely disappointed by not having this school in the budget. So if you could just as briefly as possible state what the options are, how the county council could maybe possibly find funding for projects that have been left off of the budget.
Certainly. So the options for the county council are essentially twofold. One, the capital budget in total, and by that I don't mean just the Board of Education's budget, but the capital budget in total falls below the capital debt affordability limits established by the county. They have 3 or 4, depending on the way you look at it, different indices that they measure the affordability of a capital program and a capital plan, and the capital budget that was put forward is below all of those target indices. So there is, in fact, capacity and room within the capital budget potentially to take on additional projects and funding. So option 1 would be for the council to work with the county executive's office, the administration, to put forward a supplemental budget that would avail the county of some of the additional capital debt affordability and take those funds and apply it to various projects. So, for example, the design funding of West County Elementary School. So that's the one option. The second option is the county council, again, could look at defunding hypothetical item A, and moving those funds over to item B. So, for example, if another project somewhere else was funded in another department, was funded by general obligation bonds, and the county council and their esteemed estimation the determination was made that one of these projects or one of these line items was a more important candidate for that funding, they could de-obligate or de-obligate and then reapportion and reassign those funding sources, be they PAYGO or general obligation, away from Project A, potentially in somebody else's budget, over to Project B that is in this capital budget that's before you.
All right. Well, thank you for answering that question. I do hope that we're able to find some solutions here. Thanks so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ellis. I'm just going to scroll around here and make sure we do not have any additional questions or comments. Mr. Grannon, did you have anything? I just want to make sure I'm including you here.
Well, yes, thank you for doing that. Yeah,
I know, I just say it because I can't see your mute thing, so I want to make sure. I know you don't hesitate to jump in, and that's greatly appreciated because it does make my life easier. So, yes, if you have a couple comments, please go.
No, I was just saying nothing at this time. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you guys so very much. I'm sure as we continue to work through our budget process, as questions emerge, our members will continue to submit them to the staff, and we will continue to receive updates as appropriate. Thank you guys once again.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Our next item is item 5.02, Educational Equity Code AF, and it is on its second reader. And we do have public comment. We have one public comment submitted in that we will ask Ms. Howell to please enter into the record at this time. Ms. Howell.
Thank you. This is submitted by Jacqueline Alsip, President of the Anne Arundel County NAACP. Superintendent Arlotto and Board of Education members, the Anne Arundel County branch of the NAACP fully supports the Educational Equity Policy, Policy AF-Educational Equity, and Educational Equity Regulation, Regulation A-RA, Educational Equity, as written and submitted by the AACPS Office of Equity and Accelerated Student Achievement. Providing all students an equitable education has been a cornerstone of the NAACP since the organization's inception. The Educational Equity Policy and Regulation comply with the state's guidance on equity and, upon acceptance by the board, will send a clear message of the board's commitment to equity and the elimination of obstacles to assessing educational opportunities for all AACPS students. The equity policy provides essential guidance and direction for AACPS. We of the Anne Arundel County branch of the NAACP commit to hold ourselves and the Board of Education and AACPS administration responsible for the faithful and insightful implementation of this policy and regulation. Towards this end, we request that the implementation of Policy AF and Regulation AF-RA include the following. There are 3 suggestions, but I only have one that I'll be able to read as it will go past the 250 words. I've sent this to you already. Include the following. A, provide quarterly public reports that specifically address how each of the procedures in Regulation AF-RA have been implemented and applied, what the intended outcomes of those actions were, and what the measured results have been. For example, and just as an example, procedure number 7 requires that an equity lens be used in all staff recruiting, hiring, and promotion retention processes. The quarterly report would include a statement of how the equity lens was defined, applied, and monitored. Considering the time between implementation and outcome, we request that the reports include specific dates and the equity impacts on staffing over time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Howell. Greatly appreciated. So at this time, Ms. Ortiz, if she is ready, I need to scroll down. Yes, she is. Hello. Good morning.
Hi. Good morning. For the record, Jeanette Ortiz, Legislative and Policy Counsel. So as Ms. Howell stated, we have Policy AF, Education, second reading. I was not aware of this comment from the NAACP, but we did receive public comment, which was also shared with the board. One public comment at the time of sending the meeting materials, and then a second public comment after the fact. So, consider a technical change to the policy, but given that this particular sentence had been amended by the board on first reading, I didn't want to just stick it in there without discussing it with the board. And so the suggestion was that on page 1, when in the first sentence, it reads, the Board of Education of Anne Arundel County acknowledges the historical, generational, and compounding reality of the systems, structures, and practices that have intentionally and unintentionally created and continued, to afford advantages to some groups while perpetuating inequities for others. And so just around that. Regarding the addition of unintentionally in that sentence. And so the person felt that it was a whitewashing history was the comment on that. There were some stylistic edits, suggested edits to the regulation, some that we had called. But one edit that we made, and I think I may have forgotten to introduce Dr. Gillens. I have Dr. Gillens with me as well to answer any questions with the Office of Equity and Accelerated Student Achievement. One revision that we made to the regulation was the definition of cultural responsiveness. We decided to better align it to the state MSDE, the Maryland State Department of Education's definition that they used in their educational equity guidance. And so again, because this policy, the board may recall, is as a result of new-ish state regulations, we just wanted to be fully aligned. And while this term is not actually aligned in the state regulations, it is referenced in the guidance. The other recommended edit was to add a definition to marginalized student groups. We don't think that's necessary because that term isn't used in the body of the regulation. It's used in another definition, and we don't typically define other definitions. And that's all I have on my end, and we would be, Dr. Gillens and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you so very much. Ms. Ortiz, in the first part, I just want to get some clarification before we open this up to the board. My understanding is that there were some modifications that you would like the board to affirm are in alignment with the previous edit. So I think perhaps the best approach would be to go back to our authors of the motion that we had passed for insight as to how they feel, and make sure that they are being heard. I want to make sure that we retain our roll call. So, but before I do that, I would like the authors of that particular edit, and I've got to tell you at 2:09 a.m., it does elude me as to which member or members had initiated that. So if they could unmute, and it looks like maybe Ms. Ellis may have, has unmuted, and we can address that and at this time. So Ms. Ellis, did you have something to say on either behalf of the author or as the author itself?
I had something to say about the comment that was received regarding the edit that I had requested, which was practices that have intentionally and unintentionally created and continued. From the day I became a candidate for the Board of Education, I have made it, I have been very intentional in learning about the issues of inequity. I have attended, I don't know how many now, Caucus of African American Leaders meetings and other events and I've sat with Dr. Gillens on multiple occasions. I have learned so much, and what I have become aware of is that yes, we have a very the history of this country did have there were intentional actions taken to oppress and marginalize people, but as time has gone on, there are also unintentional I think inequities that remain or that currently exist, that in other words, people are not aware of what some of the inequities are, and I think it's really important to recognize both of those, that we have things that are occurring today because of intentional practices in the past, but that there are also unintentional consequences to some of our, I'm trying to come up with an example. So, for example, if a majority of the population is white, you may see more literature written by white authors, not necessarily intentional. That's just what people see and are familiar with. And we have to recognize that it may not be intended to marginalize or oppress any groups, but that doesn't mean we don't need to recognize it and fix it. So I hope that explains my purpose for including both intentional and unintentional in the definition. I hope that makes sense.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis. As it related to Ms. Ortiz's very first point, maybe you could reiterate that, Ms. Ortiz, what the technical edit request was. I want to make sure we dispose of, and have our debate of that and determine it before we go any further into the round robin of Q&A as it relates to that. So could you please state the amendment passed and the past language and then what the proposal is so that we can get a better understanding. I just want to make sure we stay focused on that as one of our actions of priority.
Sure, absolutely. So currently under B issue, it states, the Board of Education of Anne Arundel County Board acknowledges the historical, generational, and compounding reality of the systems, structures, and practices that have intentionally and unintentionally created and continue to afford advantages to some groups while perpetuating inequities for others. And so the suggested language was to add students after some, so to afford advantages to some student groups while perpetuating inequities for others.
Okay, I'm going to ask, as I said, I cannot recall offhand who the motion was made by, the amendment was made by, to do a determination. But what we can do in the interim of that would be, first off, I need to note for the public and for the benefit of the members, Ms. Schalheim has had a family emergency situation arise as we were meeting, and she did have to depart sooner. And so I want the public to make sure that they know and understand that, you know, she will continue to diligently represent. And although she cannot be here for some of these conversations as we move forward, please continue to email her and contact her, because she really does want to hear from everyone and hear the comments. And as I said, a very unfortunate family emergency situation came up. So with that stated, and that could be the reason I'm not getting a response, is it may have been one of her amendments. So with that stated, I'm just going to go ahead and go through roll call really quick and see if anyone had comments as to the opinion of technical edit and making sure the intent is still upheld, as well as any other questions for Ms. Ortiz or any other commentary on the particular policy. And just as a reminder, we do follow our newly adopted policy on all of these, and we are now officially in our second reader, just as a reminder. So Ms. Hummer, we'll start with you.
I have no comments. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Ortiz.
Thank you, Ms. Alvey.
No comment.
Ms. Ellis?
No comment, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Grannon?
Nothing at this time, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Antwine?
No comment, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Gilliland?
No comment for me, thank you.
Mr. Lai?
No comment. Thank you, Ms. Ortiz.
Okay. With that being stated, unless there are any other questions or comments on this policy from any board members, we are going to move along. And then Ms. Ortiz, if you could just really quickly go over for the benefit of the public when our third reader, which is when the board traditionally votes on the final version, when that will occur. Not sure if Ms. Ortiz is still with us. But
I'm not. Sorry.
Okay. Oh, no worries. I was just.
It's the camera, not the mute. So
pauses always seem longer. Well, pauses always seem longer virtually versus in person. So.
All right. Let me try that one more time. So in accordance with the policy setting policy BF, this policy will move to third reading at the next regularly scheduled public meeting of the board, which is the first meeting, the next meeting in May. So that would be 2 weeks from now, May 20th.
Thank you so very much. And so with that stated, we're going to move along to the next agenda item, which is item 5.03. This is a second reader policy as well on board member ethics and professional standards, code BK. Ms. Ortiz.
Yes, thank you. So, yes, as stated, this is the second reading of Policy BK, Board Member Ethics and Professional Standards. We did not receive any additional public comment. You may recall that the board did receive public comment in the first reading of the proposed policy. We had 3 first readings before today. And so many of those amendments were incorporated into the policy, as well as other amendments that were approved by the board at the last couple of meetings. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much.
President Corkadel, I've got a point of order.
Yes, sir.
If you recall, when we initially addressed this policy at the last meeting, we built in a contingency, I'll just call it that, for changing the timeline of consideration if schools were closed for any further length of time after it was initially proposed, to take into account the public's, I think, pretty excusable lack of attention to these issues during this crisis.
I guess I do recall exactly what you're referring to, and we were going into our first virtual meeting and had talked about if we would have the ability to have public feedback and public comment. I am willing to open up if you would like a motion to present to hold it. I am happy to entertain that at this time, as I had promised in the beginning, that if the board wanted to hold, that we could do so. So would you like to make the motion at this time, Mr. Grannon?
Well, I guess I'll leave it to you and any other board members to decide whether it will require any further vote to do that, because we'd already built that in. We said we would, put it out for second reading, but that if the school closures, if the length of the school closures increased, that of course that would then go into the summer as well, that we would basically just factor that timeline in and not keep it going for a third reader when schools are closed and no one is focused on this. But, if people think that requires a motion, I think we already did that.
I guess, I half agree with it in that I believe specifically the concern was to move it forward to the second reader was, would the board be in a position to accept public feedback? And I guess my only point of question is then that would be applicable for all policies. And we have heard public comment on one, not the other. They were both advertised equally. And we received hundreds of comments earlier today demonstrating that the public is willing to and wantonly engaging and reading our agendas, because they would have had to read the agenda to get to that information. So that is why I think the circumstance may have changed enough to warrant a motion of a continuation of that, because our policy on policy specifically calls for a timeline. And the motion was making sure that the public is well informed is its intent, and it did not specifically limit us in moving forward with our policy on policy. In other words, no rules were accepted with it. So I think it might be cleaner under the circumstances, and given the circumstances have changed and what we have been doing, even with our meetings and the public participation, I would prefer that it does go to another motion be made, because we haven't had any public comment. So I understand the intent and I'm a willing participant to it, but I'm not seeing the demonstration that would actually create the need to isolate this one when all of the others are still proceeding, because policy committee is now resumed meeting. We do have public engaging, and we have multiple policies that will be coming up with various timelines. Some are more critical than others, but policy is proceeding in its full force, and that is one of our priorities. So Mr. Grannon, I would prefer that the board make a decision on that based on the changes of the circumstances between that meeting 30 days ago and now.
So moved.
Okay. And do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. So the motion on the table is to hold Mr. Grannon, could you clarify and specify when you want to hold the this, and I got to make sure it's in compliance with the policy, I guess is the other thing. I need to look that up. So while I'm doing that, if you could clarify your time preference on that motion, I will try to pull this up there. I cannot isolate it.
I think that was, again, already kind of built in, but if it's easier to state it, I think the concern, and to be frank and respectful, President Corkadell, I think that you kind of articulated, said that, it would make sense for this to go to its final reading when school is back in session and when we're under normal conditions. And I think just the fact that we're, talking about this at 2:25 a.m. and to also be perfectly frank, that one of the most vocal members of the board in terms of the content of this is not even here to address it. So yeah, I guess if we had to put a time frame on it, that I would say that this would not go into its third reading until we are back under normal school conditions.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. I'm pulling up policy setting right now. Give me one quick second here. President General, board member. Okay, policy development, superintendent, goodness, hold on. Policy adoption process. Okay. At the next regularly scheduled, the policy under section 3, which is page 3 and 4 of policy BF, states that at the next regularly scheduled public meeting of the board after a 30-day it shall be reviewed on a first reading at a regularly scheduled public meeting of the board. So that gets us to the first reader. After the first reading, the policy shall be posted on the website for the 30-day comment period within 2 business days of the policy receiving a first reading at a regularly scheduled public meeting of the board or as soon as practical. Section C says, at the next regularly scheduled meeting after the 30-day public comment, the policy shall be placed on the agenda as a review item on second reading for discussion purposes. If the board makes substantive amendments to the policy on the second reading, the policy shall be posted for an additional public comment period until the next regularly scheduled public meeting of the board before taking final action. And then it says, at the next regularly scheduled public meeting of the board, after the board meeting in which the policy was reviewed on second reading, the policy shall be placed on the agenda as an action item on its third reader. The board shall take action on the recommended policy. If the board makes substantive amendments to it on the third reader, the policy shall be posted on the website for additional public comment period until the next regularly scheduled public meeting, where the board shall take its final action on a policy. So that is the policy on policy as we are stated right now. We do have a motion and a second on this. And we now have our point of information for some clarity. Ms. Hummer, you're first up on comment on the motion.
Okay.
Ms. Hummer?
Hear me? Oh, sorry. I was talking into the mute. Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I agree with Ms. Corkadell. At this time, we have things running. We've been holding policy committee meetings virtually. We've put these forward. We have a number of policies that are going to have to come up in the coming months. And there's no real reason to delay this. If we're going to delay this one, we need to delay all of them. I would argue that the equity policy is even more important for people to get out there in public. And we've put it out there for people to respond to. We could always publicize it again and ask for public comment, but I just don't see any reason to delay. We had 128 public comments tonight. That shows me that people are engaged and know what's going on during this time and are probably more engaged in what the board is doing. So I just don't see any need to delay this or any other actions moving forward. The work of the board has to continue as we move through this shutdown. Thank you.
Ms. Alvey?
Second Ms. Hummer's statement. Thank you.
Ms. Ellis?
Thank you. I respectfully disagree that all policies are the same. We have been reminded in the past that some policies need to move forward to align with state law. And some policies like this one, they don't have a hard timeline that we need to follow. And so I believe we need to balance our agenda, recognizing that this current situation is going to create meetings like we had this evening, where we were dealing with a very specific COVID-related agenda item that took hours of our time. And yes, we had over 100 people testifying on that particular agenda item. That doesn't mean that people are fully engaged with what's going on throughout the school system. Right now, everyone is pretty hyper-focused on how this current crisis is impacting their students. So I don't think every agenda item can be weighed in the same way. I don't think every policy is as has the same time constraints. Some do need to move along, but at a time like this, I mean, it's no secret. 3 weeks ago, the grading issue came up on our agenda. It has received tons of attention, tons of testimony, emails over the last 3 weeks. We knew that this was going to be a very long evening. And Ms. Corkadell, you have said in the past that second reader is the best time to offer amendments after public comment. And I don't think any of us are in the best state right now to give this the attention that it needs. So I do think we need to be flexible. And when we have agenda items specifically that are COVID related, that end up taking so much of our time and attention, that we need to be able to postpone some of our agenda items. It is 2:30 in the morning.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis. Mr. Grannon, you made the motion, so I will save your comment for last. And so with that, Ms. Antwine.
Thank you. I do remember as well that we said that it was specific to the fact that we have some COVID-related items that need to get through the agenda. And to make the case that the public responded to educational equity differently than they did this one, I don't see that as a case at all. We always have very limited comments on our policies, and I've brought up in the past that maybe we should look for additional ways to ensure that the public has the opportunity to comment. If they had responded, for example, to the equity policy in the similar fashion as they did the press release on our grading, we could make a better case. However, we as a board, we seem to be making it a habit once the board decides something that we look for ways to overturn it. And for that reason, I want us to stay with what we voted on and be consistent in that.
Thank you, Ms. Antwine. Mr. Gilliland?
Thank you, Madam President. I will say, parenthetically, I think Mr. Grannon was spot on with, the comment about, whatever it is now, 2:30 something in the morning. And just, selfishly, I will say this is just not sustainable for us as a board to have meetings going this long into the night. And it's certainly not fair to staff and then ultimately not fair to the public either. So I get his point, and I think he's spot on with that, given the late hour. Having said that, my concern about postponing indefinitely is that it looks like this, based on Karen or Dr. Salmon's comments today, she even threw out the teaser that things aren't going to be normal probably until January 21. So having said that, I worry that, suspending the routine business as back burner as some of it is now indefinitely means that, we stall on some of the other things that we have to get done. I would also say if public comment is a concern, nothing precludes us from having public comment continue on this until third reader. We have done that before, so it's not that it would be unprecedented, but we can have something remain available for public comment and still maintain our third reading deadline. I get the fact that other things are taking priority right now, but we still have to find time to get some of the other business done that the board needs to get done. But I do agree, and I will echo what Mr. Grannon said. This 2:30 a.m. stuff needs to stop. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Gilliland. Mr. Lodge.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd just like to remind my fellow board members that this policy has received probably much more attention in time than many of our policies. And in fact, we have received public comment on this, and many of those public comments have been incorporated already from citizens as well as candidates for the board. And we have also incorporated quite a few amendments from board members into this policy. And we have made technical adjustments as a result of board members' comments. So I just believe it's important to do our business. We're here to do that. And it's time for this to move forward. We have a policy and policies. It's time to follow what we say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Leib. I am going to take a minute to comment because I believe the motion was directed to me. And so I'll first just say that I'm not rescinding what I had stated. What I had stated was in the context that obviously if we are addressing issues and that there is a public interest in this that compels us to hold it, I am happy to hold it. We have had 3 first readers on this, and board members have already submitted in dozens of amendments, and our policy on policy does not, we would have basically to accept that rule. It sits in the core part of the policy, not into the regulation. But more importantly, I think I want to speak to what the intent of the previous conversation was 30 days ago. And that was that at the time we were just starting to gear into full restoration of certain components of the board business. Policy and budget and our legal contracts are always our obligation, and whenever possible. We are going to possibly be in an extended situation. It is not, I do not feel that it is appropriate to cherry pick out and isolate a policy that has no longer had any additional public comment on to, in theory, keep it open a little while longer because a person who is not yet materialized. Had we not done first reader 3 times with this particular policy prior to COVID, I believe the conversation would be different. And if we did not have a July 1 equity timeline, perhaps that would also be different. But I cannot equally apply for all members a litmus test that affords them their right of their policy recommendations, provided it follows the policy on policy, to have its right to get to a third reader and get to a vote. That's a right of every single member. And I have not been presented with any evidence in and of itself that would indicate to me that my residents in my community, of the district that I represent, of the residents in all of Anne Arundel County, and the students and our employee body and otherwise are giving any indication that they have a problem with interacting with us on this policy, and that there is an existing barrier that would prohibit us from proceeding when others are. I understand the length and the duration of meetings, and I believe that is what Ms. Scholheim and I were discussing a little bit earlier in the evening, in that because we have COVID and emergencies, and we still have to operate a school to the best of our ability, and as much as we can bring normalcy to those processes, the better positioned we will be and the less risk we will have. And that's what I truly believe in my heart. And so I believe we could potentially set ourselves up, number one, for having violated our policy, and number two, is now getting in a habit of how do we determine with criteria. It's the same thing we ran into. I felt that I originally presented this board with an agenda, I will point out, that had nothing but absolute emergency. And I was quickly reminded that the department reports, for example, and other items that not all board members felt were too, appropriate to withhold. And so we proceeded and moved forward with that. Since that time, we have opened up and received very good feedback on our temporary situation. But not knowing when exactly how we will be able to interact again on a regular basis. As I said, in this particular item, I'm hearing hypotheticals and theories about how differentiating one group to the other. But we've not established as a group a set of criteria that is hard, fast, number one. Number two is we acknowledge and recognized at the beginning of this COVID that we may need to meet in additional times, and additional time is being asked of every single LEA across the state. It is intensive, but at the end of the day, the residents asked us to step up, and we asked them for the opportunity to step up and do these jobs, including in states of emergency. And I honestly think that this would be a poor precedent and not in the spirit of intent of the original conversation. And I don't believe that the technicality of the transparency of the intent of this policy rises to that level. And I respect the differences of Ms. Ellis and Mr. Grannon, the author of it, and appreciate Ms. Antwine and Mr. Grannon bringing to my attention the previous. It was not actually a board motion because we do not have motions on our policies in their readers. We have motions on amendments. And so I'm a person of my word. I do not recognize, however, based on the evidence that I am seeing, that the condition by which the discussion had occurred and my interpretation of that is still in existence. Are we still in COVID? Yes. But have we developed a system that I believe is working effectively? Is it perfect? No. And as I will point out, 3 readers, no additional amendments were submitted in advance by any board members, and no additional comments has come in. And this is the 30-day period after two prior 30-day periods. So I'm not seeing the lack of transparency and interaction that I saw the potential of when we had that. So I will not be voting for this, and would think it does make sense to move it forward to its 3rd reader. Otherwise, as I said, we're picking and choosing which members get their policies passed and not. And there are other policies that are not going to be with the July 1 deadline coming up upon this board at possibly at the next board meeting or definitely the one after. So this is going to either be a circular conversation every time it comes up with absolutely no equity in hand between the members, or we can decide that policy is important to this board and it's important for us to continue to move forward because we are behind in our overall intent. And
Come
as
on,
I said,
Michelle, stop.
So, yes, I'm done. Mr. Grannon, you have your last say.
Yeah, thank you, President Corker. I'll just state that, building into the point about, transparency, we told the public that the timeline of this would change if schools closed further. To me, that kind of makes sense. And then I'll just be frank, out of courtesy to the person who was more active and vocal in making amendments to this, who's been called away from this meeting for a family emergency at 3 o'clock in the morning, if it was the indefiniteness of my original proposal that is uncomfortable to anyone, I would say, at least doing it to the next meeting where, that member could have an opportunity to weigh in would be better.
Okay, it's appreciated and noted. I don't see any other comments coming in. So, Ms. Howe, please call roll.
Ms. Hummer?
Nay.
Ms. Alvey?
Nay.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
No.
Mr. Live?
No.
Ms. Corkadell?
Nay.
Motion failed. 3.
Thank you. Mr. Grannon, if you would permit me, I am happy to make an alternative motion that I believe will meet the spirit and intent of the absent member while maintaining the spirit and intent of our policy, if I may.
Please.
One of the problems I had with the motion and the moving forward has to do with our ability to manage the policy on policy. However, based on what I am reading here, it appears that we could, by a vote of this board, hold requests that that the second reader be held until, I believe, is it May 20th is our next meeting? I need to pull a calendar up here. I am willing to do that, but I'm just going to point out, though, that my decisions are based on our situation with the best intents, and I would never try to pull a sleight of hand. I'm trying to follow our policy on policy, our policy schedule, and keep this board running. And I just am not seeing outside of saying that I had said something, that there is something substantive there, but I am a person of collaboration. And so with that in mind, our next board meeting is on May the 20th. So I hereby move that we suspend. Yes, sir.
Mr. Live here.
Yes, sir.
I think you need to double check. BF appears to mandate that it shall move forward to third reading, absent substantive amendments or unanimous vote. See subparagraph C, parentheses 3, C, sub C dash D and F.
Okay.
And what is being proposed right now is a violation of black and white policy.
Point noted. My intent to do that appears to have merit. I think at this time I would prefer a legal clarification on that, because although I have an interest in holding that out. I'll also point out too that if during the next reader there is an amendment, that it would be held for the public as a fail-safe that we had just passed. But Mr. Burns, if you're able to please come forth and clarify. I'm not going to present a motion that violates our policy or proposes to be subject. Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Darren Burns, Board Counsel. I was following the board's conversation. I just heard Mr. Live reference Board Policy BF, and I was thinking before he said that my concern here was, one, I think that the concern for for any of your board members not being present for this misses perhaps the point that there's still the third reading. And in the third reading, the same thing can happen in second reading. Substantive amendments can be made, someone can bring them forward, and your policy takes care of that. So it's not as if it's not as if they're missing their last chance to be involved in the discussion. So I think that's important. More importantly is the shall language appears throughout section C in order to move the timeline forward. And I think you mentioned, Ms. Corkadell, it's out of sort of fairness to any board member who's a proponent for something. It says, if there aren't substantive amendments, it shall move forward to the next meeting. Same for the second to the third. Shall move forward to the next regular meeting if there aren't any substantive amendments. But the out for that would be if the board unanimously decides to suspend that provision. It would have to be a unanimous vote.
Thank you, Mr. Burns. So it appears that had, even with an intent to follow through on that, that our policy, that it was not in alignment with the policy after all. And I would have been I technically was a potentially in violation of the policy. So I'm glad we actually had this conversation, because I never like to be in that place. And so thank you very much. Based on that, I am accepting Mr. Live's point of order and will withdraw motion. Mr. Grannon, you still have the floor as it relates to the policy.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Ms. Antwine.
So I have nothing further concerning any of the motions on the table. Are we back to the actual policy at this point, or where are we?
We are back to the review of the policy. Second readers are everything up to the third reader is a review item unless a member makes an amendment or a motion to the otherwise.
Okay.
Which we already discussed. So we're back to we're back to the actual policy itself.
Good. Thank you for that. I don't have anything that to share in terms of amendments right now. I will stand on some things that were shared earlier concerning these policies. This is at the end of the day, this is policy that shapes our system. So we need to be able to make the best and informed decisions on that. So if third reader is on the 20th for this motion, let's do that and move it forward. But I do stand with the others that said, look, it's 2 it's almost 3 a.m. at this point. This particular policy has a lot of repercussions for the elected officials. And soon we will be a fully elected board. So we need to make those considerations as we move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Antine. Mr. Gilliland?
Nothing for me. Thank you.
Mr. Leib?
Nothing further. Thank you.
Okay. Last call before we move on. Any other further comments? Okay. Seeing none, our next item is item 5.04, administrative personnel appointments. Dr. Arlotto.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I recommend board approval of that the personnel listed on the attached sheets be promoted and or appointed.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments from board members?
President Cocardell, if we're not going in order, I did have some questions, please.
Yes, ma'am. You may.
Thank you. My first question would be, I saw a couple of pages of requests for resignations. Were these resignations after the budget decisions that were made? Would you know?
I'm not sure that I have an answer, but we are currently on, if I'm not mistaken, administrative personnel appointments 5.04, and I think you're referring to personnel at 5.05. Is that right, Ms. Antwine?
My apologies, Dr. Arlotto. I will reserve my questions then till that point. Thank you.
We'll be there in just a second. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, we have a motion and a second, and Ms. Howell, please call roll.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Ms. Alvey?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Mr. Leib?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Okay, item 5.05, personnel. Dr. Arlotto.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I recommend that the board approve the actions as stipulated on the attached sheets.
Do I have a
So
motion? Okay, second?
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second. Any board comments? Seeing none, okay.
I just have the questions. Were the resignations put in after the budget announcement? Would you know?
I don't believe, I believe these were all prior, because the budget announcement didn't come out until Friday. And this is all information we had prior to Friday.
Okay, and then my other request, I see the table here, the appointment table that identifies how many, it breaks down the categories of how many were appointed and hired in terms of race and other categories, could we get that kind of similar moving forward, not for this one, but moving forward when we do this, can we get a similar table for those that we are losing or resigning?
I'll talk with HR.
Thank you. That's all for me.
Okay, hearing no more questions. Dr. Arlotto, will you, can you just, I guess, just advise Ms. Antwine as appropriate? We don't appear to have any other questions, so Ms. Howell, please call roll.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Ms. Alby?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Mr. Live?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Okay, next item is 5.06, the 2019-2020 end of school year calendar adjustment. We do have public comment that we received on this, so Ms. Howell, I'm going to turn this over to you for public comment.
Thank you. This was submitted this afternoon. I'm sorry. It doesn't have a name that I can see. My apologies. Please do not drag out the school year to 6/18, especially if the plan is to continue with methods, schedule, no redo, and communication policies done thus far. Another 6 weeks of this subpar HR e-learning experience that has and continues to be offered is stressful and not benefiting to the students or the parents, and seems to just be AACPS attempt at checking the standards box of pushing content down to the students. My high school student hasn't gotten much teacher instruction since the last day of school in March. Mostly she just gets assignments posted online, and then she has to decipher and do most of the work teaching herself the material, and also has to 100% advocate for herself with so many unknowns, and she has to schedule Q&A sessions that she has to drive and coordinate with her teachers. Instead, AACPS should use this time to roll out and coordinate with not just the teachers, but also the students and parents, better long-term tools, methodologies, and policies for when students will come back in the fall. From Susan Strong, please do not extend the school year. Not all parents can stay home with their kids if they have to go back to work. A global pandemic should surely excuse those 5 to 10 days. From Julia Knott, I disagree with Dr. Arlotto's recommendation to extend the school year to 6/19/2020. In fact, I would argue that the school year should end early. A waiver should be issued specifically related to COVID, period. Students and families have been greatly penalized just going through the experience of COVID all on its own. Compound with the virtual learning experience and social isolation, our kids are struggling. Schoolwork has been exciting in the beginning, but it's now become a dreadful routine for all of us. Extending this entire experience benefits no one. It's no one's fault that the students were not in a classroom setting for the 10-day span of figuring it out. Extending the school year in its current format is punitive, exhausting, and does nothing to enhance any student's education. From Julia Michael, I just received an email from Anne Arundel County Schools that Dr. Arlotto is requesting an extension for schools to June 18th to cover the days out of school missed due to COVID-19. He states the students missed 10 days of instruction. School did not start until April 14th, so the students actually missed 18 days of instruction. Based on this, the students would be in school until June 25th. Please correct this situation with extending the school year until June 20th. Submitted by Tracy Bochetta. My opinion is to not extend the school for any additional 5 days. In the grand scheme of the world, it's not going to make a difference. It will put more pressure on parents and children. Just end it. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you so very much, Ms. Howell, for continuing to go above and beyond while we continue to work through our virtual meetings. And so with that stated, Dr. Arlotto, I believe you have some information to share with the board.
Yes, ma'am. I'll start with the recommendation, and then we have a brief presentation Mr. Mosier will share with you that we can walk the board through and answer your questions. So I'm recommending to the board that to account for the 4 additional instructional days necessary to seek a state waiver by converting June 15, 2020 and June 16, 2020 to instructional days, and adding June 17, 2020 and June 18, 2020 also as instructional days. This would result in 175 instructional days for elementary and middle students and 176 instructional days for high school students. The last day for students would be June 18, 2020.
So good morning, members of the board. Bob Mosier, Chief Communications Officer. Just a quick rundown of where we are with the calendar. By way of background, the board approved calendar for the 2019-20 school year does contain the required 180 instructional days for students. High schools were scheduled to be closed on the day of their graduations. The board built in 2 inclement weather days into the calendar, neither of which were used. And built a 3rd conditional inclement weather day into the calendar. That was also unused. That day, as you'll see in a minute, is not available to be used to accommodate the waiver because we went to school on that day. That was in March. So the last day of instruction for students is currently June 16th. So the impact of the shutdown, we lost, schools have been closed since the 16th of March. The first 10 days of instruction did not count. The first 10 days of the closure did not count as instructional days. All days since the 30th of March have counted as instructional days. So on April 14th, the day before your last meeting, the state board authorized the state superintendent to waive up to 5 instructional days for students, provided that local school systems account for the other 5. We checked with MSDE, and you have to account for all 5 of them in order to be eligible to ask for the waiver. So the waiver would leave the school system, as Dr. Arlotto just said, with 175 instructional days for elementary and middle school students, 176 for high school students. We no longer will close high schools on the day of their graduation. We will do instruction for students those days. So that will count as a school day. That's how you get the 176. So to apply for the waiver, MSD has advised us that this board must adopt an adjustment first, and then the superintendent can submit for the waiver. And an important point, the waiver would not impact required teacher work days. So how do we get to the 5 that the superintendent is recommending? You've already done one of those. You've made April 28th an instructional day. That was the day of the primary election. That was the day of the primary election. And you, so the other 4 days to convert June 15th and 16th to instructional days from inclement weather days, and then add June 17th and June 18th to make up the 5 days. So June 2nd will remain an instructional day. That is the new date of the primary election. We're going to be closed now anyway, but schools would not be polling places. So the last day of instruction will be June 18th. And as I mentioned, the last day for teachers and other employees in bargaining units will be determined in accordance with their negotiated agreements or terms of employment. And with that, we can answer any questions you might have.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Mosier, for your presentation. At this time, do we have any questions of our members as such? I'm just going to, looks like we do have at least 1 or 2, so I'll go round robin here. Ms. Hummer?
No questions, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Alvey did have to depart as a student. As you know, she does have class tomorrow. and does apologize. She will be catching up on background information that she was not able to hear as we wind out. Ms. Ellis?
Thank you. I always struggle with when something is presented to the board and we're basically told we have no choice, yet we're voting. So, Dr. Arlotto, if we were not to vote for June 18th becoming the end of the school year, what is a means that we could accomplish that? Could you go back? Because I wonder if other school systems, if everyone kind of pushed back, if there may be some reconsideration. I'm just hearing from almost all of the testimony I have heard, not just this evening, but every email I have received. People are weary, and prolonging the school year, just people don't really see a benefit to it.
So if you don't account for the 5 days, you cannot ask for the waiver, which means you're going to tack 5 more days onto the end of the school year. The state law requires that students are in class 180 days. The state board has given the state superintendent the ability to waive 5 of those to get you down to 175, but this board has to account for the other 5 to get the 5 that Dr. Salmon can give you.
If we were to vote for this, can we still, Dr. Arlotto, would you still take a message from the board to the state superintendent that our families are seeking some relief and that we would prefer to end a little earlier?
Well, I've already shared that sentiment with the state superintendent, but I'm glad to share that sentiment again. In terms of the vote is, the calendar is in the purview of the board. So all I can do is make a recommendation based on what I know my colleagues are doing around the state. Everybody appears to be adjusting their calendar accordingly to gain that 5-day waiver that he's offered. Obviously, I think all of us would have loved the idea of a 10-day waiver, but that was not granted. So we're moving forward with what we have in hand, which is the possibility of a 5-day waiver.
Okay.
But certainly the board could vote it down, and we're still obligated to have our children in school for 180 days.
That's perplexing to me. So if I were to vote for this, I would ask, and hopefully my fellow board members agree, that that you do go back and express that our families have asked for a little relief. Thank you.
Glad to do it, and that's certainly something the board could take on. If the board wanted to write a letter to the state superintendent, that's something that you as a board could certainly decide to do.
Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no further from Ms. Ellis, Ms. Antoine, I'm sorry, Mr. Grannon?
No questions.
Okay. Ms. Antoine?
So thank you, President Corkdale, and thank you, Mr. Moser and Dr. Arlotto, for the presentation. Based on what I'm seeing here, we will be extending our calendar from Tuesday to Thursday in that 3rd week of June, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that's 2 more days onto what we already have in place. So then my question would be the waiver. What I heard earlier is if we do not request the waiver, we have to add 10 more days. Is that correct?
Correct, because you have to get to 180.
Okay. All right. So that helps with my understanding. Thank you both.
Sure.
Thank you, Ms. Antwine. Mr. Grannon? Mr. Gilliland? Sorry, I'm getting my
Nothing
G's
for me.
confused a little bit.
That's fine. Nothing for me. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Live?
Yes, Madam President. I concur with Ms. Ellis. It's tough being put between a rock and a hard spot, but that's where the state board has put us. So I would think all of us can come to a consensus that let's vote for the calendars presented by the superintendent and Mr. Mosier and the Board of Education, President Corkerdale. We send a letter to the state board expressing our objection and recommending the 10-day waiver, and make it, as Dr. Arlotto suggested, from the Board of Education to the State Board of Education. And we also inform our sister and brother colleagues in the other counties of our intention and see if we can get them to join in as well. Thank you.
Mr. Live, are you making a motion? Was that a motion or a suggestion to lead into the motion? Because I don't have any technical questions, and I'm inclined to agree with that. The idea of the letter. I think
consensus. I don't think we need a motion.
Correct. So does the board have consensus? I'm seeing Ms. Hummer is pulling out of mute.
Yes,
Okay.
I concur.
Okay. So I would like, I think Ms. Ellis and Mr. Live, the two of you had expressed an interest in this, and I'm going to ask if you guys wouldn't mind in collaborating on a draft with Ms. Howe, and then at which time it is complete to send around the final draft for eyes of the board. And barring any concerns, we'll get it out haste fast. Are you guys in agreement with that?
That's acceptable to me.
Yes, sure. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you guys very much for stepping up. I know we've got a lot on our plate. Greatly appreciated. So with that consensus in mind, I have no, as I said, further questions, and we're willing to entertain a motion at this time.
I move to approve the superintendent's recommendation.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Somebody needs to call a roll.
Okay, Ms. Howe, if I don't see any comments being requested on the motion in the second, so please call roll.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Ms. Alvey? Oh, I'm sorry, she left. Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
No.
I'm sorry, Mr. Grannon, can you repeat?
No.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Mr. Live?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Motion passes 6-1.
Okay. All right, moving along, we have 5.07, food and nutrition service pricing for the 2020-2021 school year. Dr. Arlotto and staff.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I'm recommending I'm recommending to the board, no increase in food and nutrition service pricing for the 2020-2021 school year.
So moved.
Second.
Eric.
Is now exiting.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any comments, Mr. Gilliland? It appears you do. And did you have a comment?
No, I'm sorry. I go back. I do. I call the question.
Okay. Question has been called. Do we have consensus on that, folks?
Yes.
Okay, I'm not seeing any opposition on that. Let's get this.
Wait.
Okay.
Oh, I can't get it to unmute. I had one quick question. Mr. Gilliland, can I ask it really quick?
Sure.
Dr. Arlotto, how many years in a row is this that we have not raised our meal prices because they're so amazing in managing their program?
Mr. Shaknovich, is this year 7?
Yes, this will be the 7th year we've been able to manage this.
So I just want that said, even at 3 o'clock in the morning, that's amazing. So thank you.
Oh, let me correct that. On the yellow sheet, it says 6. For some reason, I thought 7th, but it does say 6. I want to make sure I give you the right information, Ms. Hummer. So it is the 6th consecutive year.
Okay. So let's vote.
Okay. Ms. Howell, please call roll.
Aye.
Aye. We appear to be having some audio.
I wasn't able to comment, but I did want to share that I appreciate you all, what you all are doing with the Food and Services Group. I was able to check out your website as well, and it is incredibly amazing, the options that you continue to allow for our students. So thank you for that work. It's an eye for me.
Aye. Great job, Jody. Aye.
Aye, and can't help but say, Jody, thank you. You guys so rock. You guys are so awesome. Can't say enough.
Thank you.
Great job, Jody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Madam
Okay.
President,
Yes, sir.
I move we bundle items 6.01 through 6.13.
Do we have a second?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to bundle. Do we have consensus to bundle? Or Ms. Ellis, was that a no for you on bundle?
No, I do agree.
Okay, looks like we have consensus on bundle. That obviously does not preclude. So with the vote being bundled, Dr. Olato.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I'm recommending board approval of the contracts as listed on today's agenda, 6.01 through 6.13.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and second. Any commentary? Please unmute. Seeing none, Ms. Howe, please call roll.
Aye.
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 Aye. Okay, item 7.01, the monthly financial status report. Dr. Arlotto?
Yes, ma'am. We're certainly ready. There's no presentation. We're prepared to answer questions should you have them.
Okay, board members, any questions on the monthly financials? Please unmute. Seeing none.
President Corkdale, I'm unmuted.
Yes, Ms. Antoine. Yes.
I had a question about for this monthly funding report with this, with us not having the additional overhead and other items that we will be responsible for if the students were in the buildings. Are we looking at any level of savings from what we previously budgeted for?
So, Ms. Antoine, this is Alex Shaknovich, Chief Operating Officer. If you take a look at the graphs in the attachment, you'll see that pretty much FY20 is tracking FY19. And so while you think you may have some savings in some areas, we're having much greater than anticipated expenses in some others, more likely than not. So right now we're tracking on par, but in all likelihood, areas like operations, maintenance, food, nutrition services, by the time we get through the next 2 or 3 of these reports, will probably more than wash out some potential savings you may have had in some other categories. We're operating very, very tight and probably pretty close down to the wire in terms of where we're going to be at June 30th.
And that's what I wanted to understand, how we were tracking in terms of the COVID. It would, on the surface, appear that there will be areas of savings, but with them, with what you show, what you have here, and with some of the other balancing acts that have to occur, I can understand why we may not be saving. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Think you'll need to unmute.
I think we're done with that item.
We can hear you.
Okay, the construction status report, item 7.02.
Yes, ma'am. We're prepared to. We've got the team here ready to answer questions should you have them.
Okay. Please unmute if you have any questions. Members, give it a minute. Ms. Antoine.
Thank you. I just looked at the list of the construction status, and I looked back over at Cromwell. I wanted to understand what may be preventing Cromwell from being 100%. What's keeping us at the 1% in terms of completion of status for Cromwell?
So it's Alex Shaknovich, Chief Operating Officer. It's pretty much site work. We had to wait until the growing season to get things like bushes and get grass established, et cetera. The building's complete, but the plantings and the landscaping and the things that are required to get our grading permit, those plants won't take in the middle of winter, so we have to wait until it's seasonally appropriate to get them in and get them established so that the county grading inspectors and site inspectors can sign off on the property.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Shagnowitz.
Thank you. Any further questions? I'm not seeing any. Okay, with that in mind, we are good to go on construction status report. And then lastly, item 7.03, the award of contracts. Dr. Arlotto?
Yes, ma'am. We're prepared to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you very much. Do we have any board questions regarding the award of contracts? Seeing none. Let's see here. It looks like we are finally at the end of the agenda for tonight, and I want to thank everyone. Just a reminder, we will be, my understanding is we will be having a special session of the board this coming Monday, which would be the 11th of May. And details of that will be released to the public at the appropriate time. And our next regularly scheduled board meeting is going to be on Wednesday, May the 20th, with the policy committee meeting at 4 p.m. earlier that day, and the budget committee meeting at 4:45 on the same day prior to the meeting. I want to thank everyone for attending, and I believe that is it for the announcements. I can entertain a motion to close.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have consensus. The board meeting is officially closed up. Thank you, everyone.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
What does that look like, and what's the purpose?
Excellent. So the tagline is building community, increasing connectedness. So one of the things that we know is that the more connected students are, the more they feel at home, the more positive of a climate that they're going to have at school, right? So we want them to feel connected somehow. So community building circles is kind of that tier one, or it is that tier one support that we have in place. A lot of schools have done that. They've set aside time at least twice a week to have what's called community building circles, where you ask questions and they're get to know you questions. So that the idea is you can look and find out who else you are connected to in your community. And the more connected you are, the less likely you are to harm or do things, because there's less anonymity. So if I know you and I have a connection with you, I'm less likely to do something that would hurt you. So that's one of our goals with the community building circles. We also mentioned the repair to harm or restorative that you brought up. So that would be if anything happened in a school. We found that, very often we write referrals, we assign a consequence, and we move on. Well, with restorative practices, we hold students accountable, and the line with that is, we care about you and this behavior is unacceptable. So we have to hold people accountable. So it's a way to regain access back into the community if there's been a harm, and a way for people to, anybody who has been harmed, to have their part heard and to rebuild what can we do next time to make this better. Because like I said, we are all teaching, and that has to happen. That what can we do next time to make it better is the key to really re-entering a community, because we are communities. Our schools are little communities, and we need to make sure people feel safe and heard there.
And I think it's important, from my lens as a school counseling lens, when students, and kids are going to make mistakes, and just bringing them back in the fold and being like, look, yes, we're going to do correction, but you are still welcome. And it's creating that involvement, and just, I just feel like to be so inclusive so that they're able to join back in is like integral.
It is.
For kids to be successful.
It is. And also me as an adult in a school community, I also have felt like I probably need to do a restorative or repair some harm somehow because of something I said or didn't, wasn't taken the right way. We need to get back on the same page so that our relationship is back intact. And I've had that. I've gone to colleagues and asked, could you run a restorative with me and this student?
Right.
So.
It's interesting because, I think I always ask myself when I see a student acting or exhibiting behaviors that people don't understand, I'm like, what skill are they missing? I always, bring it back to social emotional learning, and what skill are they missing that I need to maybe do some work with. So when you have a kid who is, non-compliant or is in conflict with another, what skill does this kid need?
Right.
Not what don't they have, but what can I build in them? And I think that's a really great way of reshaping that with whether collaborative decision making, restorative circles, all those different alternative programs. But MTSS, it's a continuum. So for parents to know that you are the manager of those behavioral supports and those programs are available in many of their schools.
Yes, they are.
So that's a nice thing to know if they're struggling with a certain, whatever it could be. What are some, we have about another minute, about 30 seconds. What are some most common situations where you see MTSS really go into action?
Okay, well, I'm really glad you mentioned that it's a continuum, right? So every school, if they are implementing the framework of PBIS, should have something on their website, or they should have mentioned it, or there are things on the school website. And then access, like you said, students might be in an intervention group. They might have a lunch bunch, or they might have something that they're working on to fill one of those lagging skills. And so parents could reach out to school counselors, they could reach out to administrators, and they could even reach out to, if they know their PBIS team lead and team coach, and say, or their teacher, whomever they're most comfortable with, they should reach out and say, I need more support for my students, or I'm interested in hearing about the different interventions that are available to help teach my child, whatever it is that they feel is lagging.
Definitely. I think the point of, there's a parent today or a family member that has some concerns, but they can just reach out to the school, ask for the school counselor, or even speak to the teacher, and have that conversation on how we can provide those supports to students to make them more successful.
Absolutely.
Well, I just want to thank you very much for joining me at this first part of my show, and I would just like their viewer audience to stay tuned for my next guest.
Hi, I'm Wiley Baker. Join me later today for Anne Arundel County Public Schools Athletes in Action right here on AACPS TV.
Welcome back to At Your Service. And our second guest today is Mr. Patrick Crane, the Director of Alternative Education. Thank you for joining me today.
My pleasure.
All right, so let's talk a little bit about you, Patrick. Can you tell me a little bit about your background and how you came to be the Director of Alternative Education?
Sure. Well, I spent the last 7 years as a Senior Manager of Alternative Programs here in Anne Arundel County. So it was a perfect segue into the Director role. In many of my jobs in my last role, I worked with the charter and contract schools, I worked with Evening High School, I worked with our alternative schools, I worked with our ACE program and a number of other initiatives. So it was a perfect fit for me then to move into the role as Director.
Well, welcome. I've worked with you for the past, 7 years now?
Yes.
And we've had a long, wonderful partnership between school counseling and alternative education programs. So thanks for joining me today. I want to talk a little bit about charter schools and contract schools.
Okay.
So for the viewer audience, 7 years ago we started our contract schools and our charter schools.
Right.
Can you explain to the viewing audience what they are and the difference than just a regular comprehensive high school program or school program?
Sure. Let's start with charter schools.
Okay.
So charter schools are schools that are started by what we call an operator.
Okay.
And we are the authorizer of that school. Anne Arundel County Board of Education is the authorizer.
Gotcha.
And we have a contract with the operator to come into our district and run a school that maybe does something a little bit differently than what we do in our traditional schools. Okay. There's a charter school law, so it's a state law that dictates how charter schools are to operate and sort of what rules, regulations, policies, requirements they need to follow. Whereas a contract school is not dictated by a state law. Although it looks very similar to a charter school, the district has much more control over the programming, the general boundaries of where students come from. And in fact, the reason that we opened our 2 contracts here in Anne Arundel County were to alleviate overcrowding in both the Maryland City, Brockbridge, and Jessup areas, as well as the Annapolis area. So with a charter school, by law, they have to be open to all students in a district. Gotcha. And with a contract school, we could limit the boundaries to dictate
the neighborhood
and the communities in which where we wanted to pull our students from.
So when you talked a little bit about, for a charter school, it might have a little different flavor. So let's talk a little bit about the charter school I know, I'm familiar with, was Chesapeake Science Point.
Okay.
And so their flavor, or something education a little bit different, their focus is exactly what? Their focus is
math, science, technology.
Right, and so those students, because they're a charter school, their enrollment process is a little bit different than a contract school, or is the process the same, it's just the kids can pull from a different types of vicinity?
So the process is identical,
okay,
except for the fact that charter school has to pull students from all around the county, whereas our contract schools, we can define that boundary or that geographic area in which those students come from. So you mentioned Chesapeake Science Point, being very heavily focused in math and science and technology. It's a 6th through 12th grade school.
Correct.
And the enrollment process is a pure random lottery. So early in October, we'll open the enrollment process. Parents will put in an application for their child. The application window closes in late November, and then what we will do probably in mid-January, we'll run a random lottery. And so the number of students that the school has opened, that's the number of students that will get accepted. Other students will be placed on a wait list.
Gotcha.
And that's the same process that we will go through for our contract schools as well.
So in the fall is when that process opens, and
Yes.
then it closes in winter, probably. And you saying the end
No,
of
this year it's November 26th to be exact.
Okay, so
Yep.
around that November time frame.
Yep.
And in the spring, in the winter to spring is when students and families find out whether they were selected from the lottery.
That's right.
Okay.
Mid-January we'll run the lottery. Typically takes a few weeks to run the lottery, get the results back, and the charter contract schools usually notify their families mid-February, late February, as to whether they've been accepted or whether they've been placed on a wait list.
Okay. Well, is the process paper or is it's on a computer? So if I have somebody who's interested, maybe not in Chesapeake Science Point because that's middle high school, but has an elementary school child, would they go to our website? What would they do?
Right. So the registration process is all done through a registration portal on our website.
Okay.
So it is the identical portal that AACPS uses for a magnet school enrollment. So you would just simply go to our website, go onto the portal, create a username and password, log in, choose the school in which you want to apply, and follow directions and fill out the application. You can fill out multiple schools.
Okay.
If you want to apply to both a charter school and one of our magnet schools, you can certainly do that. So there's no limit to the number of schools you can apply for. I think it's important to understand the 4 schools that we do currently have to our contract and to our charter, and what the grade spans are for those schools. So if you allow me to just kind of go through each school, so parents who are watching will know which schools apply to their areas and their child's grade level. So if we start with charter schools, we currently have Monarch Academy, which is in Glen Burnie. That school is K-8.
It was awesome.
It is awesome. It's an expeditionary learning school. And then we have our other charter school, which we just talked about, Chesapeake Science Point, which is located in Hanover, and that's a 6th grade through 12th grade school, so both middle and high. And again, that's open to the entire county. And then we have 2 contract schools. One is in Laurel, Monarch Global Academy, and they're an international baccalaureate primary years program at the elementary level, and then at the middle level, they're a project-based learning school. And so they're K-8. And then our final one is Monarch Annapolis, which is located right off of West Street in Annapolis, and they're kindergarten through 5th grade. And they also are International Baccalaureate Primary Years Program.
And they're wonderful programs. I've been to each of those schools, and they're amazing in the work that they do and the programs that they have. And those kids are very fortunate, and their families, I'm sure, enjoy every day their child comes home with.
They're doing great work for
They really
the
are.
students in Anne Arundel County.
They really are.
Thank you.
So aside from charter and contract schools, as the director of alternative education, you mentioned quite a litany of alternative programs that we have. And so I'm not sure if, everybody in Anne Arundel County knows all the litany of resources that we have under alternative education. So we're going to talk a little bit about those, just to get them acquainted. So let's talk about home and hospital.
Okay.
So that's another division under your office. And so can you explain to parents what home and hospital does, or what it encompasses?
So home and hospital teaching is is for students that, for whatever reason, medically cannot attend their home school. So it could be from mental health issues, it could be from physical issues, it could be that a student is sick and is out of school for an extended period of time. So with the proper documentation from a mental health professional, from a doctor, they can get approved to be on home teaching. And so we have a couple different areas of home teaching. So one would be a very traditional home teaching experience where we would have a teacher from our home and hospital office that would go into the child's home and teach them. The other sort of very creative way that we've addressed the home teaching is through online teaching. And so if you are a student and you have a computer and you have access to the internet, instead of having a teacher come into your home, you can take an online home and hospital course, or you could take a combination of both.
Right.
Bottom line being that it is a non-traditional way for you to teach without having to be in a traditional school building.
Right. And that's important, especially if the student, has, surgery. It just depends upon a variety of medical issues. We also, I don't know if you could speak to concurrent home teaching. It's not as traditional, it's not in the traditional route like I'm going out because I'm having surgery for 8 weeks, but for, chronic medical conditions, I know that we do have concurrent, and I don't know if you wanted to talk about that, but concurrent to me are some kids like that have sickle cell, that it could have an up flare. So they're in the regular day school program, but concurrent is just when, as an ad-need basis. So let's say maybe once a month they might have an uptick or whatever's going on with them, so they could still have some extra support so they don't fall behind, come out to the home through home and hospital. So that's really important for parents to know, because I had a few students that also were, utilizing that particular program, and it's wonderful that we have that.
Right, and with those cases, you would go through the same process as you would for your traditional home teaching experience.
It's really important for parents to know that they can contact their school counselor. And the school counselor can go over the list of options and documentation that they need. The other huge piece of your program, I think, is evening high school. And we have evening high school and we have summer school. So can you talk a little bit about that?
Well, again, it's a non-traditional program. It's an alternative program to allow students who are currently in high school to gain credits outside of their day school program. So we have both concurrent and non-concurrent evening high school. So a non-concurrent student would be a student that is not currently in a day school program, but attends evening high school as their comprehensive high school experience, let's say. Sometimes students want to work during the day. Sometimes the traditional model just doesn't fit them. And so they choose to go to school in the evening and earn the credits they need to graduate. In a concurrent situation, a student would be in a comprehensive high school, but also going to school in the evening in order to obtain credits that maybe they didn't get during the day. It could be that maybe they just didn't pass a particular class and they want to make up that credit so they graduate on time, but it could be students that just want to get ahead.
Accelerate. We have kids that transfer from other school systems. There's a variety of reasons, as you know, for, kids and why they partake in, that evening high school program. Is there a cost for evening high school?
There is a cost, and it's a sliding scale. So if you qualify for free and reduced meals, there is a smaller fee that you pay. If you don't, then it's a little bit larger.
Okay. So we have evening high school. We have about another 30 seconds. I know that we have a teen parent program in Annapolis High School, and so that's another option if you're a teen parent. And who would they contact if they're interested in, they have a child and they're interested in finishing their education?
So they would contact our home and hospital office, and they would ask for Miss Laura Pierce, who is the coordinator of our home and hospital services, and she would be able to direct those parents to the appropriate folks that they would need to reach out to in order to get their child into the teen parenting program.
That is quite a breadth of resources that we have for Anne Arundel County Public Schools, and I just want to thank you for coming and sharing with the viewing audience today all the different departments and all the resources so that they're able, if they need to tap into those. I appreciate you taking the time.
Well, thanks for having me. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for joining us. See you next time.
Coming up on ASP Cafe, A Cup with Joe, two conversations, one about volunteering in Peru and the other about STEM Middle School. Stacy, welcome to ASP Cafe, A Cup with Joe.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. So, Stacy, we're going to talk today about Anne Arundel County Public Schools volunteering in Peru in the summer. And so I'd like to talk to you a little bit about your experiences there. Which organization did you use?
So we used Ubelong, and it is a nonprofit organization, and their job is to really kind of organize the logistics for you as the traveler, to really make it a more impactful trip, more than just your typical, travel anywhere. There's like more of like a service element or a cultural element, so they kind of work the logistics of that.
Right, so it's an external organization then that sort of helped us